301, Chapter 298 The First Meeting with Mephisto, A Prolonged War. Walking out of the bar with no doors and driving into the urban area of New York. Looking at the enthusiastic Magic, Luke calmly responded and raised his vigilance. In view of this situation, he had many kinds of thoughts. Such as beauty schemes, bait, and so on. Everything seems to be getting interesting. 40 minutes later, Luke got out of the taxi and followed Magic, who swayed her hips. In his view, the other party was the Queen of Limbo and was also a popular participant in the Sorcerer Supreme battle. She must have some ulterior motives to take the initiative to throw herself at him, being so passionate, straightforward, and provocative. There was no free lunch in the world, and there would be no good thing for a beautiful woman to come to his door for no reason. As a strong and healthy male creature, Luke was confident in his charm. However, he didn't redeem Dick Grayson's Ladies' Man skill card. How could he successfully get a youthful, lively, sexy, and charming female superhero within half an hour? This was a bit exaggerated. Superman was a walking female warlock pile driver but wasn't a humanoid aphrodisiac that automatically emitted pheromones. The room is very big, the bed is also very big. Luke swiped his room card and walked into the luxurious suite where Magic was located. This was the Hilton Hotel located in the center of New York. It seemed that the Queen of Limbo had a very prosperous life after returning to Earth. Then do you want to try the bed, see if it's soft or not? Luke was looking at the crystal chandelier overhead, picking up the remote control and turning on the TV, which most people do in hotels. Although no one really wanted to watch TV or the news. But they always turned it on subconsciously, as if following a certain custom. However, when Luke finished this set of actions, he turned around. He found that Magic had removed her boots and leather pants, almost at an extraordinary speed. The first thing that caught his eye was the lovely girl with her gorgeous body stretched across the bed. Ah, not even going to chat about it first. Wasn't this bit too fast? If you feel hot, you should turn on the air conditioner in your room. Luke tried his best to make his speech look as straight as steel before figuring out what was coming. When I saw you, I found you very attractive. My inner impulse made me feel hot and dry. I don't even know your name yet. Magic's amber eyes stared straight at Luke. It seemed to pierce his soul through the handsome skin. You dare ask someone to a room when you don't even know his life, gender, or sexual orientation. Luke's face remained unchanged, but inwardly he cursed. I'm Stephen Strange's contractor, an ordinary master. He introduced himself. Strange? Oh, you mean the stinky guy who looks like he fell down the drain and just crawled out? To be honest, it's kind of amazing that he made it through the first match. Magic wasn't interested in other competitors and spoke casually. Then, she put her eyes on Luke. Aren't you here to see me? Luke was a little surprised. He hadn't done anything yet. The other party was so active and direct. Before I stepped into the bar with no doors, the diviner at Limbo said that I would receive a surprise gift. Magic stretched out one foot to hook Luke's trouser legs. Her amber eyes were like a pool of spring water, gently flowing out. Now, it seems, she's absolutely right. Luke picked his eyebrows. Was this Marvel World's version of a Chinese Odyssey? The one who pulled out the sword was the destined hero of the world? He had never heard of such a setting. Sit closer. You smell good. Magic hooked her fingers like an evil female demon, releasing an alluring aura. Luke, who was prepared to fight while keeping calm, sat down on the bed. Before he could say anything, two white arms wrapped around his neck. Pa! The crystal chandelier that originally shone. Instantly extinguished. The sugar coating is off, but where are the bullets? Until the last minute, Luke still didn't understand the situation. The Queen of Limbo was only greedy for his body, or maybe she had other plans. The scale of time, in people's subjective judgment, could be long or short. There was no accuracy. If you are waiting for buses and subways or the bell to ring and leave school, then a few short minutes can be very long, as if the second hand is ticking very slowly. A few hours become just a blink of an eye on holiday, or a rave party, and some other pleasant situations. For example, Luke who ended the battle. For him, he didn't think the fierce battle would last long. But when the curtains were opened, and the city was overlooked, the night was getting darker. So, you simply want to sleep with me? Luke casually put on his robe and stood in front of the huge French window. As the Queen of Limbo, a famous young witch who was proficient in dark magic and a new generation of mutants, Magic had excellent personal strength. She had a physical quality that was close to that of a demoness. In terms of flexibility and endurance, she was excellent among the opponents Luke had encountered before. I originally had something serious to say, but I forgot. Magic laid limply on the bed, her waist-length blonde hair spreading out, covering her beautiful curves. Mephisto, the old swindler, should be right next door. You can go there. Luke paused, then smiled. Next time, healthy activities like this can actually be postponed. He didn't expect that he virtually stood Mephisto up and made the other party wait for hours for no reason. Of course, he didn't expect Magic to directly have sex with him, which made Luke inexplicably feel as if he had sold his body. But, what does Mephisto want with me? Luke took off his robe and went into the bathroom. No matter what universe he was in, he had never met this Lord of Hell and had no friendship with him. The old fraudster contacted all of the participants of the Sorcerer Supreme battle, one by one, privately. Magic replied breathlessly. It seems that Hell is making a big move. Luke's eyes flashed, and his mouth tilted. Mephisto never dealt with the Sorcerer Supreme. Often moving in secret and always acted as the villain hiding behind the scenes. It seemed that the Ancient One faked his illness and probably caught a big fish. Luke, leave a phone number. When we get an opportunity, let's make another appointment next time. Magic made no secret that she was satisfied with Luke in all aspects and thought it could develop in the long run. We will meet again soon, don't worry. Luke smiled, pushed the door, and went out. He was no longer confined to a female warlock exclusive pile driver, but female demons too. Magic was, in a way, a semi-demon. I feel like I'm going further and further down the wrong path and will never return. Luke shook his head, determined to resist the temptation of the outside world. He pushed open the door next door and saw an old man in a suit with a gloomy face. The other person was sitting on the single-person sofa, sipping wine and watching TV. The smell of sulfur, which was so strong that it was almost impossible to cover up, was all over the room. Masters with slightly sharper senses, or those with psychic abilities, were fully capable of detecting it. I had invited 14 guests, but unfortunately, only 6 of them came. You are the 7th. Mephisto put down his glass and faintly said so. In fact, if I hadn't heard what was going on next door, I would have thought that you also rejected the invitation. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 302, Chapter 299 Hell Lord, the Unlucky Old Devil. Tisk, a rare pure soul, it's no wonder that Magic could be enchanted and unable to stop herself. When Mephisto saw Luke, who pushed the door and came in, his dark eyes turned slightly, flooded with a glimmer of surprise. He didn't expect that Stephen Strange, the humblest of all the contestants, had a rare pure soul. The pure here didn't mean that Luke was kind and warm-hearted, and his body shone with the light of the right path. Rather, he never asked any bank for loans and was a rare high-quality customer. In this day and age, a master who hadn't signed a contract with a dimensional demon god was definitely a rare thing. I see. Luke's eyes showed a hint of understanding, the corners of his mouth hooked into a smile. Therefore, Magic throwing herself at him could also be regarded as having other plans. When he learned to meditate in Kamar-Taj, he had attracted the covetous eyes of many dimensional demons. Even the god of chaos, Then, was willing to hand over the chaotic power of the 3 ancient forces to him. The only condition was to sign a contract with him and become his envoy in Earth 1024. This proved that Superdemon's extraordinary talent was so great that even the dimensional demon gods were impressed. With this in mind, it wasn't surprising that Magic was attracted to him. She wasn't greedy for his body, but greedy from his soul. We, the visitors from Hell, always have a hard time resisting the temptations of pure souls. Mephisto looked at Luke differently, smiled, and said, would this young master, whose name is unknown, be interested in signing a personal safety insurance policy? I assure you that the service provided by Mephisto Insurance is absolutely attentive and satisfactory. If you buy this insurance, you'll be a VIP customer of the Hell world. Whether it's a physical disability, a serious illness, or a life at the brink of death. If you call my name, you will be answered immediately, and your safety is guaranteed. Until the last moment of your life. Mephisto looked like a Wall Street stockbroker, speaking with sincerity and confidence. He only mentioned the benefits Luke could get and completely ignored the risks he had to take. Oh, Lord Mephisto, what is the price? Everything has a price to pay to reap a reward, doesn't it? Luke wasn't afraid at all. Facing the famous Lord of Hell, he didn't panic. He faintly said, I'm afraid that when my death comes, my soul will fall into your hands. There will never be peace, will there? Moreover, the devil's contract is notorious for its many traps. Maybe when I finish signing my name, I will die on the spot, and then my soul will return to you. This series of questions made Mephisto, who had a smile on his face, a little frustrated. Business is really bad. Damn the movies, damn the internet. Now, everyone knows the devil's ways. Those elite politicians, celebrities in business circles, are even better liars than the devil. The Lord of Hell cursed, sitting back in his original position. Luke's mouth was smiling. He wouldn't be fooled by Mephisto's depressed appearance and let his guard down. This old devil, who was notoriously cunning, wouldn't be so rude just because of a single failed deal. But then again, considering Superman's long layover, Luke signing a contract with Mephisto wasn't a bad idea. When this old devil found out that he may never be able to wait for the moment when the contract was fulfilled, his face would definitely be wonderful. Just like Constantine from the studio next door, the unscrupulous guy sold his soul with one hand to the devil, with the other hand to the angel, and other weird entities. Then, no one was willing to back down. Instead, they continued to let Constantine get away with it. Let's get down to business, Lord Mephisto. Luke sat on the nearby single-person sofa. The Lord of Hell was looking for those Sorcerer Supreme battle participants, presumably to make big news. He didn't mind going inside at all, then backstab him and sell Mephisto out to the Ancient One. In fact, there's nothing else. Since you signed a contract with Stephen Strange, you must know that my favorite son, Blackheart, is participating in the Sorcerer Supreme battle. Mephisto slowly said. The second match is about to begin. And if I'm right, this one will be even more brutal. Of the 14 people who passed the test, only 2 belong to Kamar-Taj, Mordo, and Strange. Dr. Voodoo, Magic, and the Princess of Asgard, they promised to form an alliance with demons and take the lead in eliminating the 2 masters from Kamar-Taj. Luke raised an eyebrow. Mephisto was really worthy of being an old veteran. No matter who the winner was, it's done by adding difficulties to the Ancient One first. That's why every Sorcerer Supreme had to beat up the old devil. Mephisto liked to do little tricks that might not pose much of a threat but were very disgusting. You should know that I signed a contract with Stephen Strange. Luke held out his finger and knocked on the table. The contract of a combatant has no powerful effect that couldn't be violated. Mephisto smiled. The grimacing face squeezed out a few wrinkles. You aren't Strange's beloved family or sibling. There's no need to risk your life for his. What's more, I can still add money. I will definitely give you payment that would satisfy you. Luke pretended to be hesitant and was silent for a while. It wasn't surprising that the top participants would agree to Mephisto. Like Dr. Voodoo, he had a close brother. The other's soul fell into the hands of the old devil, and using this as a bargaining chip, it was easy to exchange it for the opponent's submission. Like Magic, too, she was the ruler of Limbo. It was unwise to compete for the position of Sorcerer Supreme at the risk of offending the Lord of Hell. As for Loki, who knew what idea was in her little head? Then what should I do? What kind of payment could you give? Luke's eyes flickered as he showed off his acting skills. I can teach you how to terminate a contract. Wait until the critical moment of the second match, then betray Strange and give him a fatal blow. Mephisto blinked with a cold and insidious tone in his voice. Payment? You just mention it. Wealth, status, power, there's nothing I can't give you. The old devil compelled people's hearts one after another. Those dark eyes fixed on Luke. His words were very infectious, shaking people's minds. Really? Luke looked surprised. Then, I want to be the Sorcerer Supreme. The smile that emerged from the corner of Mephisto's lips instantly solidified. That's not funny. Playing with the devil and playing with the Lord of Hell. The price to pay isn't a small one. The old devil's face sank like a stone in water, with anger in his eyes. The air in the room was like glue, becoming sticky and suffocating. The intense sulfur scent violently erupted, turning the surrounding area into hell. The hot magma, the horrible atmosphere could frighten people to death. It seems that Lord Mephisto can't bring out any bargaining chips to move me. Luke curled his lips, seemingly regretful. He stood up and patted his palms. The space was shattered like a mirror, reflecting a kaleidoscope-like overlapping scene. Then do you know what would happen if you scheme on an Alphather and a Sorcerer Supreme? The corners of Luke's mouth curled slightly. The sparks of magic jumped in his hands, forming a transmission portal. The Ancient One emerged from it with his wand in hand. His face flushed and full of energy, not looking injured in the least. Ha 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 ha, Mephisto, long time no see. Sorcerer Supreme shouted in full vigor. His right hand, holding a wand crafted from steel, was an unbelievably hard wand that reflected a cold light. You, don't come near me. Mephisto was so shocked that he retreated to the wall. I have some business to attend to, so I'll leave you to it. Luke, with a compassionate look, glanced at the trembling old devil and softly said, by the way, Master Ancient One, remember to focus on the attack, don't be merciful just because he's old. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 303, Chapter 300 Promotion Match, Battle Royal. Binge. 300th Chapter. All hail translator Sama and editor Chan. And me? Luke didn't return to Magic's room. Even if the night was long and there was enough time to have another in-depth conversation to promote friendship. He stood in the hotel's corridor for a while and soon waited until Master Ancient One, who was carrying a wand, pushed the door and walked out. Resolved. The sage-looking old man said indifferently. A wand made of stainless steel was shimmering with cold light, with bright red blood and a strong smell of sulfur. Before he left the room, Mephisto let out a miserable scream. Luke believed that the Sorcerer Supreme had done a good job blowing the old devil's head off. Thanks to you, I was able to catch Mephisto this time. The Ancient One drew a circle with his hands, put his hands behind his back, and took the lead in entering the transmission portal. The old devil had always been very cunning. Every time he leaves hell and comes to earth, his whereabouts are quite hidden. Moreover, he has evil knights and a large number of incarnations in the material world. The three sanctums have a hard time locating him. Although it was said, damaging only one of Mephisto's incarnations doesn't hurt him. However, he should not be able to interfere in the next Sorcerer Supreme battle. You and Stephen Strange can now finish the test with peace of mind. Luke smiled. Normal people knew that there was no good end to making a deal with the devil. He's not only hungry for their body but also for their soul. He wanted to swallow the whole person to the bones before he gave up. This was the nature of the devil, greedy and ruthless. Unless a person had no choice, they would only look for him if they had lost their minds. Maybe this is a trap deliberately designed by Mephisto to test your reaction, Master Ancient One. And whether your time was really coming to an end. Luke's eyes flashed as he reminded him softly. The Lord of Hell came to the door for nothing. There must be a conspiracy behind it. Never treat Mephisto lightly. This guy could always make a splash. For example, moving hell to Las Vegas, opening Hotel Inferno, and harvesting souls with pleasure and desires. And putting Zarathos, the vengeful spirit in Ghost Rider, into the bodies of Captain Marvel and Thor. Forming an invincible squadron spirits of vengeance and repeatedly rubbing Doctor Strange into the ground. Oh, I know the old devil's mind. Back in Kamar-Taj, the Sorcerer Supreme instantly changed styles. There were absolutely no traces of having beaten Mephisto to a pulp. Instead, he looked as if he was panting, ashen face, walking with great effort, and seriously injured. Blackheart, Prince of Hell, is just bait thrown out to attract Kamar-Taj's attention. The Ancient One spoke with difficulty as if he was about to die. There's no need to pretend in front of me, is there? Luke's mouth twitched. He thought that the Sorcerer Supreme was really into acting, so he had to pretend even when people weren't around. Really too dedicated. No matter what Mephisto wants to do, I will keep an eye on him. The Ancient One said lightly. The two-dimensional demons who could make things happen the most were 1. Dormammu. And 2. Mephisto. They were both very troublesome. But after a while, it would be fine. When Stephen Strange took over as the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One could retire and get off work. The universe was so big, and he wanted to see it. Being confined to the Earth was too boring. Since you're so optimistic about Strange, it's better to open more back doors for him. Luke pretended to cooperate with the Ancient One's act and helped him walk into the central hall. For example, reveal the content of the next match. Considering this Sorcerer Supreme battle, there were indeed a lot of strong contenders. Strange might lose the qualification and say goodbye to the battle if there was the slightest bad luck. The Ancient One glanced at the other as if he was annoyed. The great Sorcerer Supreme, did he look like the kind of person who didn't pay his debts, skipped work ahead of time, and engaged in underhanded moves? I mean, it's reasonable for someone as noble and open-minded as you to reveal some information to your successor, right? Luke cleared his throat and reluctantly said so. The Sorcerer Supreme's name was known in many dimensions, who didn't know him? Do you think I don't want to? If I could, I can't wait to directly decide on Strange and complete the handover on the same day. Entering the central hall and seeing no one was around, the Ancient One finally told the truth. But the Sorcerer Supreme's candidate is not decided by Kamar-Taj or me but selected by the Vishanti themselves. We are just bystanders releasing news and waiting for the results. Luke raised an eyebrow but wasn't surprised. He just asked casually and didn't expect that the Ancient One would really open the back door. But all superheroes must experience setbacks and growth. Strange's road to becoming the Sorcerer Supreme shouldn't be too smooth. By the way, Master Ancient One, what great things will happen in the foreseeable future? Luke chatted some more, and after talking about interesting stories about the universes for a while, he was ready to leave. Stepping into the transmission portal, he seemed to think of something and asked curiously. Loki's abnormal behavior, thinking he was the genuine Thor so far, but Asgard has been in the dark. All of these things made Luke feel wary. You know, Superman. If I say something about the future, then it will most likely not happen. The Ancient One's vicarious eyes faintly lit up with light. If you perceive something, then, follow your own thoughts, don't doubt or waver. Luke's face remained unchanged as he nodded and stepped into the portal where the magic sparks were jumping and splashing. What was the Ancient One's answer suggesting? Is my guess correct? Or, it's getting more and more complicated. Luke stopped by Times Square, where the big screen was rolling with the images of the superheroes of the younger generation. The Avengers had already left the stage and hid behind the scenes. I hope I don't run into any big things like the Celestials or the Living Tribunal. Luke put his hands in his pockets and disappeared into the crowd. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the mind maggots remaining in Strange's soul were almost digested. The rotten stench on his body, which was disliked by people, finally dissipated. These days, Wang and Rocket were reluctant to have dinner with Strange, thinking it would affect their appetite. My magic-resistant heavy armor and the enchanted version of the AK-47 beast should come in handy. Strange was ambitious and wanted to show off his talents. Then, he touched the increasingly sparse hair, and his heart grew a bit sad. To become stronger, to become the Sorcerer Supreme, to protect the Earth, and maintain peace. The price he had to pay was too heavy. Where's Superman? Looking around the room, not seeing Luke, Strange was a bit surprised. It seemed that the other party hadn't shown up for 3 days. He wouldn't be in any danger, would he? Don't you know? He and the second-ranked pretty girl have been staying in a hotel. He still hasn't left that room. Rocket Raccoon bristled, categorizing both Luke and Thor as hoes before bros kind of guys. Maybe those glistening long legs and warm, thick and soft breasts were more important than teammates? Rocket Raccoon, who was single so far and hadn't met a suitable female, couldn't understand why humans were interested in those twittering, noisy, and annoying evil women. I think Groot is better. Rocket couldn't help but miss his tree. 3 days, his physical health is really good. Strange size revealed a trace of envy. Although most of the masters in this world were muscular macho men with strong physiques. But, continuous output for 3 days and 3 nights? This was no longer a question of physical fitness, but his kidney needed to be powerful too. Don't spread rumors, Rabbit. Luke's voice sounded abruptly. His tall figure stepped out of a transmission portal. I have a very pure relationship with the Queen of Limbo. Superman had a straight face. It expressed that he wasn't addicted to women and wasn't the type that couldn't help himself. Besides, the main purpose of my visit was to get information for Steven. Luke patted Strange's shoulder and earnestly said, even if I sacrifice a little bit of my body, it's worth it. Next time you need to sacrifice your body, please just let me do it. Strange volunteered himself. You still keep up the high-intensity workout, from 100 push-ups to 500. Luke took a look at his opponent's gradually perilous hairline, masses of bulging muscles, and was very pleased. Steven, only sissies like cute and sexy soft appearances. You should go to Master Mordo or Wong to compare notes. Strange had a strange expression. He felt that Luke's words had another meaning. Dong. 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 The copper bell rang, interrupting everyone's small talk. The second qualifying match started. Strange and Luke walked side by side and went to the wide square together. That's Mordo, the Sorcerer Supreme's most trusted disciple. When Strange saw the dark-skinned and strong senior, a subtle emotion rose in his heart. He was brought to Kamar-Taj by Mordo, and many basic knowledge and spells were taught by the other party. Personally, Strange admired the hard-working and talented senior. Without the hint from the Ancient One, he couldn't have come up with the idea of running for Sorcerer Supreme. Triple Soul Aura, yet, he is already a legendary master. Luke lamented. Behind Mordo, there were 3 bright rings invisible to the naked eye. Those were his 3 contractors. One of them was said to be the Great Master Merlin. With the blessings of powerful forces, Mordo broke through to the legendary rank and became the most competitive participant in this battle for supremacy. What is the second test? Luke looked away and asked softly. The first match was a test of courage and perseverance in the face of a constant stream of mind maggots. Strength. Strange grasped the token in his hand and absorbed the information. It's a total slaughter. 14 people. Be the first to eliminate 8 people. Leaving 8 people. 304, Chapter 301 Invigorating Armor Adaptable Helmet. A test of strength. Luke grinned. It was finally his turn to perform on stage. Those fighters could be regarded as strong contenders with various means and endless cards. They were either of extraordinary origin, amazing background, or outstanding talent. But in front of Superman, too bad, no one was qualified to talk about strength. This is our home advantage, Steven. Luke lightly said, he seemed to be very confident. Are you sure? Ranked among the top 3 favorites, Blackheart, Mephisto's son, is supported by an invincible legion. Strange wasn't optimistic, he hadn't seen Luke's means yet, and he temporarily put Superman's strength at the high-ranked master level. Your gun, friend, magic, Ilyana Rasputina, the Queen of Limbo, is proficient in dark magic and an alpha mutant. Dr. Voodoo, Loki, Mordo, none of them are mediocre. If it was a test of other things, perhaps I could win with my wisdom. But putting them and me in a huge arena isn't a good thing. Wong was deeply convinced that Strange might really be eliminated this time. With his strength, facing any contender in combat, the possibility of defeat was very high. Why don't you just bet against yourself? Rocket was annoyed and began to encourage Strange to bet with him. Losing the match would be winning the bet. Losing the bet would be winning the match. Neither one is bad. Strange was a little moved, but on second thought, if he didn't have confidence in himself, was it necessary to participate in the next battle? Then he righteously refused Rocket's offer to gamble. Then you wait for a little and work harder. I bet all my money on you. Rocket didn't persuade Strange anymore but didn't lose heart. He turned his head and threw the winning chips at the opening in the Stars Forum. Luke took a moment to glance at the headline, Soccer Star Royal Casino, Sexy Dealers, Online Licensing, came into view. The Grand Master's business scope was really extensive. Besides the arena and slave hunting business, he was even involved in casinos. Just wait. The only thing you have to do is put on your magic armor and hide behind me. Seeing that Strange wasn't confident, Luke smiled and comforted. After the bell in Kamar-Taj rang, many mystics in robes rushed to the square. Joining in the fun has always been human nature. Stephen Strange. Mordo. Other people's eyes scanned over the two men, and they whispered. The vast majority of mystic masters preferred Mordo. Strange came to Kamar-Taj too late and had too little time to study magic, so it was hard enough to survive the first match. The competition begins. The leaders of the three sanctums arrived together. Together, they cast spells to light the tokens in the hands of each combatant. The transmission portal leading to the stadium was slowly taking shape, waiting for the contenders to enter. Last time, it was in the dream dimension. Where would it be this time? Strange smoothed his inner tension and stepped out. He and Mordo, who also approached the portal, looked at each other, and the latter spoke in a deep voice, Strange, this isn't a battle you should take part in. I, alone, am enough to protect Kamar-Taj. This dark-skinned, firm-eyed new legendary master didn't know that his teacher was actually pretending to be sick and asked for leave, taking the opportunity to retire. Filled with passion, he wanted to protect the three sanctums and Kamar-Taj. Fulfilling his inner sense of mission and honor, he participated in this battle for supremacy. Luke, who stood beside him, slightly shook his head. The Ancient One's approach wasn't very good. In case Mordo found out the truth that the heir to the Sorcerer Supreme was already decided on, and all his hard work and perseverance was all for nothing. It was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't instantly turn evil. The consequences of turning admiration into hatred were very serious. I also have my own path that I want to complete. When Strange remembered what the Ancient One said to him, his inner hesitation suddenly dissipated and became firm. The Sorcerer Supreme extended his hand to rescue Strange when he was in his most confused and desperate state. Now the other party was approaching the end of his life and was dying. Strange felt that he should stand up. If Luke knew the thoughts of these two people, he would definitely feel that the Ancient One's acting skills were too powerful, and Oscar owed him a golden statuette. Very well, let's have a fair competition. For the supreme glory. Mordo swaggered and took the lead going into the transmission portal. The triple halo hanging behind his head was like a crown made of gold. Suddenly, it condensed into solidity and glittered with a brilliant light. This was proof of his legendary status. For the supreme glory. Strange bowed his head in silence and then walked into another portal. In the barren land, large and shocking cracks appeared, like terrible scars. The blazing heat evaporated the moisture in the combatants' bodies, baking their skin. The pungent smell of sulfur, like a mass of rising yellow smoke, permeated everywhere. This is hell. As soon as Strange entered the venue, he summoned Superman to escort him. Afterward, perhaps it was a psychological effect. His throat felt itchy and thirsty. His skin became dry, and his surge of magic power became chaotic. Hell, the Sorcerer Supreme put the second match in hell. Hearing Luke's answer, Strange was surprised and subconsciously gripped the metal-headed mace in his hand. He seemed worried that somewhere a couple of fierce demons would jump out and tear himself to pieces. That's right. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the lower levels of hell. Luke raised his head and looked at the sky. The thick crimson clouds covered everything, shrouded everything, and cast a huge shadow. On the distant horizon, there were endless black mountains, as if they were huge monsters crawling on the ground. The grass, trees, rocks, and even the reptile creatures that occasionally passed by, were like fuzzy smoke, constantly twisting and changing. All in all, this was a desolate wasteland full of weirdness. Lower level of hell. Strange finally reacted. He was at least a walking encyclopedia and had little understanding of each dimension. Hell and heaven are the two most perfect and unshakable of all dimensions. The former was even more hostile to Kamar-Taj and the three sanctums. The place where the lords of hell and leaders release the souls of sinners. Strange whispered. The serious face showed a touch of solemnity. Hell was a broad concept. Not a single dimension, but a vast space formed by overlapping many worlds. For example, Limbo, ruled by magic, was the part closest to the material world. The so-called lower level was the farthest place from reality in hell. The souls that had fallen and exiled here would never be freed. Then we should be careful. Strange wore heavy armor with covered up neat hands and feet, seriously protecting himself. His entire body was covered with protection forged by special craftsmen from the New York Sanctum. All of them are made of high magic resistance materials, which were combined with special techniques to engrave rune circuits. Even if he stood still and let a high-ranking mage bombard him, they wouldn't be able to break the defense for a while. I've read that the lower level of hell is very dangerous. It's where the souls of the sinners have been wandering for a long time and can't be freed. Strange transformed into a mobile fortress clad in heavy armor and holding a shield. There were no other defects except that his speed decreased a bit. They have long lost their living memory, killing and devouring each other without reason and gradually merging into a new soul. Strange's voice was low, not wanting to think too much about the cruelty of it. Then, the new souls would continue to repeat this process. Luke picked his eyebrows, interrupted his explanation, and whispered, "Someone's coming." An unsolicited, prey. 305, Chapter 302 Reloading Master, 5 Cost Unit. It feels good to be back in hell. A pale, handsome young man opened his hands and spoke as if he was intoxicated. He took a deep breath, like a heavy smog lover, showing a satisfied look. His black windbreaker wafted and rippled. For other combatants, the barren and harsh living environment in the lower level of hell was simply unbearable. In his eyes, however, it was so common that he seemed to be used to it. Like coming back home. Those horrible evil spirits that wandered around this place in hordes, full of fierce and evil aura. Those scorching and unpleasant sulfur fumes could make your throat itchy. That chaotic magic that was full of impurities and difficult to absorb. It was as if there was no effect on him but rather a pleasant one. Hell! I think this will be an enjoyable hunt. The handsome young man walked forward. Those reptilian creatures hiding in the shadows in the corners cowered, trembled and seemed to be afraid. This uninvited guest didn't look like a weak soul who was brutally exiled and fell here. The opponent exuded a natural pressure, like a predator occupying a high position on the food chain. The familiar atmosphere made people retreat and be too afraid to provoke him. Son of the Lord of Hell, what was he doing here? After struggling with each other, the powerful evil spirits speculated. When they were weak, they were wild beasts that had lost their minds. But after eating one weaker soul after another and absorbing those complicated memories, they became more cunning. There is, prey ahead. Before the handsome young man could lament, the token he held began to heat up. According to the competition rules, both sides would issue warnings whenever they were close to competing participants. They could choose to fight. They could also choose to run away. No matter who he is, he's very unlucky because he met me. The handsome young man lifted his feet off the ground, and the corners of his black windbreaker billowed. Behind him, a pair of dark wings grew. Originally, he had pale skin that almost seemed like he had never been exposed to the sun. It was now somewhat transparent. His dark veins were strewn all over him, making it especially gruesome. Whoosh! Every time he flapped his wings, the handsome young man's figure flashed and appeared at a great distance. Before long, he found the target. No vigilance at all. Flying in mid-air, with the help of overcast clouds as a cover, the handsome young man hid. He stared at the heavy figure below, somewhat speechless. What's that guy doing? What came into sight was a black spot. Looking down with his superb eyesight, the guy looked like a large steel can. Did Iron Man also come to the battle? But Tony Stark wouldn't wear this kind of heavy armor, would he? A series of question marks popped up from his head. Stephen Strange, a master. It took a long time for the handsome young man to determine the identity of the other party. Although he knew his competitors well, he still needed to think and remember them for a long time. He couldn't help it. The one called Strange was too plain. Strange's performance in the first entry match wasn't impressive. It was more like relying on tricks to muddle through. On the contrary, Thor and Loki, the brother-sister combination beauty macho man, gained popularity and became popular contenders. How long has it been since I tasted the soul of a master from Kamar-Taj? A wicked brilliance flashed in the eyes of the handsome young man, like a hungry person seeing a lot of food. The black devil's wings shook violently and rushed down. Whoosh! The sound of the wind billowing rang out. A palm covered with hard scales, as if cast in black iron, clenched towards Strange's solid heavy armor. The handsome young man was very confident. After turning half-demon, his skin was enough to resist armor-piercing bullets, and his strength could penetrate steel. Bang! Crack! Fuck! The smile on the handsome young man's face didn't last long, then solidified. Then, it turned into a twisted and ferocious expression of severe pain. His muscles swelled up, and the strong arm that was covered with scales felt like it hit an indestructible iron wall. Bending into a startling arc, the white bones were exposed, and dark brown blood flowed out as if it were oil, sticky and burning. It dripped on the ground, emitting a sizzling sound and a bit of smoke. What happened? Strange backed up repeatedly and almost fell. Without even realizing the danger, he was directly hit by a deadly attack. Blackheart. Through the crack on his steel helmet, Strange saw the handsome young man and couldn't help but step back. That's right. The guy that attacked him. It was the son of the Lord of Hell, and he was also the most popular contender for the Sorcerer Supreme seat. Blackheart. I'm too unlucky. Strange said with a headache. The most underappreciated ignored contender met the most popular one. It was like an unknown soccer player going head-to-head with Zidane or Messi head-on. Except for a one-sided crushing defeat at the end, no one could imagine another possibility. He wondered, could Superman be trusted? This poor guy. How interesting. The strongest meets the weakest. Do we still need to think about it? Kamar-Taj's hapless master, how can someone bet on him to win all 3 matches? I'm afraid they would even lose their underwear. There were many discussions in the bar with no doors. Those who watched the live broadcast were looking forward to a cruel beating with no suspense. Blackheart, Prince of Hell, descendants of the old devil Mephisto. For a guy like him, there was no mercy or weakness in his heart. Just like a cat playing with a mouse, to torture the enemy, play with the opponent, and finally, take their body and soul away. This was what the devil should do. In addition, Kamar-Taj didn't stipulate that they couldn't kill their opponent. Therefore, most people believe that with the devil's bad taste, he would never let go of the opportunity to humiliate the 3 sanctums and anger the Sorcerer Supreme. Execute and kill a masters of the mystic arts in front of them. Mephisto would be happy to see this kind of scene. Yes. It would be even more interesting if they could draw out the old devil and the Sorcerer Supreme. The guests in the bar with no doors were all a bunch of people who liked to eat popcorn, and they always held the idea of watching the fun and were unafraid of big events. They couldn't wait for Kamar-Taj to fight with Hell, the more intense, the better. Provided, of course, that it didn't affect their own safety. I'm not going to lose all my money and drown myself in the sea to pay off my debts, am I? Rocket sitting at the table was a little worried. He stared at the live broadcast. His head was full of terrible scenes where the Grandmaster caught him and kept him as a pet in Sakaar. That's not right. Where's Luke? This should be his chance to come out. According to Earth's chess game, Strange was just a cheap pawn. In addition to increasing the number of stumbles, he wasn't much use. Superman was different. He was a glittering 5-cost unit chess piece, which could change the situation on the battlefield. Tell me, aren't you a master? Blackheart asked expressionlessly as he set back his own bones. He hadn't seen any master who would put such strong and incredibly heavy armor on themselves. Not only were spell circuits engraved on it, but they also added magic resistance and immunity to physical damage. Rebound attacks on hell creatures also had a critical strike effect. Where's your wand? Why are you carrying a shield? Where is your robe? Why wear heavy armor? Blackheart questioned with anger. If it were other masters, they would have already died under his surprise attack. Strange's body didn't match as someone who would use magic resistance equipment. He was at a loss for a moment. There's no rule saying that masters can't wear armor, right? Strange said in a loud voice. He held the shield with both hands to guard against the fierce attack that might come at any time. Moreover, it has just been proven to work. When Strange answered, he didn't forget to ridicule. When it came to annoying people to death, he was on par with Tony Stark. Is it? Sure enough, Blackheart felt offended. The black windbreaker fluttered, and a gloomy cold atmosphere lingered around his body. Master Strange, then I'll show you. You'll only get yourself killed if you stay inside that shell like a turtle. Binge. Weekly mass release. Every 300 power stones equals 1 extra chapter tomorrow. 306, chapter 303. What is a real master? Backwards tactics. Among the many Sorcerer Supreme contenders, Blackheart was the most popular and ranked first. This wasn't a false conclusion drawn out of thin air, but accurate data obtained by comprehensive consideration of the market forecast and winning rate evaluation released by the Grandmaster. The latter was a well-known member of the Elders of the Universe, who was extremely addicted to gambling. He had a sharp eye in this respect and rarely made mistakes. Blackheart has a strong card, and with his identity as the Prince of Hell, this is a safe bet. I wonder what kind of card Mephisto gave him. If a demon becomes the Sorcerer Supreme, it would turn Kamar-Taj into a joke. The Vishanti's decision is unquestionable. Haha, I'm really looking forward to the results. Less than half an hour after the start of the second match, a collision broke out, which completely aroused the appetite of the audience. A popular contender, against an unpopular newcomer. This was such a traffic bringer. At this moment, there was only one thought in the hearts of the many spectators. Fight! 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 Rocket stared at the live broadcast, wondering if the young demon who looked like Gigolo could stand a punch from Superman. But he had seen how Luke had punched Thanos, who was wearing the Infinity Gauntlet, to the ground. And he had done that repeatedly. At that time, it looked like with one punch, the guy would instantly be pulverized. Whoosh! In the lower level of hell, Blackheart, who was standing on the barren land, opened his hands. The gale of white lingered around his body, merging into a translucent illusory form. A man wearing a fur coat and looking like a kidney-deficient man appeared behind Blackheart like a stand-in summons. Air Demon, Abagor. Doesn't this guy feel hot? Strange saw the wind demon that emerged along with the whistling wind and couldn't help but feel a little impressed. Being able to wear a fur coat in hell, this hot and dry environment, this was really a tough guy. Crimson Bands of Sidorak. Seeing Blackheart call for a helper, Strange didn't add any more nonsense. With a strong shield in one hand, his other hand threw out several scarlet chains. Whoosh! The dense light invaded the space, directly dispelling the shape of the air demon, but did not cause substantial harm. Foolish master, the air will not be caught. The air demon wildly laughed. His translucent body rotated at high speed, wildly rolling up a large area of sand and dust. In an instant, a terrible dragon rolled up from the ground. As if the earth had been shaken, a loud noise rumbled. The natural disaster-like terror almost took people's breath away. By the wondrous winds of Watum. As a walking encyclopedia, Strange cast spells with one hand and responded quickly. Surging magic, forming a sharp cone, suddenly burst open. It directly broke up and collapsed Abagor's giant dragon coils. This was a high-level spell, specially designed for severe weather disasters. The wind is a stream of air and can be disintegrated. Strange calmly said. Although he was very young, and hadn't been in Kamar-Taj long enough. But in terms of combat response, there were always some whimsical ideas. However, the fact that the first attack from Abagor was blocked didn't mean that Strange had won. At his feet, the floating dust and gravel quickly condensed into a bald man. Earth Demon, Gressel. Unexpectedly, the bald man hit Strange's steel armor with a punch. Bang! The latter, like a cannonball, was hit off guard and flew out. Blackheart, let me squash this tin can. The Earth Demon said in a gruff voice. Don't worry, play with him for a while. Blackheart waved his hand and gave an elegant smile. Beside him, a dripping wet long-haired man appeared at some point. Water Demon, Wallow. These were all of Blackheart's contractors, the three demons of hell. Each guy had the characteristics and power of a single element. The Wind Demon could control airflow and protect against physical damage. The Earth Demon had immense power and had the ability to grow bigger at any time. The Water Demon was so elusive that he had an immortal body. Being able to control these three demons, Blackheart thought that those masters weren't his opponents. I want to taste this master's fear first and then eat his soul while appreciating the despair on his face. The corners of Blackheart's mouth grinned, revealing hideous sharp teeth. His true face was hidden under this young skin. By the way, Master Strange, where's your contractor? He didn't leave you and ran away, right? Blackheart didn't rush and walked slowly to the other party. The magic resistance armor was smashed by the Earth Demon, leaving a shallow mark. The strong force shook the guy inside to the core. He lifted his foot and stepped on Strange, who hadn't stood up yet, but he heard a voice from above his head. Are you looking for me? Blackheart subconsciously looked up and saw the tall and straight figure with his arms across his chest. Stephen, as I said, when you can win easily, don't think about trying to do it on your own. Luke looked down at the young devil and smiled gently, if you had let me do it earlier, you wouldn't have to be trampled by these guys. When he sensed that a combatant was approaching, Strange urged him and wanted to deal with it himself. Perhaps, the victory of the first match and the thinning hair gave him great confidence. Therefore, Luke stayed quiet and witnessed the scene of the latter being beaten. It's 2-1. Strange was indignant. He had the confidence to fight any demon for a while. Who knew these demons didn't have a shred of decency? Two came at him at once, and they also used sneak attacks. You think it's a fair fight between cowboys in the West, each taking 10 steps and shooting at each other? There are no such rules between masters and demons. Luke scoffed unabashedly. It was time for him to teach Strange a lesson. If demons had moral integrity, would they still be demons? This meant that this new master, who hadn't graduated from Kamar-Taj yet, didn't clearly understand the cruelty in the magical world. Then you look at what it means to be a true master of the mystic arts. Luke slammed to the ground and lifted up a circle of dust. Then, his eyes were fixed on the bald man. That was the Earth Demon, Gressel. You punched him. I'll have to return the favor. Luke said lightly. Immediately after, under Blackheart's shocked gaze, he clenched his right hand into a fist and swung it straight out. The terrifying force was like a solid cannonball, sending out a wave of air. Time seemed to slow down. In the eyes of the bald man, Luke's movement was like a frame of stop-motion animation. He could clearly see it, but he couldn't dodge it, as if his mind stagnated. Boom! The bald man was smashed to pieces before he could feel the huge momentum, like a landslide in a tsunami. Fists can't kill me. A flash of fear rose in the earth demon's heart, but it was quickly suppressed. As long as he was on the ground and was surrounded by dirt and dust, he wouldn't completely die. This was the characteristic of a half-elemental demon. But not waiting for the bald man to finish, his body turned into gravel and was continuously crushed into powder by the violent force. Visible to the naked eye, they became smaller and smaller. Have mercy! A demon who felt death approaching cried out from his heart. Sorry, not for you. Luke, who had no feelings, shook his head to refuse. Boom! Boom! In the endless vibration, the existence of the demon was instantly erased. Combined with the surrounding large areas of land, as well as the black mountains stretching behind them. They all disappeared and vanished, leaving only a straight and huge tunnel. This is a master. Hiding in armor, Strange's throat rolled. The fist of a high-ranking master, was that terrifying? 307, Chapter 304 Killing Game, Quick Pass. I hope he's okay. Well, he's already gone. This one punch was terrible. Motherfucker. Punching him right through the lower level of hell. The guests in the bar with no doors, looking at the constantly changing live broadcast, all looked dull. Such a shock. They couldn't believe it. It was as if there was an undetectable camera, tracing the aftermath of that punch. The spectators who followed the second match, through slow motion, saw the fists throw out a large cloud of dirt, crushing the target into tiny matter. Then, the raging air billowed, like an invincible huge cannonball, abruptly cut the black mountain behind it. The hard rock was like a crisp biscuit, breaking off at a touch and easily tore out of a huge tunnel. The volcano was flattened, the forest was penetrated, and a group of hapless evil spirits vanished. The momentum continued, sweeping all the way through. Until it pierced the space of the lower level of hell and blasted into the black chasm. Any obstacles standing in front of it were crushed. It was hard to imagine that this was the damage caused by a single punch. Inhuman. A cosmic being. The bar was full of conjectures about Luke's identity. He was a fresh face. They had never noticed him before. In the Stars forum, there was only a casual description, a high-ranking master in the introduction of Stephen Strange's identity. If he's a master, I would eat this table. A gambler who lost his bet angrily said so. He had never seen such a violent master. If someone could kill a demon with their fist, why would they need a wand? The Sorcerer Supreme didn't rely on a pair of iron fists to sweep hell and drive out the darkness. Strange is a lucky guy, directly becoming a big popular contender, and rushed to the 4th position on the popularity list. Rocket's eyes narrowed, laughing so hard. His wave of bets reaped rich rewards. He really took a chance and won. Unsurprisingly, as soon as Superman made a move, his strength shocked the 4. Earth demon Gressel wasn't a strong enemy. He could only be said to be a bit troublesome. The semi-elemental characteristics made it difficult for him to be completely killed by conventional means. Generally speaking, a master would seal them up or imprison them somewhere. Superman not only wiped out his existence but also used a rough and visually effective way. Audiences loved this kind of thing. Unexpected surprises and the sudden appearance of the Dark Horse would make the show more enjoyable. Except for the gambling addicts, they just wanted to win. No one really thinks that Blackheart would lose to a little master, right? No way, no way. Rocket held a computer and posted in the forum and saw this weird post. Idiot. You're just angry because you lost a bet. Rocket also had some ability in this area, annoying people with his words. While he was busy with people online, the first collision in hell was still going on. Let's go together. Don't be afraid. He's only one person. When Blackheart saw that his minion was punched and killed, he couldn't help but panic. However, he was still the Prince of Hell and had seen some big scenes, so he quickly told the water and wind demons to take over. Before that, such a high-profile appearance attracted the attention of the audience. If he ran away now, Mephisto would be furious. His father was very concerned about dignity. Especially in front of his old adversary, the Sorcerer Supreme. People who could anger the Ancient One and provoke the Temple of the Three would be praised by Mephisto. Running away, he would turn into a joke and also incur severe punishment. Between demons, there was no such thing as fatherly love or filial piety. For example, Blackheart couldn't wait for Mephisto to retire sooner, so he could quickly get to the top. The latter was also always on guard against his group of heirs. How do we fight him? The Wind Demon showed a reluctant expression. He turned into a gale and prepared to run away. Mephisto entrusted him to do his best to help Blackheart win the battle for supremacy. But he had no intention of dying. This wasn't how the demon did things. I don't have much combat power here. The water demon also retreated. Hell was extremely hot, just like being in a furnace. For a demon who depended on water, it meant that he went to the battlefield with nothing. You. Blackheart was furious. Although demons were synonymous with cunning and shamelessness, they had nothing to do with honesty, courage, and trustworthiness. But this young devil didn't expect his minions would thoroughly follow those traits. No one is running away. Luke's eyes swept the audience. His sharp eyes were like swords, which made people's hearts feel cold. I'll start with you. He inhaled gently, his terrifying lung capacity tugging at the airflow as if it were a ventilator on full power. The wind demon, who was the first to run away, only felt he was moving backward involuntarily as if he was sucked into a whirlpool. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't escape. Luke was like a bottomless pit, and the wind demon was sucked in after only holding on for less than a minute. Help! Before he died, he also called for help from his partner, but unfortunately, there was no response. Tisk! Tisk! Luke smacked his lips twice, seemingly not satisfied with the taste of the wind demon. The demon, both his form and soul, were swallowed together. This scene frightened Blackheart, who was barely calm. He began to wonder who the real devil was. Eating a demon raw? Was this still human? Forget it, forget it. I can't afford it. Dignity was important, but life was more important. Blackheart retreated. Black wings grew behind his back. It shook violently as he flashed away. Only the water demon, who hadn't reacted yet, saw the situation and tried to slip away. But... where are you going? Luke exhaled, and a wave of searing heat came steaming up and rolled down. The stellar energy in his body slowly flowed, releasing an extremely frightening heat. He was like a walking volcano, pouring heat over the poor, weak, and helpless water demon. Let me go. Without waiting for the water demon to beg for mercy, his whole body was directly vaporized and turned into a wisp of smoke. Stephen, you stay here. I'll be right back. Luke didn't pay attention to the so-called three demons of earth, wind, and water. If Mephisto could call the former fire demon and Ghost Rider, that would be more interesting. As for the other guys, they were too weak. Boom. The ground trembled. That tall and straight figure rose into the sky, tearing the atmosphere in a few seconds and sending out several sonic booms. Blackheart flew with his wings. His worried heart hadn't calmed down yet. An amazing blast was heard in his ear, and then a forceful palm was pressed on his head. The sound and the figure arrived almost at the same time. Blackheart was lifted without any resistance, and his dark wings flapped wildly. Thick flames suddenly appeared. Hellfire that burns the souls of sinners. Mephisto even gave you this thing? He didn't give you the spirit of vengeance, which is the most powerful weapon in the hands of the old devil. Luke chuckled, stretched out his hand, and directly tore off the wings. The clouds of flames as thick as black oil couldn't touch him. They aren't enough to judge an Alfather. Rib. The wings were reduced to ashes and dispersed with the wind. The screaming Blackheart finally showed his true face. The handsome looks turned into rotten flesh and blood. His teeth were ferocious, his aura violent. His body rapidly swelled, his skin turned reddish, and hard scales quickly covered his body. The curved horns were like iron, and the hooves on his feet were curved like bows. In an instant, Blackheart turned into a demon. He broke free from Luke's grasp, and with a roar, his eyes were filled with tyrannical killing intent. I'm going to show you what true cruelty is. With a fist as big as a millstone, he hit Luke, who was standing in the air. The latter didn't dodge or evade and stretched out his hand to receive it. Is this it? Luke shook his head, seemingly a little disappointed. He didn't even shake in the slightest. In turn, he threw Blackheart down and slammed him into the crater. Boom! Smoke billowed. A devil will never be afraid of fire. Blackheart quickly climbed out of the hot magma. But as soon as he finished this sentence, he felt terrible pressure. In midair, Luke was expressionless. Heat condensed in his eyes, and he looked down. The light of destruction filled Blackheart's vision. Boom! Boom boom boom! Terrifying energy was released and blasted into the crater, creating a volcano erupting with an even more violent sound. Lower hell seemed to have shaken a little. Those fierce evil spirits seemed to sense the danger. Trembling and shrinking in the shadows, Luke watched as a huge mushroom cloud rose up. When the smoke cleared, the huge volcano disappeared, leaving only a huge crater that made people's hearts palpitate. On to the next one. Seeing Blackheart was bombarded to death, he nodded in satisfaction and quickly left. This was a quick pass through the levels. Where did Superman go? Strange, who stayed in place, waited for 20 minutes. Suddenly, the token in his hand slightly heated up and expanded into a transmission portal. The match is over. He was absolutely shocked. 6 participants were eliminated. This was way too fast. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/bingetranslations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 308, Chapter 305 San Venganza, Final Match. For the guests in the bar with no doors, This was probably the most boring match they had ever seen. In the beginning, Blackheart met Strange, and the Prince of Hell confronted the Master from Kamar-Taj, bringing his own gimmick. The effect of the show was undoubtedly exciting. But later, Luke appeared on stage and made a bold move. First, he wiped out the 3 demons with one punch, and then he blasted Blackheart, the most popular player in the battle, to bits. If this was the end, those who watched the live broadcast wouldn't have any opinions. The unexpected reversal was exactly what they were happy to see. But the subsequent development was a little worse. The live broadcast closely followed Luke, and everyone watched him fly with all his might, hovering in the sky like a supersonic fighter, looking for enemies. Whenever he found an unlucky person, he would ask if the opponent was willing to abstain and withdraw from the match. Anyone who was rude and tried to resist would be blown away with a merciless punch. Killed on the spot, even their ashes were disposed of. The scene was extremely violent and bloody. It didn't matter if they were burnt to bits. However, the most outrageous thing was that Luke would read a eulogy used by priests at a funeral afterward. Not letting the souls of the dead fall into hell, unable to break free. This thoughtful superficial funeral, like a one-stop service, really stopped other people from complaining. This kind of process might still be interesting for the audience to watch at the beginning. But repeating the same thing over and over, gradually, they felt dull. On average, Luke took care of one combatant every 3 minutes. This efficiency was amazing. The fierce battle royal match was turned into a quick pass tutorial level. It could be described as boring and dull. So, that's it. The man who said he would eat the table. Yes, I don't feel like watching the match anymore. I want to see a man eating a table show. The guests in the bar had lost interest in the live broadcast. They ordered more wine and booed the unlucky guy into eating the table. Be quiet. The third match is starting. Rocket hugged his computer, jumped onto the bar, and spoke with discontent. These stupid earthlings just knew how to shout. It was really hard to imagine that they belonged to the same species as Superman. Shut your mouths. Witness the birth of a sorcerer supreme. Monaco was indifferent to his customers, but he was someone who liked small furry animals. Come on, have some. He pulled out a crunchy carrot from somewhere, shaking it and teasing Rocket like a rabbit. Stay away from me, you old bastard. I'll jump up and smash your kneecaps. Rocket Raccoon, who could curse like a pirate, immediately spat out. The way people treated pets naturally wouldn't work on him. What's more, he's not a rabbit. Why would he eat carrots? Why is the third match starting now? No intermission. Nonsense. The second match didn't last for an hour and a half, from the beginning to the end. It must be temporary overtime. Strange, who was in the live broadcast, slowly walked out of the transmission portal formed by the expansion of the token. However, he found that he didn't return to the real world but arrived at a strange place. Where is this? He looked puzzled. Looking through his seam helmet, he looked at the surrounding environment. The land was flat as far as the eye could see, with tufts of weeds underfoot. Desolate, empty. This was Strange's first impression. The space isn't stable. It feels like a different dimension existing in the gap of other dimensions. Luke, who appeared, whispered. What came into view was a small, gloomy town. In his perception, the world was crumbling like a candle that was about to go out. This is San Venganza, a place that has long been forgotten. An old cowboy on a horse answered. He appeared like a timely NPC and answered Strange's question. Welcome to San Venganza. With his face full of vicissitudes, the old man took off his cowboy hat and gestured slightly. Luke's eyes moved slightly. He seemed to have some impression of this small town, San Venganza. I'm Carter Slade. The old cowboy then introduced himself. Hearing this name, Luke raised his eyebrows, seemingly suspecting something. Carter Slade was Mephisto's first Ghost Rider. With the addition of the town of San Venganza, things seemed to get more interesting. While he was thinking about the third match, transmission portals expanded one by one and appeared on the desolate land. Coming out of them, the 7 fighters who had passed the match, including Strange, were exactly 8 candidates. What happened? The match was over before I met my first opponent. Thor saw an acquaintance and rushed over excitedly. He was carrying his Stormbreaker with regret in his eyes. Before a great battle started, they already passed. Someone ended the match. Magic was carrying a large sword as tall as a person and looked at Luke with ambiguous eyes. Between these two people, it could be said that they knew each other's depth after a lengthy and intimate exchange. He eliminated 6 participants, so we had to go straight to the next match. The Queen of Limbo was also a popular contestant in the battle, and her words carried a lot of weight. The other candidates couldn't help but reveal their shocked expressions. Looking at Strange and Luke, there was a faint vigilance in their eyes. It looks like we're going to be targeted. Luke felt the change in the atmosphere and lightly said so. He was eager for the remaining candidates to rush towards him and give him a chance to end the competition all at once. With just a bit of thinking, he knew the theme of the third match was definitely different from the previous one. The Vishanti wouldn't let an overpowered participant pass the 3 tests with ease. Those dimensional demon gods like to make simple things complicated. Save. Holding the token, Strange lowered his voice and said, "We have to save this town. This is the final test." Luke was slightly surprised and grimaced, "If that's what it is, I probably won't be of much help." He was only good at physical aspects and had no say in saving other people's souls. That was the daily routine of Superman next door and Captain America. Luke was more used to erasing the existence of others and solving the problem once and for all than to convert them and give them a purpose in life. It was easier and time-saving. All the people in town sold their souls to Mephisto. Strange, like a player who received a quest, explained the details. "What we need to do is to bring those people back to the right path so that they can rest in peace." The rest of the candidates were also given the same quest, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. If it was a test of individual strength like the last match, they probably wouldn't have been a match for Superman, even if they did it together. Haha, saving a small town, a novel experience. The black-braided Dr. Voodoo walked towards the small town of San Venganza. He seemed to have an idea and couldn't wait to implement it. Mordo gave Caecilius a fierce stare before following suit. The latter sneered and walked in another direction. Loki kicked Thor. With her hands behind her back, she kicked the weeds with her restless toes. "Go." She gave Luke a thoughtful look and left. "See you in town." Thor scratched his head and followed Loki's footsteps. Seeing the competitors enter the arena, Strange laboriously took off the magic resistance heavy armor and gasped, "What should we do?" In the second game, he didn't use his enchanted AK-47 beast, which was a pity for him. Let's see first. What have the residents of the town who sold their souls to the devil had fallen into? Intuition told Luke that this match wouldn't be easy. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 309, Chapter 306 In the Small Town, Day 1. San Venganza used to be a wonderful place with simple folk customs and great people. Although it hadn't yet reached the level where people left their belongings outside and didn't lock their doors at night. However, under the joint management of the sheriff and the mayor, there had been no criminal incidents such as theft and feuds for several years. It could be predicted that if we were to select the most civilized towns in the West, San Venganza would surely win the first prize. However, fate often liked to mess with people when they were caught off guard. One day, the old devil stepped into San Venganza. He deceived the mayor and bewitched the sheriff. Aroused the greed of the townspeople and amplified their inner selfishness. Finally, through a carefully planned plot, he led everyone to the path of depravity and to abandon the god they believed in. 3,000 fallen souls were sealed in a contract. Carter Slade, who was leading a horse, spoke in a deep voice. Later, Mephisto ordered me to retrieve the contract for him and open the door to hell. I ran away and went into hiding until the Sorcerer Supreme found me. Carter Slade was a young Texas Ranger. He was arrested and imprisoned because of his own greed. In order to gain freedom, he sold his soul to Mephisto and became the Ghost Rider chosen by the other party. What about the contract? Strange walked into town and kept looking around. Everything didn't seem as bad as Carter Slade said. The town's residents didn't react too aggressively, except for curious looks at the outsiders. They all looked so peaceful, not looking like they needed to be saved. Mephisto still has it. The old cowboy said regretfully. But he didn't open the door between earth and hell. The Sorcerer Supreme stopped the old devil's plan. But in the small town of San Venganza, 3,000 souls of the fallen will forever be enslaved by him and will never be freed. They were tainted with sin, turned their backs on God, couldn't go to heaven, and couldn't escape from Mephisto's control. Carter Slade suddenly stopped and looked at this seemingly normal, quiet town and shook his head. What you see now is just a projection of the chasm of hell. The real town of San Venganza has long been ruined and forgotten. Hearing about that past, Strange's heart was a little heavy. Then how can I save them? He asked subconsciously. I can't give you the answer. This is the Vishanti's test for you. Carter Slade shrugged, hoping that someone would give the residents of San Venganza a clean slate. The 3,000 souls that suffered hadn't been able to rest in peace. You can move freely in this small town. Carter Slade left these words and rode away. He was just the guide and bystander in this match. You're on your own, Stephen. Luke patted Strange on the shoulder, indicating that the match was up to him. Compared with the previous 2 matches, with a definite goal, the final test was obviously much more difficult. The Vishanti hadn't promulgated any rules but only delineated a vague scope. The rest depended on the combatants themselves to explore and discover. By the way, a friendly suggestion. If you can't figure out what to do, you might as well look at the other competitors. Luke was going to find a random hotel and relax. He had no intentions of ignoring Strange and let him fight on his own. It's just that there was too little information, and he needed to observe some more. Competitors. Strange pondered. What would Mordo and Caecilius, the former seniors, do in the face of the difficult task given by the Vishanti? As night fell, the combatants who had settled in their respective places hadn't made any moves. They found that the atmosphere in the small town of San Venganza had greatly changed. During the day, the warm-hearted residents, the talkative sheriff, the tavern owner who would answer all their questions, all seemed to change. They stared at the strangers who broke into town with hostile and hateful eyes. It doesn't feel good. Thor frowned. He walked outside the hotel with Loki, and a group of bad-looking strong men slowly gathered around him. Originally, 2 or 3 people were hanging around far behind, but more and more people joined along the way. You, go away. She can stay. The leader, with a pair of eyes looking straight at Loki, completely ignored Thor. Harassing my sister. Thor couldn't bear it. He would rather accept others flirting with him than forgive these gangsters for thinking about his sister. This was the bottom line of a sis-con. It must not be violated. You should be taught a lesson. Thor rolled up his sleeves and swung his fist. Asgardian's strong physique, facing the San Venganza's gangsters, was simply a crushing situation. He broke into the tight encirclement alone and then beat the crap out of these short-sighted guys. However, the storm didn't stop there. The brawl attracted more attention. The men from the small town joined in one by one. It was like some kind of a fun game that attracted them. Soon, the situation got out of control. Thor was alone, facing hundreds of people. Fists, iron bars, pitchforks. All kinds of things were aimed at him. Although it was painless for him, it was irritating. Bang! A gunshot. A revolver's bullet hit Thor's chest. This didn't cause him any substantial harm. But the sound of gunfire echoing under the night sky was like opening some kind of gate, releasing the tyrannical, murderous desire of the residents of San Venganza. Loki. Thor saw more people gathered around, and with a fierce glint in his eyes, he directly extended his right hand. The atmosphere exploded. Lightning lingered around the stormbreaker that rotated at high speed, sweeping away the townspeople as if it was mowing grass. Is this the true side of San Venganza, the people that sold their souls to the devil? Luke, who was watching the scene, seemed to have guessed something. The next day, early morning. When the sun was shining on San Venganza, the town seemed to come to life. They aren't dead. Throughout the night, Thor, who felt guilty of killing so many townspeople, was dumbfounded to see the men who had clashed with him in the morning. They didn't have the brutality and fierceness of last night. They were all smiling and greeting each other warmly. As if nothing had happened. I see. The residents of this town sold their souls to the devil, which is why they behave so horribly at night. After last night's encounter, Loki's eyes flashed with relief. She nodded softly and said, they lost their souls and died long ago. They are people that don't actually exist. Even if you slaughter the whole town, these people will be restored the moment the sun rises. Day and night are equivalent to the past and present of San Venganza, 2 sides of the same coin. Thor scratched his head. In his opinion, what Loki said was too complicated to understand. You don't have to understand. Just do as I say. Loki would never expect her stupid older brother to use that barren intellect of his. Her pretty eyes rolled around, and she whispered, let's go look for the mayor first. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 310, Chapter 307 Deceitful Women, Religious Leaders, and the Light of the Righteous, I. It had been 2 weeks since 8 candidates for the Sorcerer Supreme battle came to the town of San Venganza. Each of them began to act and began to implement what they thought was salvation. Loki, the princess of Asgard, the goddess of mischief, took her silly brother and looked for the mayor first. What? Gold is buried under the ground in San Venganza. The mayor met the 2 strangers in the office and then got surprising news. That's right. Loki lifted the thick glasses on the bridge of her nose and spoke solemnly. She changed her dress, wearing a small black lace hat and a pair of long riding boots under her feet. The half-high collar white shirt and suit trousers made her look particularly capable and gallant. Of course, it was also in line with the image of a female scholar she designed. We are geologists of the Royal College of England. After careful investigation and repeated confirmation, we believe that there are large gold deposits buried under the ground. Seeing the doubt on the mayor's face, Loki took out a stack of drawings from the satchel hanging around her waist, depicting the terrain and landforms near the town. If someone wanted to win people's trust, they had to act like a professional. Loki thought that her impersonation was perfect. The mayor's mistrust must have originated from Thor. He was more like a bodyguard than a geologist. Mr. Mayor, you see. Here and here, the undiscovered gold mine is buried here. Loki pointed to 2 places and spoke in a low voice. I have explored the rock composition around here and verified the age. It can be initially determined that a gold-rich deposit lies beneath Sanveng-onsa. She talked excitedly as her hands danced. Expectations in her eyes and excited tone. This was superb acting. Thor, who was standing on the sidelines, began to wonder if there really was a gold mine, waiting for the townspeople to find it. Then what do you want to do? Without a doubt, the mayor was moved. Indeed, a gold rush broke out in the western region, attracting an endless stream of newcomers for nearly a century. With the dream of making money, they traveled long distances by train to this desolate land. At that time, everyone said that gold was everywhere in the west. They were exposed in the riverbed and only required simple digging to find the large, magnificent nuggets of gold. However, in fact, not many people in the mighty Gold Rush Brigade made a fortune by this. Those who really earned the first pot of gold were actually businessmen who provided services for the gold diggers. We can provide professional advice, mining methods and some machinery and equipment. Loki acted shrewdly and made a condition, but I need a lot of workers for the excavation work. That's not a problem. However, how should the salary be settled? The mayor touched his beard. He already believed these 2 outsiders in front of him. Although the gold rush in the western region had long passed, people's longing for gold and their desire to get rich overnight had never cooled down. If it was true that there was an undiscovered gold mine waiting to be mined beneath the town of Sanveng-onsa, well, that was good news for everyone. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Loki smiled as if she had already thought about it. The reason why I looked for you, Mr. Mayor, I hope you will be inclined to cooperate in this area. I have to buy mining equipment and hire a team of professionals, which will inevitably cost a lot of money. The mayor frowned slightly. He understood Loki's meaning and asked hesitantly, you mean, I should be responsible for the workers' compensation? That's right. This will be considered as a share. For every ounce of gold mined in the future, 1/3 of it will be yours, Mr. Mayor. Loki said leisurely. The mayor hesitated, thought it over and over for a while, and finally nodded vigorously. People in the west couldn't resist the temptation of gold. Sanveng-onsa has no gold. Leaving the mayor's office, Thor scratched his head and said so. He didn't know why Loki bothered to weave a lie. Would it help her pass the test? I know. But people yearn for gold. Loki put her hands behind her back, and her mouth slightly tilted. The townspeople of Sanveng-onsa sold their souls to the devil and became degenerates. Therefore, every night, the desire for violence, greed and killing will prompt everyone to commit evil acts like beasts. The test set by the Vishanti is salvation. But what is salvation? Let them be redeemed and ascend to heaven. That's impossible. The fallen man who turns his back on God cannot be forgiven. A lot of wealth, a good life, a bright future. These are the things people yearn for. If I give the people of Sanveng-onsa a goal and give them something to fantasize about, is it not a kind of salvation? The princess of Asgard smiled slyly. The day and night of Sanveng-onsa are 2 sides of the same coin. She thought that as long as the townspeople in the daytime were calm in some way, they could be saved at night. Dreams are the easiest to satisfy. Loki whispered softly, with mixed emotions hidden in her eyes. But, they would always wake up. Thor said hesitantly. Loki, who walked in front, raised her chin and proudly said, don't forget, I'm a master of illusion. 311, Chapter 308 Deceitful Women, Religious Leaders and the Light of the Righteous, 2. The Dark Dimension is a place of tranquility and immortality. There is no concept of time, let alone death. Caecilius was like a devout preacher. He distributed handwritten leaflets and kept preaching with his mouth. In the beginning, the inhabitants of Sanveng-onsa maintained an attitude of rejection, ridicule and contempt towards this heretic. But in the next few days, Caecilius showed an extraordinary side. He looked like a monk who never ate. After 5 days, he still didn't drink a drop of water. Still energetic and rosy. Every day, in addition to distributing leaflets and announcing doctrines, he sat at the entrance of the town and meditated. People's curiosity began to breed. They actively approached Caecilius and asked about Dormammu and the Dark Dimension. Dormammu is the ruler of the Dark Dimension, and his followers would get eternal life after returning to the embrace of darkness. Caecilius seriously said. He spread out his hands. A bright and warm light slowly emerged. Seeing such a strange sight, the townspeople began to understand more deeply, and then some people became believers. In this way, a new religion appeared in Sanveng-onsa. Every day, Caecilius led a growing number of believers to pray and preach together. It took only a week or so from the initial 3 or 2 to the later huge crowd. You learned this in Camartage. Mordo stopped Caecilius, who was about to become a religious leader and asked coldly. Behind him, the 3 halos were bright and dazzling. The powerful momentum of the legendary masters rose. Spiritual belief is an indispensable thing for anyone. Caecilius's eyes blossomed with purple-black lines as the energy of the dark dimension eroded his body while providing him with a constant source of abundant magical power. When I was helpless, I heard about the Sorcerer Supreme in Kamar-Taj, so I finally found the legendary place after going through all the trials and tribulations. When the Ancient One showed those miracles and pushed open the magic door, I thought I met my spiritual teacher and believed everything he said. But he's a liar, Mordo. Caecilius looked at his former colleague from afar, and his mouth revealed a sneer. In the commandments of Kamar-Taj, it was forbidden for a mystic to worship anyone other than the Vishanti and could not have contact with dimensional demons. Even with spells, such as the Crimson Bands of Sidarak and the Ruby Rings of Ragator. They were just a temporary loan, not a contract, and a commitment to trust. The Ancient One broke the oath. Caecilius angrily said. Behind the Sorcerer Supreme's mask of brightness, greatness, and selfless dedication, he's actually an old liar. Mordo pressed his lips. He didn't believe what Caecilius said. A magic wand abruptly appeared, wisps of electric light coiled around, revealing a destructive atmosphere. What? You want to solve the problem by force? Caecilius glanced at the increasingly dazzling halos that embodied the spirits of the three legendary masters who had signed the contract with Mordo. He didn't think he would lose to Mordo. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that Strange's contractor was so powerful that he ended the second match in a surprisingly simple way for everyone. Caecilius was ready to have a true showdown with Mordo at that time. I will beat you fair and square after passing Vishanti's test. Mordo was silent for a moment and turned away. His feud with Caecilius should be settled later. The most urgent task was to finish the last match and get the approval of the Vishanti. Caecilius used faith and religion to deceive and fool the residents of San Venganza to give them salvation. In Mordo's opinion, this is an evil path that couldn't last long. If he wanted to save those fallen souls, he could only rely on the right path. Just because your body is broken does not mean that your heart and soul are also broken. Mordo said so. He emulated the Sorcerer Supreme, giving patience, forgiveness, and kindness. Striving to save every poor, desperate person, to show them the way of the spirit over the body. Unbelievable medical wonders kept appearing in San Venganza. A semi-paralyzed patient who couldn't stand on their legs could actually run. A blind old man saw the light again. The disillusioned was revived. Soon, Mordo was hailed as a master and gained a solid following. Stephen, have you figured out how to practice your salvation? Luke asked jokingly when he saw Strange with a sad face and no clue. Loki regarded the townspeople as donkeys and hung a carrot in front of them. She used gold to drive the workers to work hard and put in the effort. Everything can be maintained as long as the beautiful dream is not broken. Caecilius became a religious leader, preaching, praying, and spreading his teachings every day. He told everyone that reality is full of life and death, while Dormammu's dark dimension has eternal life and tranquility. Mordo not only cured the physical disability of the people in town but also taught them how to face life. Dr. Voodoo, magic. Everyone is actively completing Vishanti's test. The more Strange listened, the tighter his brow was wrinkled. After a long while, he shook his head and said, I don't know what to do. I can't save myself. How can I save others? There was a hint of self-mockery on Strange's expression. He used to be a doctor who pursued fame and fortune and was blindly proud. A car accident drove him into the dust from the upper-class life of the elite, he lost everything and was relegated to the bottom. Then, he began to reflect on his previous mistakes. I can't understand them. Strange said. The residents of San Venganza, who were deceived by Mephisto, gave up their souls. If I were the former Dr. Stephen Strange, I would feel that this was the price I should have paid. I would stand on high and laugh at their stupidity. Luke nodded his head. This was indeed the common style of the elite. Make a mockery of those who made mistakes, accuse them of being ridiculous, and express your opinion in the process. But now I'm Master Strange, a guy who has suffered and found himself. So, I rightfully sympathize with them and want to save them. However, I have no idea what to do. Strange made no secret of his confusion, not thinking that what his competitors were doing would be very effective. Cheating, lies would always be exposed, blind faith was a rootless tree, and kindness rarely ever bore fruit. Saving one person was already a difficult thing. How could he save 3,000 people? Can you teach me? Strange looked at his own contractor. Frankly speaking, I have no experience in this field. Luke shrugged his shoulders and saw a hint of disappointment in Strange's eyes. He smiled and said, but I have a suggestion that is neither too good nor too bad. When you don't know what to do, put yourself in the Sorcerer Supreme's shoes. Strange silent for a long time, the frown slowly relaxed. I see. He laughed. You are saying that if there is no other way to save the sinful souls of those who have fallen, it's better to solve the problem directly from the source. I'm going to find Mephisto now. Strange took a deep breath, his eyes full of determination. Take back the contract of San Venganza from the hands of the old devil and free the souls of the sinners. Looking at Strange, who was putting on his magic armor and opening the transmission portal, Luke didn't know if he should laugh or cry. Actually, I was going to say, forget it. Your idea isn't wrong. Anyway, a Sorcerer Supreme who hadn't beaten up Mephisto wasn't a qualified Sorcerer Supreme. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 312, Chapter 309 Evil Spirit Frenzy, Nuking Hell, I. Death was the final destination of all living things, and people always had all kinds of strange, horrible, or beautiful imaginations about the unknown. For example, the Italian poet Dante Alighieri. His Divine Comedy depicted hell as a funnel-shaped 9-story world with a wide top and narrow bottom. The further down, the deeper the sin of the soul itself. In the Bible, hell had an eternal fire that burned the souls of sinners. All kinds of religions had different records about it. In fact, the concept of hell first appeared in religious books. In the widely spread and well-known concept, it was the place where the soul suffered, and it was mainly used to imprison and punish the unjust people who were sinners before their death. But in the Marvel Universe, hell was real. It consisted of many overlapping and parallel dimensional worlds, and there were many rulers. For example, the 9 worlds in Norse mythology. The underworld in Helheim, where Hela was located, was regarded as hell. Hades, a member of the Olympians, ruled a territory, which was also hell. Of course, what was best known was Mephisto's hell. On the one hand, this old devil had more presence. From time to time, he would come out to frolic and scamper. On the other hand, the dimensional world dominated and controlled by the great king of hell was the opposite of heaven. They were just like 2 large enterprises with overlapping businesses, harvesting the vast majority of human souls on earth by various means. The ones in the front lines were just renditions of souls of this divine lineage. Just like Thor, if he died, he would only fall into Helheim, then sink to the bottom of Yggdrasil and return to the embrace of darkness. Instead of falling into Mephisto's hands. Anyway, the scope of business varied from one hell to another. It involved the complex game between the dimensional demon gods, hell and heaven, and many divine systems. Even the most knowledgeable scholars had a difficult time understanding it. It's a terrible place. Strange opened the transmission portal and arrived in Mephisto's hell. Compared with the lower dimension as the venue for the second match, it was even hotter here. The burning wind with the smell of sulfur blew in his face, making him feel like he was choking. This is hell. Strange murmured. What greeted him was only red. The rocks, the vegetation, earth, and sky were all red as if they were a huge, boundless furnace. A dark and illusory line of shadows spread across the cracked, hard ground, like ants in a line. Those were the souls that had fallen to hell. Mephisto. Salvation. San Venganza contract. Strange took a deep breath and mumbled to himself. His goal was to recapture the souls of the residents of San Venganza from the hands of the old devil so that those people could be freed and the rescue could be completed. It sounded very difficult, but it was the only effective way that Strange could come up with. The magic cloak lifted its body and slowly swept through the air. Even though the heavy armor had been decreased in weight with the spell, it still slowed down his flight. Are you sure you can save my life from Mephisto's hands? Strange looked at Superman, who was following him. He made such a risky move because he believed in the powerful strength of the contractor. The old devil is the Lord of Hell, a dimensional demon god who can arm wrestle with Sorcerer Supreme. Luke didn't reply up front but smiled at the corners of his mouth. I thought you left San Venganza to go to hell on your own accord, intending to prove to the Vishanti that you were brave and willing to pay the price to save others. What? Want me to solve the problem? Strange coughed twice and looked embarrassed. He wasn't an Asgardian that would only ask where the enemy was, not how strong the enemy was. Going to hell, directly facing Mephisto, and taking the contract of San Venganza. The reason that prompted Strange to take this risky decision was naturally Superman. Since his contractor could quickly pass the second match in 20 minutes, he could easily defeat Blackheart, the Prince of Hell. Stalling Mephisto's cunning old devil and creating opportunities for himself might be a viable plan. Strange was very conscious of the fact. He didn't have the luxury of expecting Superman to be like the Sorcerer Supreme. Going to hell alone, fighting an amazing battle with Mephisto, and finally bringing him back intact. Can you do it? Try to stall Mephisto, or be my only and heaviest bargaining chip at the negotiating table. Strange asked with a straight face. If I said no, would you give up and turn back? Luke asked. Strange pursed his lips and shook his head gently. This was a gamble. He wanted to make a deal with the legendary cunning and cruel old devil and make a deal that he had never done before. So, it doesn't matter if I could block Mephisto. The key is whether you are fully prepared to be cheated by the devil, lose the bet, and have no mental preparation for the consequences. Luke stared at the raging red tide like clouds. Behind that, a pair of hidden eyes stared at him. I am willing to accept the cost of failure. Strange said solemnly. Then just let it go. This is your test, Stephen. Luke smiled. At the moment his voice fell, thunder came from the deep clouds. A huge, deafening noise erupted, as if the drums were beating, the horn was blowing, and a great battle was about to come. Stephen Strange. And your contractor? The gloomy voice sounded quiet, echoing in their hearts. Do you want the contact of San Venganza back? Strange slowed down, and the magic cloak bellowed behind him. He glanced at Luke, whose face was calm, and his inner panic suddenly subsided. Like a gambler with no confidence, holding the only bargaining chip. That's right. Wise Lord of Hell, generous Lord Mephisto, I've come to bargain. Strange behaved politely, which was a necessary show of respect for the strong. Bargain? Little mystic, what can you do to impress me? What bargaining chips do you have to get me to sit down with you at a negotiating table? Mephisto sneered, and the desolate field and the empty sky suddenly shook as if responding to his question. My soul. A soul of a sorcerer supreme. Strange stood up and replied loudly. Mephisto, as long as you give me the contract of San Venganza, I will give my soul voluntarily. In this way, I'll have completed Vishanti's test and will take over the position of Sorcerer Supreme. And you, on the other hand, will get the soul of a Sorcerer Supreme. Isn't that enough to impress you? Luke was dumbfounded. He actually saw Strange use the usual tactics of a con man from the studio next door. Selling one's own soul to the devil or angel or other existence, this was Constantine's specialty. The Sorcerer Supreme's soul. Mephisto's tone elongated, seemingly interested. 313, Chapter 310 Evil Spirit Frenzy, Nuking Hell, 2. The Sorcerer Supreme's soul. Mephisto's tone elongated, seemingly interested. He fought with the Ancient One for so many years, and he had never won. Not long ago, he was beaten violently by the old bald man and lost a human incarnation. If there was a chance, naturally, Mephisto would feel happy. The successor of the Ancient One's soul, falling into hell. This was an outright humiliation for both Kamar-Taj and the Temple of the Three. That's right. I would like to take out a personal safety insurance policy with Lord Mephisto's insurance company. When I die, my soul will be yours provided that Lord Mephisto, you, would give me the contract of San Venganza. Strange added, striking while the iron was hot. In his plan, the smoothest progress would be for Mephisto to agree to the terms without having to resort to other means. Haha, the Ancient One's people finally found an interesting guy. The deep red clouds gathered and drifted, condensing into a devil's face with a horned forehead and fierce features. It sounds like a good deal. I have never collected the soul of a sorcerer supreme. But... Mephisto's voice paused, and he smiled vividly. Then he continued, if you want to bargain with the devil, you must first show the strength to protect yourself. Master Strange, you are already in hell. I have countless ways to get your soul. Why pay extra? Don't you think so? Laughing like a thunderstorm, the sky shook. Suddenly, the devil's face suddenly dissipated, turning into a locust-like black wave that surged in. It seems that your negotiations didn't go well, Stephen. Luke teased. If Mephisto were so easy to fool, he wouldn't be the most troublesome among the old devils from every dimensional hell. What should I do now? Strange showed a wry smile, but the devil really didn't have any kind of moral bottom line. Take first, then sit back at the negotiating table. Prove to Mephisto that your soul isn't so easy to get hold of. Luke said with a relaxed tone and a slight smile. The evil spirits, black as dark clouds, rolled across the crimson sky. Like locusts crossing the border, they devoured all living things. Just by looking at it, people would feel that the sound was terrifying, and their minds would be shaken. A master of the mystic arts is good at fighting against evil spirits and demons. Strange nodded and took out the AK-47 beast that finally came in handy. Da-day. Da-da-day. The blue fire from the muzzle poured out a storm of demon-killing bullets. As if a long sickle suddenly swung down, sweeping away the swarming evil. By the hoary hosts of Hoggoth. By the omnipotent Oshtur. Light of the all-seeing eye of Agamotto. Strange was like a ruthless casting machine, desperately squeezing out the magic in his body. One after another, high-order spells gushed out, like a fierce turret with full firepower, extremely effective in stopping the frenzied push of the evil spirits. A living soul. Delicious. A huge four-hoofed demon with horns on his head suddenly appeared. He waved the fire whip in his hand, and with a swish, he broke the shield of the seraphim Strange had cast. That's a big demon. Strange nervously said. As a graduate of Kamar-Taj, he had never met such an enemy. You don't have to worry. Keep going. Luke finally showed his true level as a high-ranked master. The super-level spells in the Book of Vishanti were thrown out one after another as if they cost nothing. The chaotic and violent magic of the Hell Dimension appeared tame in his hands. It's all yours. Strange constantly blessed himself with the hoary hosts of Hoggoth. Then, under the full-speed flight of the magic floating cloak, he crashed into the tide of evil spirits. Those dark souls, one after another, stretched out their claws and teeth, trying to swallow this beautiful soul into their bellies. But with the sturdy protection of magic-resistant armor, he couldn't be attacked. You're human. A fresh soul. The demonic creature with 4 hooves running like a centaur raised its fire whip and struck down with a crack. I don't have any interest in this area. Luke's eyes were slightly cold, his fingers closed, and he clenched them into fists. Strange was like a fish swimming in the deep sea, struggling to walk through the turbulent vortex undercurrent. Da-day! Da-da-day! The blue glowing fire spewed out demon-killing bullets and cleared the many evil spirits in its way. The magic-resistant armor seemed like it was almost worn out. Hold on a little longer. Strange gritted his teeth and bravely marched forward. Finally, out of the endless tide of evil spirits, Mephisto's huge body occupied his line of sight. In the Hell Dimension, the old devil didn't need to use his human incarnation. Dressed in a robe made of sulfur and flame, he sat on a huge throne, like a mountain of terror. His forehead had black horns as if it was cast from iron. Especially his eyes, burning with ambition, cunning, treacherous, and full of schemes. It was daunting. Master Strange. Mephisto called out the other's name, with a smile on his crimson face. You have proved the value of your courage, strength, and soul. Hell's insurance company is willing to tailor a policy for you. Strange saw that the old devil's right hand was holding a paper contract, in which he could faintly hear the sound of souls wailing. The contract of San Venganza. In his left hand, another paper contract appeared out of thin air. Whoosh! The paper suddenly spread out. Large texts clearly emerged. Have you thought about it? As long as you sign your name, the contract of San Venganza is yours. And your soul, the soul of a future sorcerer supreme, belongs to me. The old devil laughed strangely, seemingly in mockery and pleasure. He couldn't wait to see Strange make a choice. I've thought about it. Strange's eyes looked firm. The problems he would face later would be solved later. Passing the test, completing his salvation, and assuming his responsibilities were the only things he had to do now. Lack of strength, lack of wisdom, lack of means. Strange knew he could get through to the last hurdle, relying entirely on Superman. But now, it was time for him to pay the price. My soul will be given. Strange borrowed the spell and prepared to imprint his name, his soul's aura. However. Boom! A violent boom rose up and spread throughout hell. Right behind Strange, a huge mushroom cloud slowly appeared. Endless light and heat radiated away in all directions. The energy of terror annihilated all matter. Not to mention evil spirits and demons, even the dust was crushed into smaller particles. Who threw a nuclear bomb into hell? This was an idea that flashed in Strange's mind. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 314, Chapter 311 Beating the Old Devil into a Consensus. It's horrible. Too cruel. Too much. The guests at the bar with no doors were stunned as they watched the bright light flashing and the blazing white live broadcast. The 21st century people who were bombarded by Hollywood special effects blockbusters were almost immune to the battle scenes of superheroes. Iron Man liked to wash the ground with artillery fire, Hulk was a demolition maniac, and thunder and lightning flashed between Thor's hits. When you're there, you may feel that the momentum was amazing. But from the picture, in fact, there was no difference with those popcorn blockbusters. It was nothing more than a variety of sound and light effects, coupled with the devastated city of New York as a background. Hollywood had always been good at grand scenes. For a while, people that cosplayed as the Avengers or superheroes sent videos to an online platform and then added various cheap special effects also gained wealth by attracting fans and gaining traffic. Therefore, seeing it right now, the audiences who thought they were well informed, in the face of the splendid magic wielded by the various masters, weren't surprised and were even calm. It was like sitting in a movie theater and watching a special effects blockbuster. But I've never really seen this kind of scene before. Rocket chewed on a crisp carrot, shook his head, and said so. Superman always managed to bring him and the others some surprises. Possessing the terrifying power of destroying the world was usually just a verbal sentence. No one had ever seen that person destroy a planet and dimension by himself. But now, Superman had proved it. Why did this guy participate in the Sorcerer Supreme battle? What kind of master is he? Not making a name for himself as the overlord of the universe and participating in a competition on a backward planet. The Stars Forum hosted by Grandmaster had been bombarded. On average, hundreds and thousands of related posts popped up every second. Looking at the pure white and dazzling live broadcast, Rocket stopped tapping his hands on the keyboard and temporarily put down his entertainment of trolling with people online. At this moment, no one cared about who was taking over as Sorcerer Supreme. They wanted to know who Strange's contractor was. Too strong. Rocket sighed. If it was an unsuspecting audience, people might think someone wanted to nuke hell and purify the devil. Master Strange, what's going on here? The originally calm, smiling without a word, Mephisto, raised his voice in anger. The terrifying pressure directly enveloped Strange, who was floating in mid-air. The cloak of levitation clung to his body with a jerk. The erected collar drooped down like a poor child shivering. Is this, perhaps, a misunderstanding? Strange said awkwardly. Behind him, a burst of bright light continuously broke out. The violent energy was like an astronomical tide. The thundering swept through, annihilating everything. Strange didn't dare to look directly behind him for fear of being burned by the dazzling blazing white light. What did Superman do? He was very confused. Could it be that the opponent had released a heaven-defying super-level forbidden spell? Misunderstanding? Humph, who dares to run wild in hell? They won't end well. Mephisto wanted to say a few malicious words, but on second thought, it was the Ancient One who made a mess in hell last time. So far, the old man was living well, and there was no sign of him dying. So, what if he was seriously wounded? His time was coming. It was just a smokescreen put out by Kamar-Taj to confuse others. Get out of the way. I'd like to see what your contractor is doing. Mephisto stood upright, like a giant standing on top of the earth, leaving the stone throne. If he continued to watch from the sidelines and ignored it, he was afraid that his home would be torn down. Rumble. The terrifying loud noise of the sky and land splitting crushed the space into pieces. Strips of thick black cracks suddenly emerged, shocking and engulfing matter. The violent and chaotic energy tides continued to pull the land. With the strong smoke rising up, the hard rocks were ripped open with huge cracks. Crack! The great rift valley-like ferocious cracks spread rapidly. Stop! Mephisto raised his mountain-like palm and reached into the intense light. The intense heat that burned evil spirits and wiped them out was nothing to the old devil. As if cast in iron, the huge palm fiercely closed. The dazzling light instantly dimmed like an extinguished light bulb. Not lethal. Mephisto was surprised. In this bright light, he didn't notice any aura of destruction. I only ordered an illumination spell, so why should Lord Mephisto be angry? Luke slowly said as he easily avoided the grasp of the palm. He looked extremely small, like a speck of dust, in front of the devil's body that stood tall in the sky. Illumination. Mephisto was speechless and didn't know how to answer him. The intense light released high temperature, which in turn triggered a tidal wave of energy, causing the sky to collapse like a doomsday scene. Along this line of thought, the endless light and heat, shaped like a nuclear explosion, was all just lighting. There's a lot of talent in Kamar-Taj. Mephisto, the old devil who prided himself on having seen all kinds of storms, suppressed such a sentence after a long while. With illumination, you almost destroyed hell. You are much more powerful than the Ancient One. Luke smiled modestly, waved his hand, and said, No, no, no. I'm nobody. How could I compare with the Sorcerer Supreme? How could a true master not have illumination spells? However, the movement he made was a little bigger. Dare to run wild in hell, you have a lot of courage. Mephisto grunted coldly, and the intimidating pressure of a great devil was released. He didn't know much about Luke's details. Judging only from the magic fluctuations, he was at most a high-ranking master. However, the old devil had seen the live broadcast of the other party crushing Blackheart, punching him through the lower level of hell. That terrible power wasn't like a nameless high-ranking master. What else could this guy do? Therefore, Mephisto wanted to test Superman's strength. My contractee, Stephen Strange, is a candidate for Sorcerer Supreme. The powerful pressure from Mephisto's aura, which was enough to deprive people of their sanity and create fear, had no effect on Luke, who had no problem saying, the contract of San Venganza is related to whether he can win the last game. Therefore, I would like to bargain with Lord Mephisto and make a deal. Why do Kamar-Taj bastards like to bargain with people? No need. I have agreed to Strange's request. He promised me his soul, and I will give him the contract of San Venganza to help him complete the test. Mephisto thought to himself, if it weren't for your illumination, Strange would have signed his name and sealed the deal. In the future, the soul of the Sorcerer Supreme would fall into his hands. As we all know, a contract without a formal signature is not binding. Luke raised his eyebrows as if guessing what was in Mephisto's mind and chuckled lightly, that was an invalid deal. Lord Mephisto doesn't need to take it seriously. I have a new contract here. Dear Mr. Devil, as long as the contract of San Venganza is handed over, Stephen and I will leave hell. What do you think? Mephisto opened his mouth. There were curses in his heart, but he was too confused to say them. 315, Chapter 312 Beating the Old Devil into a Consensus, 2. As a notorious old devil, he thought that he was usually black-hearted enough. Lending like a lone shark, defrauding people's souls, compelling foolish beings, playing with human emotions, simply, uncompromisingly evil. But after Luke proposed this new contract, Mephisto was extremely frustrated that he wasn't as thick-skinned and black-hearted as a human being. The other party could use the most justifiable tone to say the most shameful things. At this point, much better than himself. At least, when the devil lied, he had to pretend to draw up a contract and put on a warm-hearted face of hypocrisy. Hand over the contract of San Venganza, and he would take Stephen Strange away with him? What's the difference between that and getting a one-stop service pack, pulling up your pants, and walking away? Fair deal? We should still pay attention to the value being equal, right? Human, are you forgetting something? Mephisto's voice cooled down. If not for the live broadcast and having to pay attention to the dignity of the Lord of Hell, he would directly slap the guy. Or do you think that there's no price to pay for making a deal with the devil? Luke pretended to be surprised at first and then seriously said, I'm going to leave without doing anything. This is the most valuable exchange you can get, Lord Mephisto. Otherwise, it's not certain that the hell you're in will continue to exist. Isn't it enough to sacrifice a soul contract for peace in hell? Mephisto fell silent for the second time. He had never seen such an arrogant human. As the Lord of Hell, he was the top leader who was qualified to compete for the title of Satan between the leaders of Hell. Which mortal didn't tremble when they saw him? Which master didn't show some respect when they saw him? Even Agamotto, and the Ancient One, such powerful existences that shook dimensions and spread their names across the universe, had never humiliated him like this. Ha 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 ha. Destroying hell. Mephistopheles laughed angrily. The terrifying sound waves that could pierce the eardrums shattered the clouds in the sky, stirring the atmosphere into a wild tide. The huge palm, which covered several miles, lifted up without warning. A huge shadow that covered the sky fell straight down. No matter what Luke was and what his background was, Mephisto didn't care anymore. He just wanted to wipe out the other in the most direct way. And then, with the most brutal means, the poor soul would be cooked. Bang! Luke lifted both his hands to block the slap. Luke stood tenaciously in the air, not beaten into the dust and slapped into the ground by Mephisto. Where he stood, the air exploded, violent ripples were visible to the naked eye. So that's the end of the deal. Luke had no intention of humiliating the old devil. His bio-force field opened up instantly, and his body slammed upwards. Like a sharp nail, he pierced through Mephisto's palm. The fist struck through the air as if it were a heavy hammer thrown at the old devil's face. Boom! Mephisto's face showed irritable pain and redness. Fortunately, with his natural red face, no one could see it. Even Sorcerer Supreme didn't punch me in the face when he hit me. Mephistopheles' anger filled his chest. A pair of dark wings popped up behind him. They gently fanned. A mass of flames as sticky as paint grew all over hell. After being offended several times in a row, Mephisto's anger had been fully accumulated. Turning the heat up. Hellfire. The same trick, used by Mephisto, was much more powerful than when Blackheart used it. The invisible force field was unable to stop the fierce hellish flames that raged and spread, burning not only the flesh but also the soul. The stronger the soul, the harder it was to get rid of it. Oh, this is interesting. The cynical frivolous smile disappeared from Luke's face. In his eyes, there was a rare flash of solemnity. Hellfire was Ghost Rider's signature skill, which could burn anything in the world. The soul ignited by it could never be extinguished unless it truly repented. In the comic, even one of the 5 gods of the universe, Galactus, had suffered a great loss to Ghost Rider, lighting him up into a huge torch. Therefore, it was necessary for Luke to take it seriously. Stellar energy rushed through his body, and a terrifying aura swept out. Superman loaded the Devastator card, not afraid of death and injury. Come on! Burn my soul! Luke ran into the thick sea of fire head-on. A sharp pain rose from the depths of his soul. It felt like it was tearing and burning up. Repent for your sins. When Luke was caught in the inferno, Mephisto burst out laughing. He waited for the bruised and tortured soul to fall into his hands. Judging me. However, a few moments later, a contemptuous snicker came out. The sea of hellish fire suddenly parted, revealing a sturdy figure. The wispy, sticky flames were attached to and around Superman's body, but it did little damage. High resistance, high immunity to physics and magic, and high adaptability. Except for the low IQ, there's nothing wrong with this card. The sharp pain looming deep in his soul made Luke's mouth slightly twitch. Fortunately, he had the Devastator card. After a short period of burning in his soul, the immunity characteristics rapidly evolved. What else can you do? Luke clenched his fist. The hellfire on his palm was suddenly snuffed out. Both his eyes were like swords, stabbing straight toward Mephisto. Hellfire, it doesn't work on you. The latter's heart shook. This was the power of hellfire that could even burn an Alphather to ashes. If it was the Ancient One, even he may not be able to withstand it. Mephisto was a little suspicious of Luke being a demon, even though hellfire had never worked on the Sorcerer Supreme, it could still hurt his opponent, no doubt about it. Humph! The old devil sneered. At his peak, he was at least a dimensional demon who could fight the Sorcerer Supreme and Odin. How could he be bullied by a young newcomer? If this news spread, where should the Lord of Hell hide his face? Do you think these are my only tricks? Mephisto laughed furiously. His temper flared up. He raised his right hand, and the power of hell surged forth. A palm strike. A loud boom. Where's the live feed? Why did the screen go black? Switch the channel. That was an exciting scene. Immediately, discontentment erupted in the bar with no doors. Somehow, the live broadcast was cut off, and they couldn't see what happened in hell. The old bartender Monaco petted Rocket Raccoon's head and thought, turns out the old devil had pride too. The contract of San Venganza. Mephisto was worthy of being the Lord of Hell, very decisive, without the slightest delay. Remember what happened today? Luke took the contract of San Venganza and nodded, I know. Absolutely confidential. It won't leak out. Lord Mephisto, you fought with me for 300 rounds, so much so that space was shattered and even the power of hell was worn out. Finally, you were kind, compassionate to the evil spirits of hell, and couldn't bear to see the dimension collapse, so you voluntarily handed over the contract of San Venganza to quell the battle. The old devil shrunk in size and became a normal person. He glanced at Luke, who opened his mouth first, and shook his head. This is the first time I saw a human being who looks more like a devil than I do. Take Strange and get out of here. Bring back peace in hell. Luke smiled, he couldn't help himself. He picked up Strange, who was still in a daze, and returned to San Venganza. When the live broadcast in the bar with no doors returned to normal, the third match was over. The winner, Stephen Strange. 316, Chapter 313 Sorcerer Supreme Superman, the 10th Metal, I. Compared with the second match, which took only 20 minutes to end, the outcome of the third match was even more surprising. The audience outside the venue only saw the live broadcast screen suddenly black out, as if the camera was blown with a slap, leaving only the piercing scrambled noise. When the picture was restored, the winner was announced. It was Stephen Strange, who was plain and unpopular from the beginning. Then, the match was over. The rest of the combatants were transported back to the real world. It all happened so suddenly that people were caught off guard. Just like the match that only lasted for 20 minutes, the two sides just exchanged defense towers, and the base directly exploded before they started a formal battle. Not to mention the audience, even the contestants were stupefied. This unexpected development seemed to turn the Sorcerer Supreme battle into a farce. In particular, the gambling addicts who bet on the popular contestants were betting on Blackheart and Magic. A few people were also optimistic about the unpopular Loki and Dr. Voodoo. Unexpectedly, the final winner was Strange, the Dark Horse. It was foreseeable that after the Sorcerer Supreme battle came to an end, many people would be thrown into the arena in Sakar by the Grand Master to sell themselves and pay off their debts. After all, in any universe, there was a hierarchy in the gambling community. Compared with retail investors, the Grand Master was a banker and always in an invincible position. As for Rocket, who bet on Strange in all three games, his eyes narrowed with laughter. The furry little body was shaking like a sieve, he almost felt like jumping on the bar and dancing on the pole. Although it was a different universe, the common currency of the galaxy was the same. When he returned to his Marvel universe, he would be a real millionaire. At that time, that bastard Quill has to call me Captain respectfully. Thinking of that, Rocket was too lazy to talk to a group of failed gambling addicts. They were just a group of poor guys who were about to drown. Tonight, all drinks are on. Nah, let Thor pay the bill. It originally wanted to act like a rich guy, but considering that the credit points he won hadn't arrived yet, the heavy responsibility of paying the bill was left to Thor. Thanks to Superman, not only can I buy a new ship, but now I can also buy an uninhabited planet for retirement. Compared to Rocket Raccoon's wonderful mood, the customers of the bar with no doors were cursing. I haven't seen Mephisto's killer move yet. There's definitely something shady behind this. Backstage dealings. It was gone before the fight was over. Is there a post-match replay? The anger of the audience was beyond words. Superman versus the Lord of Hell. That was the greatest battle of the century. Not seeing it was simply a loss. Really, an unexpected result. Old Master Hamir laughed. No matter what the popcorn-eating people were saying, Kamar-Taj turned a deaf ear. They didn't need to explain anything to anyone, nor did they want to explain anything. I won. Strange, whose brain was in a daze, finally came to his senses. He was going to face the Vishanti. If he got the approval of the three ancient gods, then, taking over the position of Sorcerer Supreme was a foregone conclusion. Who are you, anyway? Back in Kamar-Taj, Strange turned his head and looked at his contractor, his eyes full of curiosity. An ordinary high-ranking mage could actually force the Lord of Hell Mephisto to back down and give in. What kind of terrifying power was this? The true identity of Superman was by no means simple. I'm just a passing traveler, don't take it to heart. Luke replied modestly but pretentiously. If he hadn't completed the task of collecting the Infinity Stones on Earth 199,999 and got the Devastator card, he might not have been able to cope with the hellfire from Mephisto so calmly. That Lord of Hell, who was also a dimensional demon, wasn't inferior to an Alfather. The reason why he chose to hand over the contract of San Venganza was more out of the idea of stopping his losses. If he kept fighting, his home would have really been destroyed. Passing traveler. I don't believe it. Strange was even more curious and then began to make something up in his mind. For example, the mysterious master who was active in the future, a certain player in the space-type equipage. And so on. Both of you, the Sorcerer Supreme has a request. Master Hamir greeted them and led the final winner, Strange. He was originally more optimistic about Mordo, and before the start of the match, he made a special effort to cultivate him. Unexpectedly, Mordo was too fragile, couldn't withstand it, and was nurtured to death. Here we are. You guys can go in. It was still the same wooden building with its door opening on its own. The Ancient One, pale as if he was recovering from a serious illness, was leaning on the bed. Luke quietly praised his superb acting. You did a good job, Strange. The Sorcerer Supreme praised the person he already picked while smiling at Superman with satisfaction. The latter returned the smile and helped Strange win the battle for supremacy, which wasn't easy but not very difficult either. The main reason was that the Ancient One killed Mephisto's human reincarnation, who wanted to make trouble outside the arena and hadn't given the old devil any room to play. Otherwise, with the character of the Lord of Hell, it was possible that some kind of storm might have happened. Facing a legendary master, the Alfather Superman, the Prince of Hell was basically a crushing situation where a rare card character came down and beat a common silver card character. Nothing to brag about. I didn't get to this point by firm perseverance and fearless courage. Strange was very self-aware and bowed his head in shame. He just got lucky and summoned a contractor like Superman. The latter could no longer be described as a purple card or gold card but was a super rare exclusive card. Everyone needs time and space for growth. Strange, you don't have to be depressed. In the future, you will shine brilliantly and shoulder heavy responsibilities. The Ancient One praised and gave confidence to the other. It's time to meet the Vishanti and get their approval. The old man with white hair pointed with his wand. On the right side of the bronze round cauldron, a bright light burst out. That was the famous cauldron of Kamar-Taj, the cauldron of the cosmos. The Ancient One would use it for deep meditation, experiencing the mystery of the universe, and acquiring more knowledge. When necessary, he could also contact the Trinity of Vishanti with it, who were rarely seen. The strong light, like a white horse, shot out of it. The two people, who won the battle for supremacy and had passed the test 3 times, were suddenly enveloped. Their souls then left their bodies and flew upward into the atmosphere. The blue planet kept shrinking, like a little light on a dark curtain. A gentle force dragged them to another dimension. Stephen Strange. A pleasant female voice called Strange. He opened his eyes and saw 3 pure white figures. That was the Vishanti. The supreme spirit in white magic. Where Kamar-Taj's faith lies. 317, Chapter 314 Sorcerer Supreme Superman, the 10th Medal, 2. Congratulations on having completed 3 tests and arriving here. The female voice slowly said. She was Oshtur, the oldest of the ancient gods. Also, the first Sorcerer Supreme, Agamotto's mother. Even though you're not the best one, I have to admit, little guy, your luck is simply enviable. A tiger with a beautiful pattern poked its head out and looked down at Strange. His name was Hogarth, one of the Vishanti. He was the creator of the Hori host, an easy-to-learn but difficult-to-follow technique that everyone in Kamar-Taj knew. An Alfather, and so young. Hogarth seemed to be more interested in Luke. The deep eyes locked on him with intense pressure. The most frightening thing is not the power you show, but the unfathomable potential. Oshtur, I think his future achievements are unlimited. Hogarth rarely appreciates a human being. In the eyes of this tiger, Luke was like a walking celestial body, radiating bright light. Oshtur didn't deny it. An Alfather wasn't the end of the path that the other party was following. Thank you for your compliment. Luke's expression was calm, and he didn't feel any pressure. The 3 pillars of pure white light were Oshtur, the loving woman. Agamotto, the complex brain with a bright bald head. Hoggoth, a big tiger with colorful patterns. They were collectively called the Vishanti. Each had the strength of a dimensional demon god. The Sorcerer Supreme didn't have to pay back debts. It was mainly because his backer was powerful. The Dark Dimension's Dormammu, and the god of Chaos Than, were reluctant to mess with the Vishanti. In case they fought, each time they were forced to fight 1 against 3, the scene would be too bloody. Time to get down to business. There must be a new Sorcerer Supreme for us, for the Earth, and for the many dimensions. Agamotto spoke up. Ancient One, who has been sitting in that seat for too long, is deeply exhausted, both mentally and physically. Like a social animal who works overtime every day, he was about to die of overwork. Luke commented in his heart. Stephen Strange. At the sound of his name, Strange's soul shook. There was the pressure of 3 pairs of eyes looking at him, it was as if he was pressed against a large mountain. The irrepressible nervousness emerged. Yes. Heaven and Hell, Asgard and the 9 realms beyond, all those powers are waiting to see whose hands the position of Sorcerer Supreme will fall into. Oshter's soft laughter quietly dispelled Strange's inner apprehension. I was the designer of the first match, and I wanted to test the courage and persistence of the competitors. Hoggoth shook his head. The tiger, full of majesty, showed a human expression. The second match is a test of personal strength. You are the weakest person, but you have the strongest contract. Strange looked at Luke with a hint of gratitude in his eyes. The third match is to save and serve. You did a terrible job, Strange. Agamotto, who used to be a Sorcerer Supreme, wasn't as articulate as the previous 2 and had a disappointed tone that couldn't be disguised. Everyone has their own way of doing things and their own ideas that they need to follow, whether good or bad, it's their own choice. But you didn't do anything. It was a very unwise choice to face Mephisto and make a deal with the devil directly. Strange's eyelids drooped. He really didn't know how to save San Venganza. He wasn't mature enough nor strong enough. A candidate with enough courage, but lacking in strength, wisdom, and decisiveness. Agamotto made a final decision and answered. Stephen Strange, you are not qualified to be the Sorcerer Supreme. Boom. Agamotto's words, like a heavy hammer, hitting Strange. The latter was thunderstruck, and the light of his soul dimmed. A butterfly effect. Luke, who stood still, was equally surprised. The Vishanti didn't recognize the candidate favored by the Ancient One. What's going on? Was it all a waste of time? Courage, strength, and wisdom are the 3 requirements to take over the position of Sorcerer Supreme. Agamotto's stern eyes suddenly softened and turned to Luke. You are a better choice than Stephen Strange. Luke Cavil, the Superman of the other world. What's going on? Luke, who was in the mood to watch the show and eat some popcorn, had a series of question marks on his head. I'm just helping out as a substitute. Not interested in becoming the Sorcerer Supreme. He said in his heart. Why did they choose him? Ah, is there a misunderstanding? Glancing at the dull expression on Strange, Luke cleared his throat and politely said, I am just a passing traveler and will not stay in this universe for long. For the Sorcerer Supreme, you should choose someone else. Agamotto, who was previously very strict with Strange, was now very nice to talk to. This big bald head seemed to admire Superman very much and didn't care. We already know this, and it isn't a problem. The infinite number of universes are not isolated from each other. A Sorcerer Supreme's duty is to protect the Earth and resist other dimensions. Nothing really happens in general. Look, the Ancient One is living a very relaxed and comfortable life. Like hell, I would believe that. The Ancient One worked overtime every day and pretended to be wounded in order to retire early. Therefore, working for the Vishanti. Not only was the treatment average, but he also had to work hard. This wasn't a good job. You'd better hire someone else. Luke, who shook his head repeatedly and insisted on refusing, suddenly paused. He suddenly paused, and his soul rippled as if some kind of intense emotion had risen up. Find another one that's completely unnecessary. If one person has to take on this responsibility for the survival of the planet, then I'll do it. Agamotto froze. He was going to continue to persuade, throwing out some more attractive bargaining chips. He didn't expect Luke's attitude to change so quickly. In that case, the Superman from the other world, Luke Cavil, we award you the title of Sorcerer Supreme. Seeing Luke nodding in agreement, the Vishanti didn't hesitate either. Boom. Oshtur, Hoggoth, and Agamotto spoke in unison. The overlapping voice was like a stone thrown into the river of stars, causing ripples. Their voices, seemingly clear and distant, were heard throughout the many dimensions of the worlds. Supreme. Superman. The Ancient One in Camartage stood up, surprised and puzzled. Why didn't Stephen Strange, who was originally selected, get the approval of the Vishanti? Superman became the Sorcerer Supreme. As his thoughts turned, the Ancient One seemed to think of another possibility. A big crisis was brewing. The old man was worried. Is this why the Vishanti didn't choose Strange? He still needed to sharpen his skills and grow and wasn't good enough to take over the Sorcerer Supreme position for now. The Sorcerer Supreme is Superman. Thor, in the bar with no doors, spurted out a mouthful of beer. Rocket, sitting opposite, wiped the smooth fluff and smashed the beer bottle with his hand. One raccoon, one person, wrestled into a ball. Next to them, Loki's eyes flickered as if she had an idea. At the same time, in many dimensions. From up in heaven and down in hell, all the multidimensional bigwigs who could hear the Vishanti's voice were informed of the shocking news. Haha, a young Alphather. Supreme. Superman. The game just got more interesting. Eerie snickering or meaningful words rang out quietly from all dimensions of the universe. I used to hear people say that they accompanied their friends to competition, and then the others were selected. This kind of nasty soap opera drama could also happen to me. Leaving the world of the Vishanti, Luke returned to Kamar-Taj and the residence of the Ancient One. He shook his head and sighed as if he had received a hot potato. Don't worry, Strange. I'm sure I won't be able to do this job for long, so I'll give it to you later. Luke patted Strange on the shoulder and consoled. He thought he was a substitute, but he didn't expect to get the trophy. The 10th medal. I can't. It's for the quest. Seeing Strange, who had nothing to gain, there was a hidden loss on his face. Luke could only shrug his shoulders and express his helplessness. He would have refused, but the task that appeared prevented him. Main quest, the great change of the multiverse, crisis on infinite Earths. Requirements, become the Sorcerer Supreme and become a qualified player. Reward, the 10th medal, Element X, it is full of the purest possibilities and can be transformed into any weapon. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 318, Chapter 315 The Road Home. The 10th Metal X element came from the studio next door. Before it, there were 9 other metals with different effects. For example, N metal, the 9th metal, was full of dark energy. It could fight against the laws of physics, offset gravity, and reduce damage. Moreover, colliding it with the 8th metal could awaken people whose wills had fallen. Joker's Dionysium, a green liquid metal, had a self-healing effect. Vandal Savage and Master Assassin Ra's al Ghul seemed to have owned them, but they were far less pure than Gotham's Prince of Crime. The Joker was violently abused by Batman all day, and his hands and legs were easily crippled. He was still alive and kicking, even when his face was cut off. However, it was as if nothing had happened to him. It was only because the Dionysium gave him the strength. Electrum transparent and colorless liquid metal. Batman once drank it without knowing it. This was the initial layout for Barbatos in the Dark Multiverse. The Court of Owls had always held it in Gotham, and when mixed with the inferior Dionysium, it could preserve corpses and revive others. Those claws were that dead and alive, again alive and dead, had to rely on this. Repeatedly exiting and reappearing. In addition to this, if you could find the right blacksmith, you could process it. Electrum had a strong restraining effect on magical creatures such as ghosts, tree spirits, and werewolves. As a material to build armor, it also increased magic resistance and ignored curse effects. It can be said that it was a must for traveling and pillaging people. Promethium. Its function was similar to adamantium in the Marvel Universe. Deathstroke's armor was made of promethium. Without a high defense and high magic resistance equipment, even the world's top mercenaries couldn't single-handedly destroy the Young Titans and fight the Justice League. Batmanium. A magical metal with an appearance like red copper, it's also a high-end casting material. It's a favorite prop for people like Zatanna, Dr. Fate, and others. And it could also be used to communicate with the Dark Multiverse. All in all, there were 10 kinds of super metals like these. They were best known for their debut in the metal event. Barbatos from the Dark Multiverse used Batman as a gateway to invade the main universe. Those metals played an important role in that great crisis. I feel like going to the studio next door can be put on the agenda. Luke, who became the new Sorcerer Supreme and returned to his residence, thought silently. He opened his palms, and a ball of silvery liquid changed into different shapes. Hammer, sword, axe, mace, AK-47. This was the most basic ability of the 10th metal, and it could be transformed into any weapon in any form at will. On the surface, it was called metal, but it actually had a cosmic origin, produced in the World Forge. The Mobius chair of the Anti-Monitor and the mother boxes of Darkseid were all made of the 10th metal. If anything, Luke's entry into the multiverse class had resulted in the mastery of conceptual abilities. Then he could easily create 6 Infinity Stones with this mass of liquid metal. This was the real reason why he would rather step into the pit created by the Vishanti and take over the position of Sorcerer Supreme. The effect of the 10th metal was far better than the other 9. It could create cosmic artifacts, endow some metaphysical concepts and the power of origin. The World Forger from the studio next door once forged countless pocket universes and parallel universes with the 10th metal. Of course, the above uses were still relatively distant for the current Luke. He was looking forward to using the 10th metal to open the source wall. However, why should I go to that dark universe? Luke shook his head and smiled. He didn't want to be on Batman's list of dangerous people. It's safer in New York, and the weather in Gotham is too humid to be of much interest. This new Sorcerer Supreme closed his palms, and the silvery 10th metal melted and disappeared. Anyway, being able to master the power of a universe's origin was a good thing. Who knew what was going on in the studio next door? By adding more means of countermeasures, more trouble could be avoided. You should know that after the end of the Great Metal event and the extinguishing of the World Forge, the 10th metal was used less and less. Later on, if Luke had the opportunity to meet the richest man in Gotham, Mr. Bruce Wayne, the people's tycoon. With sufficient 10th metal in his hands, he could also stand proudly over his opponent in terms of wealth, making his money-making ability ineffective. This was the power of the origin of the universe, and even the whole of Wayne Group wasn't enough to exchange for a single drop. Supreme. Superman. Sitting on the bed, Luke's mouth tilted when he thought of his new nickname. This time, it was really rewarding. Becoming the Sorcerer Supreme was equal to using the Vishanti's white magic for free. He could also find Dormammu, Than, and the other dimensional demons and take things from them. There were three-dimensional gods behind him, and he could walk arrogantly in both heaven or hell. The elders of the universe also had to show him some respect. This was a benefit. Unfortunately, there's no free lunch in the world. 319, Chapter 316 Anchor of the World. Luke wasn't overly proud. The Vishanti certainly didn't look at him because of his handsome looks, a beacon of light on the earth, and the light of the right path. This kind of scheming was normal for some dimensional demon gods who were used to planning and scheming. There were always reasons behind doing anything. But whatever it was, it definitely had nothing to do with love, justice, and world peace. Oh, as a mature social animal, relaxing while getting paid has already been integrated into my bones. Luke remembered all kinds of stories about his previous life, fighting in a battle of wits with the company manager. In this regard, he really never lost. To work seriously is to exchange labor for remuneration, but only by relaxing and enjoying work can you really earn money from your boss. Luke smiled. Every minute he relaxed, it was equal to earning a salary for doing nothing. The Vishanti were too naive to think that making Superman the Sorcerer Supreme was the same as tying him to Kamar-Taj's boat in this universe. It is impossible to work part-time. I should find an opportunity to run away. Luke closed his eyes and continued to meditate. Anyway, the task reward had been obtained, and the Sorcerer Supreme battle was over, so there was no need to stay. He should get away while he can. A week later. Stephen, the three sanctums and Kamar-Taj will be handed over to you. Luke patted Strange on the shoulder and spoke earnestly. I'm very confident in your ability and absolutely at ease. As the newly appointed Sorcerer Supreme, he couldn't directly leave. After cleaning up the three sanctums, he gave a leadership speech in Kamar-Taj, then went to hell for a stroll and had a heart-to-heart talk with the old devil Mephisto. He finally passed this vacuum period of the transfer of power, leaving no disturbance. Next, everything was business as usual. He gave all his work to Strange, Wong, and Mordo. As for himself? Of course, he was returning to the main universe, relaxing and skipping work. So, if there's a major crisis, should we contact? Strange's shoulder dropped, his face twisted with pain, and he felt that his whole body was falling apart. These days, he kept on training, and his hair fell at speed visible to the naked eye. It wouldn't be long before he could catch up with the Ancient One and Agamotto. No. Do what you want, don't call me. Luke simply and decisively answered. Stephen, do you know what you lack most? The latter shook his head, ready to listen to the pep talk from Supreme Superman. He was actually a little depressed these days. He could actually accept the fact that he wasn't the Sorcerer Supreme. After all, losing to Superman was not a loss. But not being recognized by the Vishanti was a heavy blow. You lack the courage to make choices and the determination to carry out the plan and take responsibility. You don't believe in yourself, Stephen. Luke played the role of a spiritual teacher and began to instill ideas. The car accident destroyed not only your life but also your pride and confidence. You see yourself as a loser, a poor guy who has fallen and can't get back up. That's not actually the case. You can do better, take my place and become a qualified Sorcerer Supreme. The lengthy pep was stuffed into Strange's mind. It moved him to tears, and he felt like he couldn't wait to hug Luke and cry. I understand, Master. In your absence, I will take responsibility and stop trying to rely on your strength to solve any kind of problems. Strange changed his way of addressing him and assured him with a serious face. That's good. I'm in a hurry. See you next time. Luke smiled with satisfaction when he saw that Strange understood what he meant and didn't waste more of his breath. By the way, tell Rocket Raccoon and Thor to get back and not dawdle around right now. Thor was worthy of being the Avengers' #1 Brocon. Now he had transformed to the #1 Syscon. The place where Loki existed was his home, completely forgetting the movie universe. Rocket Raccoon, for its part, was waiting for the Grand Master to send in the winnings, buy an unmanned planet, and enjoy the life of the richest man in the universe. I will. Strange nodded repeatedly and kept it in mind. After the explanation, Luke finally set foot on his way home with confidence. This time, he didn't bother to find Iron Man, Dr. Banner, and Mr. Fantastic again. The Fantastic Four existed in this universe. Gather these world's most intelligent guys to make a trans-universe transmission machine. The retired Ancient One was very generous. Not only did he tell him the exact coordinates of the universe, but he also used Kamar-Taj's magic weapon, Cauldron of the Cosmos, to act as the anchor of this world. In his words, it meant, you should come back often in the future. He was afraid that this Sorcerer Supreme Superman would never come back and run away completely. It was a wonderful journey. Luke put his hands on the Cauldron of the Cosmos, and 3 beams of pure white light rose into the sky, passing through the clouds and reaching the endless void. The blessing of the Vishanti hung over the young Sorcerer Supreme. Boom! Suddenly, in the next moment, Luke then turned into a swift stream of light and completely disappeared into the universe. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 320, Chapter 317. In the absence of Superman, I. Earth 1024. SHIELD. Headquarters. The high-rise buildings standing on the Potomac River, the lights dimmed one by one, and only a few high-rise offices were still on. Howard leaned on the desk, struggling to write something. This is the 8th month of Superman's disappearance. My friend, the Pentagon's Lieutenant General, the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D. has disappeared from this planet. I don't think Luke is dead, although rumors like this are rampant, and there's a growing trend. I also know who's behind it, pushing it all forward. Just 2 months ago, the President read an emotional eulogy in front of the whole world. So far, the military hasn't confirmed the death of Lieutenant General Luke Cavill, but our President couldn't wait to announce the news. This is really intriguing. Although he praised Superman and described Luke as a shining beacon in the human world, he also said that losing the other party wasn't only a great loss to America, but also to this beautiful world. The loss of a hero, the fall of a star, the collapse of a lighthouse. It was really touching. I don't think the President was even this sad when his father passed away. Forgive me for using such unkind words, but when I think of that hypocritical face, my appetite would be halved. That's why I have suffered a lot recently. With all due respect, the President's behavior is like a thief who broke into the house and would always be worried about its owner's return. Even if he was sitting in the White House and was the nominal manager of the country, his inner timidity and fear couldn't be completely concealed. The situation in the world is changing. Upon learning that Superman was missing, the Soviet Union celebrated with vodka in the Kremlin that day. With the sword of Damocles that hung over their heads and could fall at any time disappearing. I believe those senior officials could finally have a good night's sleep. They didn't have to worry about Superman falling from the sky and hanging them in the Red Square. Without the important weight to maintain the balance, the relationship between the two superpowers has become increasingly tense. A month and a half ago, the White House had a heated discussion on whether to deploy medium-range missiles, the Thor and Jupiter missiles, to Italy and Turkey. The peace and harmony had long gone with Superman's departure. Only the shadow of nuclear war remained. The atmosphere of terror is spreading. I heard that Castro had asked the Soviet Union for help. The footsteps of World War III seem to be getting closer and closer, and the scale of the doomsday clock is steadily and resolutely pushing forward. Riding up to this point, Howard's tightly locked brow twisted even deeper. He sighed, put down his pen, and subconsciously touched his mustache. He reached for the glass on the table and took a sip of whiskey. In Howard's face, the cynicism of the past was gone, full of worries about the future. After Superman left, S.H.I.E.L.D. had a hard time. Without a huge organization to rely on and support, it looked like a giant with a limp leg, stumbling and struggling. The guy sitting in the White House is actively dismembering SHIELD and limiting its power. Bastards from the FBI and the CIA loved it. I'm not sure if I'm being watched. The only people who know the identity of the President so far are probably Nick Fury, a humorless gloomy-faced agent, and me. I've tried everything. Just a week ago, Skynet launched its first artificial satellite. I was smarter than the Soviet rocket experts, whose Sputnik 1 was 11 days behind me. But still no sign of Superman's whereabouts. I began to feel certain of my inner suspicions, that Luke had probably left the planet, or even, the universe. In the 5th century BC, Democritus introduced the concept of the countless worlds, which was formed by the movement of atoms. Later, the ancient Greek philosopher Epicurus said that the world is pluralistic. Leibniz affirmed and added to this view. If this is true, then Luke may have been taken away to a parallel world due to some unavoidable force. I really want to bring him back. But unfortunately, I couldn't find any partner who could communicate properly about quantum mechanics and study parallel time travel with me. They either think I'm crazy or I'm on drugs. It's worth mentioning that there is a young man named Henry Jonathan Pym, whose papers were very interesting. It gave me some sparks of inspiration. I can only put my hopes on the Tesseract. But this path is also blocked, and the military is considering confiscating it in the name of taking in dangerous materials and returning it as government property. I don't know what to do. The man behind the curtain in the White House has cornered me and cornered SHIELD. The Hellfire Club can't help either, as the White House has close ties to Essex Enterprises, the latest biogenic company to emerge. The situation of the mutants isn't that good, and they have become animals in cages again. Radicals, moderates bickering, becoming tools, and used. What a mess. I can't imagine how Luke handled these things when he was still here. By the way, he could still spare time for some recreational activities. I think I need to learn this practical skill of time management. After writing for a while, Howard closed his thick personal diary. This was a habit he developed recently. Sooner or later, the White House would attack S.H.I.E.L.D. in him. Whatever the outcome, he should leave something behind. To tell others, tell Superman, who no one knew when he would return. How come I didn't realize this before? It turns out Luke was that important. Howard looked up, drank his last sip of whiskey, and then stood in front of the French window for a few minutes. Realizing that it was late at night, he left his desk, took off his suit from the hanger, and took out his car keys. While flinging it round his finger with a clatter, he took the elevator to the underground garage. At this time, most of the staff in S.H.I.E.L.D. had already left work. In the underground garage, only the sound of Howard's footsteps and the softly humming tune echoed. I hate working and working overtime. He sighed with emotion and got into the car. He inserted the key and started the ignition. The newly bought Ford drove out of the garage and galloped towards the upscale hotel in Washington, D.C. The target appeared. A cold gaze was fixed on Howard, who was driving alone. And then, there was the roar of an engine. The car parked on the side of the road quietly followed. Like a hunter, it was tracking his prey. Kill Howard. An order came from a tiny headset. Copy. The man replied. He glanced at the Ford driving in front of him and steered onto an overpass, ready to take a shortcut to block the other party. He stepped on the accelerator, driving faster. Javits, what's up? Claiming to be a friend of mine? In the afternoon? I don't remember. Howard answered the phone while holding the steering wheel. Fortunately, he didn't know a guy named Strange, otherwise, he would definitely know that driving while taking a call could cost him dearly. Wait. Motherfucker. Howard, who was answering the phone, suddenly saw a car flying out. The tires scraped against the ground, making an ear-splitting sound, blocking the middle of the road. He was so frightened that he hastily braked, hitting the steering wheel hard. Before Howard cursed, a black figure, perfectly blended into the night, pushed open the car door and stepped down. He was carrying a Papisha submachine gun in his hand and skipped the cliched part of monologuing and just opened fire. Da-day. Da-da-da-day. The bulletproof window glass suddenly cracked in a spiderweb-like pattern. The dense bullet burst and almost turned the car into a hornet's nest. After nearly 2 minutes of violent shooting, the killer threw away the submachine gun that had emptied 2 magazines and went straight to the Ford. He tore open the bulletproof door full of bullet holes with his hand, like tearing off a fragile tissue paper. Such power was simply inhuman. It's just that. Before he could confirm the target, a heavy iron fist came head-on. Bang! The exoskeleton mechanical arm, like a compressed spring, tightened violently and then exploded out. Enough terrible power to break through the steel plate and hit the assassin in the chest. Crack! Without a doubt, the assassin was knocked out and crashed into the stone pier of the overpass. He saw the man's sternum collapse and spitting out blood. The body that fell to the ground twitched twice and forever silenced. Do you really think that the small fry you sent can finish me off? Howard, wearing portable exoskeleton armor, squeezed out of the car door and smiled smugly. 321, Chapter 318. In the absence of Superman, 2. Because of Luke's existence, the butterfly flapped its wings vigorously, triggering many unexpected and strange changes. For example, Captain America didn't fall into the glacier and fell asleep. Or, the first generation of Iron Man was Howard Stark, not his son. On the spur of the moment, Luke had the idea to find something for Howard to do. However, any concept and design that stayed on paper was a perfectly viable plan for a genius like the latter. Therefore, Howard developed the first series of armor as early as Superman went to Earth 199,999. The model of the first-generation armor was similar to the Ironmonger from Obadiah Stane, which looked silly with its dark and thick power-deterrent armor but gave a sense of strength and security. It was his secret weapon, placed in the basement of Stark's mansion. This set of portable mechanical exoskeleton was developed some time ago, which was used to cope with any kind of critical situation. He didn't expect it to come in handy so soon. Howard was wearing something like a steel coat. His arms, waist, legs, chest, and head were covered with hard metal like bones. "Oh, Jarvis, it's nothing. A little accident happened." He picked up the mobile phone in the back seat and said lightly. After easily solving the killer with one punch, Howard fully understood what it was like to have strength. This was a refreshing experience that couldn't be experienced by crushing others with your mind and wealth. It's hard to imagine how intensely satisfying it would be to become a Superman like Luke. Howard muttered in a low voice. Male creatures would always yearn for the most primitive and pure strength. By the way, I have to call SHIELD to clean up the scene. If I had known, I would have left him alive. I could have given him to Nick Fury and see if he could pull out any useful information. For the first time in his life, he fought with someone and killed them. Howard didn't overreact. He was an arms dealer specializing in death and mayhem. He was used to seeing broken limbs and blood flowing everywhere. He already had psychological immunity towards corpses. Howard Stark. Confirmed, target alive. Continue the mission. When the first Iron Man was satisfied, 2 more people came out of the car that blocked the way. They wore the same combat uniform with a bulletproof vest over it, along with a half-cover mask and tactical goggles. "Were you hiding in the trunk?" Howard spatted. "Where did these 2 guys hide? I can't believe I didn't see them. Who sent you? Hydra? The White House? The Soviet Union?" For a while, many possibilities popped up in Howard's head. As a scientific research consultant in S.H.I.E.L.D., a world-class genius and arms tycoon, it seemed that there were quite a few major players or other forces that he managed to offend. The 2 figures were silent, holding a Papisha submachine gun in both hands. They directly opened fire. They approached step by step, and the dense hail interwoven into a big net enveloped Howard. Not even a hello. The arms of the mechanical exoskeleton were raised as he moved forward against the Ford. The tires rubbed black marks on the hard ground, and the special bulletproof body was riddled with holes. "Damn it! I didn't bring my Mark I with me. If not..." Howard cursed himself. This portable mechanical exoskeleton was a metal extension driven by batteries, and its combat effectiveness depended entirely on the output power of the hydraulic valves. In addition, there was an increased power electroshock device at the chest, which could release a high-voltage current. However, considering the energy loss, the exoskeleton would enter the standby state after being used twice. Facing the fierce suppression of firepower, he was a bit overwhelmed. "I have to wait for a chance." Howard calmly made a decision. The hydraulic valves of the 2 mechanical arms opened and twisted to provide a powerful force. With a jerk, he directly overturned the Ford. Then, he kicked it hard. The heavy body rolled several times and exploded with a bang. Flames spewing out, setting off a violent wave of air. "Still alive? This is a super soldier, right?" Howard, who was repeatedly targeted, was shocked to see 2 figures crossing the blazing car wreck. The opponent dropped the submachine gun in their hands and drew tactical daggers from their waist. From beginning to the end, these assassins barely said a word, like machines with no emotions. Hand to hand. Howard was overjoyed to see that there was no hot weapons fired to suppress him. The 2 legs stepped apart, like a rampaging mammoth galloping away, trampling on the ground. An iron fist blasted straight out. Crack! One of the assassins didn't dodge, 2 hands were interlocked, and he evaded. His arm was nearly shattered and fractured, but he didn't show any traces of pain. Instead, he caught Howard by surprise and raised his knee upward, slamming it into Howard's abdomen, which wasn't covered with metal. Ugh! The intense pain, and muscle spasms, almost made Howard vomit out his stomach acid. The other assassin came around behind him with tacit understanding. A forceful necklock position from the man forcefully stopped Howard's ability to move. The latter wasn't a trained special soldier and lacked actual combat experience. After being caught inadvertently for a while, his shortcomings were exposed. ZI. Howard's brain turned quickly and decisively started the electroshock device in his chest. The blue arc light kept jumping and suddenly released. The assassin, who went around behind him and locked his neck, instantly gave off the unpleasant smell of being cooked and burnt. However, the other party was also a ruthless person. As that happened, he still didn't let go. Bang! The assassin, who wasn't affected by the high-voltage current, punched Howard in the chest. The powerful force destroyed the battery. Those cold, Hollow eyes stared at the target, and the tactical dagger held in his right hand struck his throat. Clang! The sound of metal crashing pierced people's eardrums. Howard, who felt death coming, opened his eyes and saw that a round shield had hit the killer accurately. The copious power of the high-speed rotation knocked the other person out. The shield then flew around in a completely unscientific trajectory and returned to its owner's hand. A tall, strong, and handsome man slowly walked onto the battlefield. "Long time no see, Howard." The man greeted with a smile. "Captain Rogers." Howard was surprised. He tried to contact Captain America the first hour after Superman's disappearance but was unsuccessful. Steve Rogers, who was looking for Bucky, went to the Soviet Union with members of the Howling Commandos and soon broke off his regular contact with SHIELD. The sudden reunion of old friends was a bit of a surprise for Howard. Despite the darkness of the night and the blurred vision, those two strong pectoral muscles, and the upright eye catching American's ass, were so obvious that they couldn't be faked. This was Captain America. Boom! The killer with the bent right arm was still about to charge. Captain America's eyes were blazing white. The terrifying energy, like spherical lightning, hit his opponent. Flesh and blood shattered in an instant. The high temperature evaporated everything without leaving a single trace. "I'm sorry, I heard the news of Luke's disappearance, and I should have come back sooner. But halfway through, a little accident happened." Rogers came over with an apologetic look on his face. He dismantled the mechanical exoskeleton that lost its power with his bare hands and rescued Howard. "What is going on? Where is Luke?" On hearing Captain America's question, Howard smiled bitterly. "It's a long story. I also want to know where that guy went." The door of the car opened again while the two were catching up. Two more killers came out. "Does this car have infinite space?" Howard's eyes widened. 5 people already came out of there. "They are Essex's clone fighters." Rogers, seemingly unsurprised, took a step forward and stood in front of Howard. His eyes sparkled with lightning. "I also have a lot of things to tell you, Howard," Captain America said in a deep voice. "About Bucky, Hydra, and our president." 322, Chapter 319 Old Friends Reunite, Superman Returns, I. White House, Oval Office. After a busy day's work, the president left the chair that symbolized the state's power. He squeezed the bridge of his nose, took off his glasses, and stood on the carpet embroidered with the bald eagle. A few seconds later, it seemed that some kind of switch was activated. The ground shook slightly and descended slowly. The president was standing on a metal lifting platform, surrounded by such darkness that he couldn't even see his fingers. With his arrival, several laser beams shrouded and scanned him for confirmation. "Welcome back." A monotonous mechanical sound quietly said so, and the induction lights in the underground space were turned on one by one. This was similar to the architectural layout of a military base, with wide spaces and cold colors. On both sides of the wall stood nutrition chambers that were as tall as a person. Each was 2/3 filled with light green liquid. A naked body was immersed in it, like a specimen in formalin. The president seemed to feel nothing and walked on, entering a room through 2 thick alloy doors. He sat on a metal chair, picked up a translucent helmet connected with many pipelines on the right-hand side, and put it on. "Start transmission." The president's eyes suddenly went hollow, and the whole person seemed to become a puppet, losing self-awareness. "Business as usual. Continue to speed up the pace of the Cold War, limit the scope of power of S.H.I.E.L.D, and keep an eye on Howard Stark." The monotonous mechanical sound read the memory on the president's brain and then gave instructions. "He is a key figure. The future formation of the Avengers. Iron Man, one of the patriarchs, is Howard's son. This guy is a world-class genius and needs to be kept on his toes, preferably wiped out if necessary. The Tesseract, which is one of the 6 Infinity Stones, is an important bargaining chip that Hydra desperately wants to obtain." A monotonous mechanical voice issued commands. The whole process, like a repeating machine type of hypnosis, lasted about 2 hours. "All right." The president took off his helmet and left the room. During the period, he had no expression, like a robot that was set up. Then he took the elevator back to the Oval Office. "As for Howard Stark, I have sent killers to eliminate this potential threat." A tall man with diamond-shaped gems inlaid on his forehead appeared in an underground laboratory. "I've said it many times. Don't just take care of an important character like Howard Stark. It will only cause even worse trouble." In the monotonous mechanical voice, there was a hint of irritation. "It's as if Hydra knew the end of World War II, and then went to the past and tried to kill Captain America and Superman. Unless you plan well and eliminate all factors that may lead to failure, you will always face failure. Because they are the protagonists of this story, the goddess of luck always favors them. Nathaniel Essex, I'm an absolute expert in this field." Mr. Sinister raised his eyebrows, and a contemptuous smile appeared on his lips. He joked, "Kong the Conqueror, how did you fall to this point and become a fresh specimen soaked in formalin? Following along his line of sight, there was a complete human brain in a transparent glass jar. That was Kong the Conqueror. He should have died a long time ago. Heat vision had cut off his whole body, and the lower half of his body was reduced to mush. In a few seconds, his life would have been lost. The fact that he could still talk and live was all thanks to Nathaniel Essex. Mr. Sinister, who ended up a little better than Kong the Conqueror, was an alpha mutant who was blown half to pieces by Superman, leaving him barely breathing. He took the latter's brain out and put it into a nutrition pod, where its consciousness was connected to a high-tech computer from the future, becoming a virtual being resembling artificial intelligence. Because the world is not right. Mr. Sinister's sarcastic smile aroused Kong the Conqueror's sorrowful heart. Superman never existed. At least in all the timelines that I've conquered, I've never heard of him. That horribly powerful guy. He's like an actor who ran to the wrong studio, adding a part for himself while making a mess of the original story. Kong was very upset, like a player who failed in clearing the game and was ridiculed. Okay, stop talking. The smile on Mr. Sinister's face solidified. He didn't want to hear about Superman but knew about the other party. Whenever he mentioned the young Lieutenant General, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., his whole body would faintly ache. The sense of desperation with death overhead and no room for resistance really discouraged people from reliving and remembering. Anyway, he has disappeared. Mr. Sinister said. It was as if he was comforting Kong the Conqueror but was actually reminding himself. Superman was a nightmare for them. We must be prepared, take precautions, and not take it lightly. Kong the Conqueror, who only had one brain left, reminded him. Although Superman was inadvertently taken out of this universe by my space-time transmission device. But no one knows where he has gone and whether he will come back. Mr. Sinister's eyebrows were slightly wrinkled. He was in a bad mood. He felt that Kong, who didn't want to take the blame, still just had to add to their worries. There were many universes, countless time and space, how could Superman come back? Don't worry, we control the president, which means we have a lot of resources. Mr. Sinister was patient because he still needed the information from Kong the Conqueror and his future technology. Essex is being supported by the government and is developing at a very fast pace. As long as I can completely control the mutants and get S.H.I.E.L.D's gene pool in Alkali Lake. At that time, I will not only be able to break through the limits of the alpha level and enter a higher level. I can also build an invincible army with the help of the mutant genes. Like Apocalypse, becoming a god and conquering the whole world. Mr. Sinister was like a veteran general on stage, with banners from supporters planted all over his back. After Superman left this universe, he was recuperating and healing from his injuries. While working with Kong the Conqueror, he brainwashed the president and established Essex Biotech. With the help of the future technology mastered by the latter, Mr. Sinister's cloning technology had made further breakthroughs. According to the template of a super soldier, he could manufacture replicas in large quantities. This technology had attracted the attention of Hydra. Both sides were villains and had the same enemy. So, they hit it off, and both got what they needed. According to Mr. Sinister, everything was on the right track and moving forward steadily. He didn't want anyone to interrupt his progress. By the way, not only Howard Stark, but Captain America, and Nick Fury also, they are all key figures. Kong the Conqueror added. If you want to eliminate the instability, it's best to solve it once and for all. Mr. Sinister nodded his head, indicating that he knew. The assassination of Howard Stark was just an appetizer. What came after was the main course. 323, Chapter 320 Old Friends Reunite, Superman Returns, 2. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. A few spherical lightning containing high-temperature energy evaporated the assassins that appeared later into a mass of charcoal. It should be over now. Captain America wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead and turned to Howard. That car, like the suburban Chevrolet, had infinite space. 10 people had come down in groups. It was like a steady stream of small teams for target practice. I wonder if it is a car or an unusual vehicle. Howard lifted his chin, beckoning Captain America to take the lead and investigate what it was. The latter had no problem with it. He carried the iconic vibranium shield in his right hand to prevent accidents like explosions. Rib. Tearing open the door with his bare hands, Rogers saw a silvery white computer with a sci-fi appearance inside. Several red and green wires are connected to 10 culture bottles, which only need to follow the established procedures for growing and maturing. It's Essex Biotech. Rogers wasn't surprised. He had seen the same clone fighters in the Soviet Union and Hydra. According to the written gene templates, those killers with empty eyes and no feelings were continuously delivered like batch products on the assembly line. Such biotechnology is at least a century ahead of what's currently available. Howard glanced at it for a few moments and concluded. He had always regarded Essex Biotech that had recently risen as a replica of Hammer Industries, which relied on government support and connections. But he was shocked to see all the cutting-edge technology such as breeding vials, gene editing, and accelerating growth of these clones. This wasn't something that could be developed casually. I have seen similar clone fighters, Rogers said in a deep voice. When I learned that Superman disappeared, I was ready to come back, but on the way back, I encountered a massive attack. Howard's eyes slightly dimmed, and he felt a large net was slowly coming down on him. Not only himself, but also any person or thing related to Superman, or anything that could potentially harm the other party, were being erased. I found similar numbers on some clone fighters, all of whom were produced by Essex. Rogers continued. With the Howling Commandos, he conducted a long-term reconnaissance and gained some secret information. Hydra has close ties with this company. The man at the helm of Essex Biotech, Nathaniel, has always kept a low profile. However, according to our investigation, this person has close ties with the White House. By linking these clues together, we can draw a complete network of relationships. Hearing this analysis from Captain America, Howard nodded slightly. It was exactly as he had guessed. I have some more, great information that I want to share with you. He stroked his mustache and spoke in a deep voice. The president might be a future con man, and Superman left the universe. Compared with those above, these two pieces of news might be more difficult to digest. If he weren't psychologically sound and capable of accepting, Captain America would definitely think Howard was crazy, saying such outrageous facts. Let's go to my house first. By the way, were you the one who came to my house this afternoon? Captain America nodded. He followed the trail, and after finding out the mastermind behind the scenes, he wanted to contact Howard. In the absence of Luke, the only person who could be trusted and be of help was probably the latter. Howard got into the intact car to go to the villa on Long Island. His Mark I power armor was there. If Essex Biotech launched the second round of attack, his own armor would definitely give the other party a surprise. What did you learn in the Soviet Union? I mean, about Barnes. While driving, Howard took the initiative to find a topic. He heard from Luke that Captain America and Bucky had a deep relationship and a deep friendship. Knowing that the latter might be in the Soviet Union and in the hands of Leviathan, Rogers, who was considering retirement, didn't hesitate to leave his beloved girlfriend and sneaked into Moscow with the Howling Commandos. Such friendship sometimes led Howard to some extreme speculation. We were in Moscow for 2 months and ran into agents of the Red Room and almost got killed by them. Rogers recalled the days when he hid his name, changed his identity, and lurked in Moscow. The Red Room was said to be Leviathan's secret organization, dedicated to training spies, agents, and assassins. They took in many war orphans and taught them etiquette, culture, dance, and other skills, so that they could enter the upper class in the future. Of course, shooting, interrogation, counter-interrogation, and close-quarters combat, are also mandatory. Everyone is a tool there. The best ones will be given the name Black Widow. Rogers paused, thinking of a blonde woman. I ran into a Black Widow, and it was difficult for me to escape the trap with the Howling Commandos. Howard raised his eyebrows. He had always been very sexually interested in female spies and female agents. In Luke's words, just eat the icing and shoot the shells back. Bucky really fell into the clutches of the Leviathan. He has a new name, Winter Soldier. When it came to his good friend, Rogers's tone was a bit complicated. It's a pity that I couldn't bring him back. Bucky's existence, as well as his movements, is confidential in Leviathan. I have no access to them. I had to give up the idea of rescuing him for the time being because of Luke's accident and sudden disappearance. Howard was silent for a moment. The urgent task was to locate Superman and bring him back. As long as Luke was around, S.H.I.E.L.D., him and Captain America, and even the Cold War rivalry between the two superpowers could all be solved. That was Superman's position. A weight that was enough to change the whole world's situation. Here we are. The car drove straight in and stopped at the door of the Long Island villa. Jarvis should be awake. Howard stepped out of the car and raised his arm to look at the time. His personal butler was usually busy until after 12 o'clock, and after finishing everything, he would go to bed. If you're hungry, you can ask him to make a sandwich or something. Captain America was covering his stomach. He really was a bit hungry. As a battleship-class soldier, his energy consumption also needed to be supplemented. Wait. Something's not right. Howard pushed open the door and saw the light in the living room, but Jarvis, the butler, didn't come to greet him. This was very abnormal. His butler had always been dedicated to his duties. From his personal etiquette to ability, there wasn't a single fault to be found. Every time Howard came home, the other party would stand at the door. Possible danger. Howard stepped forward lightly while Captain America raised the vibranium shield. The two men crept into the living room. They saw a man sitting at the dining table who looked taller than Jarvis. I say, shouldn't you guys be more excited about meeting an old friend again? The familiar voice suddenly rang out, startling the two nervous men. The man at the dinner table turned around, his lips smiling. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 324, Chapter 321 Simple Ways to Solve Problems. When we used to live in Brooklyn, what was your favorite flavor of pie? It's downstairs at the shop where we often go, Aunt Maggie's. Rogers held the vibranium shield in his right hand, his eyes filled with blazing white energy, ready to shoot the other party in the face. He wasn't a new recruit on the battlefield, that didn't even have the most basic vigilance. Superman disappeared for so long and suddenly appeared in Stark's home, which sounded unbelievable. Considering the cutting-edge technology mastered by Essex Biotech, they could manufacture so many clone fighters in batches. It didn't seem impossible to make a fake Luke. First of all, I don't like pie. Secondly, there's a flower shop under my building owned by Jennifer's family, who's a lively and cheerful young lady. Luke downplayed and pointed out several traps in Captain America's question. Steve, if you want to test me, I suggest using the embarrassment between you and Bucky. For example, you were trapped in a corner by Jamie and then beaten. I remember once, they beat you half to death. Bucky stole some bread from the shop next door and gave it to the pot-bellied Dr. Will. Luke talked about the past, glanced at Rogers with a relaxed expression, and continued, because of this, you had a quarrel with Bucky. You said, ever since you were a child, your father taught you to be a good person and not to do bad things. Theft, it's wrong. Rogers lowered the vibranium shield, bowed his head, and smiled. He was reminded of the past. Even in the poorest and most difficult times, his father never did anything bad that violated morality and conscience. The man who died in the war set an example and taught Captain America the most important lesson. This was also the principles and mindset that Rogers would later uphold. To be a good person. A very simple truth. Yet. Bucky said I was too stupid, but he accompanied me to apologize to the owner. He gave him a part-time job for a week. Captain America put his shield aside, indicating that he believed that it was his old friend in front of him. There were many things that only they knew. Essex Biotech's cloning technology was more advanced, but it was impossible to copy memory. Seeing this, Howard also sat down at the table. He stroked his mustache and looked at Luke with a calm face. He couldn't wait to ask, where have you been? This was a question that the whole world wanted an answer to. Superman vanished. It once occupied all the headlines of the world for several months. About this matter, many conspiracy theories emerged. Here in America, they said the Soviet Union planned and launched an unexpected surprise attack. It intended to undermine the world's stability and provoke the fuse of war between the two superpowers. Not to be outdone, the Red Bear accused the Bald Eagle of persecuting their war heroes. This was all because Luke Cavil refused the president's goodwill gesture and refused to lean towards the capitalist elites. Superman, as a pacifist, didn't agree with the Americans' hegemony but made great efforts to promote the Paris summit and eliminate the conflicts between the land civilization and Atlantis. However, such behavior was regarded as betrayal and a threat by the American capitalist group, so the president and related interests conspired against the other party. To test this theory, the Soviet side sought various information about Superman. For example, past propaganda images, speeches, and so on. Among them, Luke had repeatedly mentioned the words world peace and unity of all mankind. This showed that Superman had the world at heart and was a beacon of light for the righteous. He was fundamentally different from America, which wanted to colonize the world with hegemony. A certain loving father even openly declared that Superman was a true red son. Although the other person grew up in Brooklyn, was poisoned and brainwashed by capitalism, he kept a clear head and leaned toward this side. The Soviets didn't mind complimenting Superman as long as it nauseated the White House people, even if it shaped the other party into a beacon of the world and an embodiment of light. In this way, the two sides engaged in several back-and-forth public opinion campaigns on the matter. Until recently, the heat had dropped. It's a long story, but it was a fun and exciting trip. Luke talked while enjoying his sandwich. He began by explaining the intricacies of the multiverse and then picked up a few anecdotes. For example, the Sorcerer Supreme battle. There was also the brother-sister relationship of the Asgardians. As for the Infinity Stones and the final battle, they were spoilers, so he couldn't tell them. So, you went to a similar universe and became the Sorcerer Supreme. Howard poured himself several glasses of whiskey before he managed to digest the information. You've summed it up pretty well. Luke nodded and added. By the way, I also met your son. He inherited the Stark family genes and the family style to perfection. Hearing this, Howard's sleepy mood was lifted. Although he wasn't married now and hadn't even thought about it. However, hearing that the Stark family legacy persisted as Jarvis often said, Howard's insistence on being a bachelor for life, he couldn't give up a forest for a single tree, and keeping such bad habits as his excessive indulgence, alcoholism, and staying up late. The Stark family, in all likelihood, would end with his generation. Son? I actually like daughters better. Howard expressed some dislike for Tony's existence. He's a standard daughter-first kind of man and loved cute babies who could sit on his shoulders and would say that they wanted to ride a big horse. What? Can't sons do that too? Howard curled his lips. If he got a son, then he was better off tinkering with his own toy car. He had little interest in the more straightforward paternal love. What's his name? Is he married? Tell him that the Stark men are always the best ones, so he shouldn't disgrace his father. After thinking about it, the mustached man added, if I'm not good enough there, tell him not to worry. After all, it's my first time being a dad, and I have no experience. I can only learn from the experience of my father, his grandfather. Luke was taking a sip of his bourbon and almost sputtered. He didn't expect this wave of vanity to shift the blame to someone else. You're a very qualified father, and your son adores you. So, Howard, you don't have to worry about that. Luke patted the other on the shoulder and consoled. However, in the future, you will have a worse outcome. You would be assassinated by Captain America's best friend, and your wife would die too. Luke thought silently. That was the doomed ending of the movie universe. But, in this world, if the Winter Soldier and Howard go head-to-head, it's unclear who would win and who would lose. With the Ironmonger-like power armor, it should be a 50-50th match against a super soldier. When did you come back? Rogers interjected. About 15 minutes ago. Luke replied. After leaving the Sorcerer Supreme universe, he once again experienced several different worlds. There was the Wolverine Old Man Logan universe. A universe where mutants had been reduced to rubble and nearly extinct. There were also the Superior Spider-Man universes where Spider-Man and Dr. Octopus exchanged souls and smashed up New York. All in all, he passed through 4 or 5 stopovers before finally finding the right way home. I was in Nepal, went to Kamartaj, visited the Sorcerer Supreme who skipped work to relax, and expressed my concern for my colleagues. Luke wiped his mouth and faintly said, after drinking a cup of tea and returning from New York, I came to see Howard about the situation. Tell me, where are they hiding behind the scenes? I could fly over right now and get rid of all the problems. Binge. Please vote for extra chapters for tomorrow. 325, Chapter 322 Impulsiveness is the Devil, the first battle at home. What? Are you going to run to the White House and punch the president to death? Howard slightly frowned, as if he was worried that Luke would act excessively under impulse. If Superman lost his mind and became an unscrupulous existence, it would be a disaster for the whole world. Although we all know that he's fake, according to the procedure, we should find conclusive evidence before implementing law enforcement measures. That way, you won't be charged with assassinating the president, and Superman won't be a terrorist. Howard calmly analyzed. The likes of Essex by attack, Kong the Conqueror, Hydra, and others, was no longer a problem. Because Luke was back. With Superman sitting in S.H.I.E.L.D, and they couldn't afford to turn over any waves. At most, they could only do little tricks behind their backs. What we should do next is to rectify order and solve problems step by step. Do I look impulsive? Luke picked his eyebrows with a relaxed smile. He could understand Howard's concern, and the simplest means were often used as the last resort. Scheming, struggle, competition. This was the normal state of gambling in all sizes. No one would think of violently overturning the table as soon as they sat. That would lead to fewer and fewer people taking part in the game. In the end, they would be left alone, rolling the dice in loneliness and boredom. I just put forward an idea, don't be too nervous. Luke waved his hand to placate Howard and Captain America. Then what are you going to do? Howard breathed a sigh of relief. If Superman insisted on doing that, he couldn't stop him. I know that sometimes lies are more convincing than the truth. Luke paused, looked at Howard, and whispered, the main problem isn't the president, he's in that seat, and every move he makes is being watched. Of course, if the president was that master bullshitting the one that often used the phrase no one knows about that better than I do, then that was a different story. It would have been better, to tell the truth straight away and tell the public that a man from the future had impersonated the president and banished himself to a parallel universe. It sounded more like a science fiction movie, too far ahead of its time to be credible. It wasn't easy for people of this generation to accept the complex concepts of parallel universes, future time, and cloning. The cake should be eaten one bite at a time. I'm going to take care of Essex Biotech first. Luke tapped his fingers on the table and asked a pajama-clad Jarvis for some whiskey. That's a good idea. Howard nodded as he thought so. With advanced and cutting-edge cloning technology, Essex Biotech could build a powerful army composed of super soldiers at any time. If they dared to assassinate him openly today, they might do it to others tomorrow. This was a time bomb that needed to be dismantled. If you want to take down Essex, go to someone you know who can provide useful information and act as a suitable tool. Howard's eyes flashed. Aside from being S.H.I.E.L.D's science advisor and world-class genius, he was also a successful businessman and a qualified capitalist. How to use effective means to destroy a rising company as quickly as possible. In this respect, he had a lot of experience. After all, if one read more, one would know more. You mean Emma? Luke quickly understood Howard's meaning. Only the White Queen, Emma Frost, of the Hellfire Club could help. Speaking of this, after returning to Earth 1024, he hadn't had time to meet those women. Catching up, embracing, renewing old intimacies, could all be put aside for now, there's no rush. He had only been away for 8 months, not 8 years. Unlike Captain America, who woke up from a deep sleep, everything had changed dramatically. By this time, the world was on the verge of entering the Cold War phase of the Cuban Missile Crisis. Bingo! Howard snapped his fingers and pulled the pasta from his plate with his fork. Jarvis had just made it. It tasted average, but it was filling. The three of them sat in the dining room and chatted, making trouble for the butler who had gone to bed, and by the way, letting the other party fix their evening meal. In case you didn't know, the White Queen, who is now the leader of the Hellfire Club, is one of the representatives of the Moderate Mutants faction. As Howard rolled up his noodles, he said, Essex Biotech is very interested in mutants. 3 months after you left, they took over all the work on the mutants that S.H.I.E.L.D was originally in charge of. It was by order of the President and pressure from the Pentagon. Originally, S.H.I.E.L.D adopted a gentle policy of appeasement towards mutants. Coaching, monitoring and documenting, greatly eased the relationship between the two parties. But the Essex side was less patient and continued the military's brutal, hard-line approach, which caused a lot of trouble and fueled public opinion. Hearing this, Luke's face remained unchanged, but his eyes grew a little colder. From what I know about Emma, she should be making a move. For the White Queen, Essex Biotech just had a small role in the bright future. Behind it stood Mr. Sinister, an alpha mutant with many abilities. They did have some conflicts. Howard nodded his head. White Queen wasn't the kind of person to submit to humiliation. Her Hellfire Club had several fights with Essex Biotech, but in the end, it failed to get the upper hand. At the Paris Peace Summit, a bill on the registration of mutants and related policies was prepared. Howard had some regrets. He knew Luke's setup and how much work S.H.I.E.L.D had put into it. However, Essex Biotech stepped in, which turned the originally eased racial relations into sharp contradictions. Luke was silent for a moment and whispered, "It doesn't matter. A positive hero always needs a villain to complement him." Essex played the role perfectly. Hellfire Club. Inside the hall. The White Queen sat at the top seat on a soft red carpet that ran from her feet to the door. "Emma, what are you going to do?" Silver Fox, Kayla, standing beside her, glanced at her sister with a cold face. During this period, Essex Biotech had stepped up its efforts to capture mutants. Those clone fighters, whose movements had become more frequent, were capturing more and more of their compatriots into prison. The Hellfire Club, as a representative camp for the mutants, had carried out many rescues, but it had achieved very little success. "I don't know." White Queen shook her head. On the one hand, Essex Biotech had the government as its umbrella, and all its actions were reasonable and legal. The arrest of mutants was also justified by reasons such as assisting in investigations, cooperating with inspections, and other reasons. On the other hand, she was no match for Mr. Sinister. That guy was an alpha mutant, and he also had an ability similar to telepathy. In a head-to-head battle, the White Queen would only be defeated. "I want to lead the group back to Boston, consolidate the forces at hand and unite more of my compatriots against the oppression of Essex Biotech." In the hall, it was just the White Queen and her sister Silver Fox, so there was no need to cover up what they were saying. "And you? I heard that you were going to Canada with Logan? He has no other hobbies except smoking cigars, drinking, and fighting. He also has that beast-like brother with him." White Queen persuaded. She didn't think that Wolverine was worthy of her sister. By the standards of the general public, the wolf had nothing to offer other than his strength and wild charm. There was no money, no room, and a grumpy brother who acted as a third wheel in their world of two. If they did get together, they would definitely not be happy after marriage. "You have too many misunderstandings about Logan. He's actually a very docile person." Kayla had a soft smile. She had already tamed Wolverine. The only issue that needed to be considered may be the opposing brother, Sabretooth. Out of her psychic instincts, Kayla feels that Logan's cranky older brother didn't seem to like her very much. "I remember that S.H.I.E.L.D originally wanted to build an exclusive school for mutants, and you would manage it. Was this plan shelved?" Kayla changed the subject. With the disappearance of Superman, the contradiction between mainstream society and mutants became increasingly violent. The situation at the Hellfire Club had also gotten difficult. That's all in the past. The White Queen shook her head with a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. Although, she and that disappearing guy were only special friends who occasionally went on a friendly match. However, many things could only be understood as precious if they were lost. Without Superman standing in front, she had been subjected to covetous eyes, ill will, and pressure from the federal government and other forces. The Hellfire Club was tottering and struggling. Even its very existence was threatened, not to mention its continued development. A while ago, it seemed that everything was getting better. It seemed that mutants would have a bright future, but they were all an illusion. The White Queen looked down and said, "It's only because someone gave us hope. When he went away, all the promises were lost. S.H.I.E.L.D. can no longer shelter mutants. Without Superman, it will be dismantled sooner or later." Kayla sighed, unlike her sister, the White Queen, who was determined to be the leader of the mutant camp. The dream of all their compatriots, to be treated equally and have normal lives. She was no exception. Who wanted to go to Canada if they could take root in New York, Boston, or other cities? Kayla knew very well that being a driver actually had a higher priority than being a lumberjack in Logan's career planning. "So, I have such an important place in your heart? That's very flattering." The frivolous voice came from outside the hall. Under the astonished gaze of the White Queen, Luke stepped onto the red carpet and made his way to the seat at the top. "What? Aren't you happy to see me?" Looking at the White Queen, who seemed to be in a daze, Luke reached out and held her chin. The corner of his lips slightly curled up. While Kayla, who stood aside, felt that her existence seemed redundant. She was also very sensible and withdrew from the hall in silence, leaving the battlefield to the two. 326, Chapter 323 Meeting. The two people in the hall didn't start a fierce battle, as Kayla imagined, or had an indescribable sexual encounter. First of all, their relationship wasn't to that extent. Luke and White Queen, at best, had a pure friendship of appreciating each other's skills and body, without any deep feelings. The former was interested in the driving experience, while the latter was interested in the driving skills. To a certain extent, each could be regarded as having their own needs and satisfying each other. Therefore, as soon as they met, they hugged excitedly, then shook their tongues, kissed each other breathlessly, and then talked with each other about love. This wouldn't be in line with their true feelings. They weren't the type to directly do the deed unless they were too eager and hungry. Luke wasn't a Robinson who spent 28 years alone on a deserted island, relying on handicrafts or living like a caveman to pass his days. He had a few friendly matches with Magic, the Queen of Limbo, during the Sorcerer Supreme battle, and it was a wonderfully fulfilling and enjoyable experience for both sides. Without the urgent need, there won't be an impatient impulse. "Is it really you?" When the White Queen saw Superman, who had disappeared for a long time, she subconsciously released her psychic powers. And then, like hitting a solid iron wall, she was slightly dizzy, but her eyes were full of surprise. "The President publicly announced your death on TV, and a few days ago, there was a national day of mourning. The Soviet Union, on the other side of the world, was celebrating your disappearance with a free flow of vodka, so they could finally get a good night's sleep. The mutant order fell apart after you left and returned to the unfortunate situation of having nothing. S.H.I.E.L.D. is crumbling and facing the fate of being disbanded." The White Queen left her seat as she struggled to calm her emotions. But the rapid breathing, the heaving breasts, revealed her true thoughts. "It sounds like I'm very important to the world." Luke chuckled. He didn't expect that the White Queen would be so excited about his return. This was much more satisfying than Howard and Captain America's welcoming. White Queen looked up at Luke and whispered, "I once heard a saying about how the planet never revolves around one person. But after seeing you disappear, all this happened. I think this statement might not always be true. Luke, you are like a celestial body that affects everything around you, and you would gradually expand your influence." Luke's mouth curved up. What the White Queen said was exactly what he had been trying to achieve. He was steadily building a network of personal interests to ensure that he had a strong voice in the face of any force. From a war hero, a military mascot, to a strategic deterrent walking nuclear weapon, and a smooth transition to power. Luke saw himself as a player at the world's gambling table and wanted nothing more than to pocket all the good cards so that he could control the direction of the future and keep everything from spiraling out of control. Just like people with obsessive-compulsive disorder, when they see a wine glass in the wrong position, they have to be put back in place, otherwise, they would feel uncomfortable. He believed that this was some kind of common problem of travelers, or rather, the psychological problems left behind by the once weak. Hating the unknown and unstable, as well as sudden changes and trouble. "Ms. Frost, your compliments just made my day better." Luke waved his hand and quickly put away the vanity that had crept in and the self-reflection that had passed by. The satisfaction brought by power was only the garnish for the main meal. He still had a long way to go and wouldn't be confined to the planet under his feet. It's still a little too early to feel complacent right now. Let's talk about your troubles. You know, I've always been happy to help people with their problems and deal with them. Luke put his hand around the White Queen's waist and leaned against the wide and comfortable seat. When he came to Hellfire Club, he didn't just want to catch up and get close to her. There were other matters. I was waiting for you to say that. The latter sat down on Luke's lap and wrapped her hands around the opponent's neck. They stuck together in an extremely intimate and ambiguous position. If the people of the Hellfire Club saw this, some jaws would drop, while other mutants could hear their hearts breaking. Generally speaking, a male-dominated power structure would be either assertive or affectionate, displaying the full range of human characteristics. Women with the power of eloquence tend to design their own image carefully to win the support of more people. To put it simply, the White Queen's persona in the Hellfire Club was an unattainable iceberg goddess. But here with Luke, the goddess in many younger mutant fantasies, easily shed her cold beauty outer layer and invulnerability. You should also be aware of the recent actions of Essex Biotech. They are capturing mutants for genetic experiments and trying to take the research site at Alkali Lake from SHIELD. The White Queen's eyes showed a hint of gloating, knowing that someone was going to learn their lesson. The last guy who tried to grab something from Superman's hand was already 6 feet under. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. / 327, Chapter 324 Full Stack Damage. That's Nathaniel Essex. He's a powerful mutant. He once followed Apocalypse, but now, he's mixed up with the government. The White Queen didn't add fuel to the flames and just told him about Essex Biotech's plan as it was. The latter, along with SHIELD and Superman, was in the opposing camp themselves. Otherwise, why would Kong the Conqueror ask Mr. Sinister to cooperate with him? The latter was dedicated to becoming the next mutant god after Apocalypse. He worked hard to study biological genes in an attempt to change his life by relying on science. Unfortunately, Mr. Sinister had an unbeatable opponent and an insurmountable obstacle, Superman and SHIELD. The disappearance of the latter, coupled with persuasion from Kong the Conqueror. Mr. Sinister took the risk and tried again and again, repeatedly walking on the edge, almost having his head blown off. Okay, I need you and the Hellfire Club to step up to the plate. After listening, Luke's eyes flickered slightly, and he lightly smiled. If you follow the rules of the game, you can kill a large company that's on the rise and has a government background. Howard developed a detailed plan for this. The White Queen nodded, not doubting Superman's words in the slightest. Mr. Sinister didn't seem to have much chance to win, either at the gambling table or in private. This time, he bit off more than he could chew. The White Queen smiled lightly and then blocked Superman's lips passionately. In this way, she announced that the work discussion was over. Next was a private entertainment session. 2 days later. Essex Building. This 45-story skyscraper was one of the landmarks in Manhattan. Originally a top-class apartment, but Mr. Sinister bought it outright and used it for office space. It's nice to look down on all beings from above. Mr. Sinister, dressed in a high-end suit, clasped his arms in front of his chest and expressed his sentiments. Those people boast of being elite and high class, like tall buildings, because they enjoy the experience of having the city under their feet. I used to focus on experimental research, cold data, and cold corpses, but I forgot that life filled with power and money is actually quite interesting. Mr. Sinister, now at the helm of Essex Biologics, had such a dull thought. With the support of the White House and Kang's future technology, this company had made a name for itself in just 6 months. Many media and newspapers believed that Essex would become the second Stark Industries. Such a statement, in Mr. Sinister's own ears, was more like a joke. Howard Stark is just lucky. Mr. Sinister looked down on the world-class genius, partly due to a mutant's arrogance and partly due to his personality. He was once a serious scientist of the same era as Darwin but was later rejected and discarded by mainstream academia for his extreme theories and racially charged speeches. This past had made Mr. Sinister psychotic, cynical, and jealous. Since then, he hated any scientist who was sought after and approved of by the mass media. Especially a genius like Howard Stark, who was recognized by the world. Maybe Kong is right. I should do it myself to make sure that nothing goes wrong. Mr. Sinister rubbed his chin. The clone fighters sent a few days ago failed. Howard Stark was obviously not as simple as he seemed. His hidden cards were unknown, and they helped him handle the clones that could all be called super soldiers. Ring ring, ring ring. The urgent ringing of the phone interrupted Mr. Sinister's contemplation. He turned around, approached it, and picked up the receiver. Mr. Essex, there are many mutants downstairs. They're protesting. The female secretary's slightly alarmed voice reached his ears. What protest? Mr. Sinister felt surprised. Since when did mutants have the audacity to appear in public? And launching a protest? They said that the company captured and imprisoned mutants and conducted illegal, inhumane, and cruel experiments. Perhaps the female secretary had never seen such a scene before and spoke in panic. The security guards tried to drive them away but failed. It attracted a lot of reporters. I see. Mr. Sinister said lightly and hung up the phone. Did the White Queen come up with this trick? I have the support of the president. Did she really think she could shake Essex by gathering a bunch of mutants who were rejected by the public and tell them to chant a few slogans? Naive. Mr. Sinister spoke with contempt and didn't take it to heart. It wasn't until half an hour later that he saw the news playing on TV. My brother Bob has always been a good kid. He never did anything bad. Just 2 days ago, people from Essex Biotech broke into my house, and they were ready to forcibly take Bob away just because he's a mutant. Those fierce thugs, armed with a government work permit, pinned him to the ground with extreme brutality. Poor Bob, he's just a young teenager. There was no way he could have resisted. He was crying out for his mother. On TV, there was a dark-skinned man whose voice carried the bloody and tearful accusation. Mutants also have the right to live in this country and should be treated equally. This is a free country. We breathe the air of freedom, so we deserve to be free. The black man shouted with his arm up and won the support and applause of the people who surrounded him on the road outside. Although they weren't paying attention to what they were listening to, they all shouted along with them. He's a good kid, helping others, and also joined the Animal Resume Union. Such a good kid, should have had a better life, but that was destroyed by Essex Biotech. The black man added. He should have had a better life, but all that was destroyed by Essex Biotech. Discriminating against mutants, discriminating against blacks, marginalized groups, animal lovers, religious people. A full stack of damage. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 328, Chapter 325. Everyone for Bob, I have a dream. America's a well-known country of immigrants. It had always been proud of its national inclusiveness and multiculturalism. Freedom, democracy, opportunities. This was a beautiful illusion created by the upper class and the political elite. It seemed that once you arrived in this land, you would be able to live a better life and start a brand new life. Just as the cold reality always woke up dreams, bubbles were always punctured by the cruel status quo. Many people from the lower class traveled across the ocean to find that the so-called American dream was nothing but a complete lie. They continued to work the hardest jobs, receive the lowest pay, and were bullied, ostracized, and treated like thieves who stole opportunities. Special environment and special soil would naturally produce different fruits. In the 1950s and 1960s, racial discrimination was not a new thing. In 1917, a conflict broke out in St. Louis. The reason was that a black driver was speeding, changing lanes at will, and was caught by a white police officer, during which there was a physical confrontation and violent behavior, which led to a siege. Then it got worse and turned into a fight. Gunshots were fired, and a black man was shot and fell to the ground, causing a massive riot. After the incident, the government sent 16,000 soldiers of the National Guard to the streets to suppress the incident, and only then was it quelled. During this period, 312 houses were destroyed, 48 people were killed, and more than 100 people were injured. This was the beginning of turmoil. Just 2 years later, in Chicago in 1919, the same vicious incident occurred, resulting in 38 deaths, 537 injuries, and property losses of more than $2 million. In the same year, the wave of racial conflict, which grew like a spreading plague, appeared in many cities, including Detroit and New York. Therefore, the same kind of scenery in this land of the free had already been repeated many times in history. Party politics had torn society apart, and the general election every 4 years was just a game in which one group of elites replaced another group of elites to take their turn on the throne. People either chose one who was pleasing to the eye or another party who wasn't pleasing to the eye. The seemingly democratic choice was actually meaningless to ethnic minorities and marginalized people. Therefore, they could only make a fuss every once in a while. In this way, they expressed their dissatisfaction. For example, in 1916, the black leader Du Bois said that violence is the most effective way for blacks and other minorities to escape from white oppression. The black community widely recognized this sentence. Every time something discriminated against fermented and expanded, they would take to the streets to protest and start the $0 purchase activity. Such a situation wouldn't be alleviated until the appearance of the black pastor Martin Luther King, Jr. The latter led the nonviolent civil rights movement, calling on African Americans to march and protest in an organized and organic manner rather than simply using violence. Of course, all of the above were historical descriptions. At this point in time, Martin Luther King, Jr. was still working as an assistant pastor at a church in Ebenezer Baptist Church. 17 years later, he would become a leading figure in the black community, giving his famous I Have a Dream speech. However, a human rights movement of blacks, ethnic minorities and marginalized people, which had never appeared in history, was slowly unfolding with a bang. I'm with Bob. This is a persecution of black people. Those fucking bastards. Suits and shitty elites pretending to be big shots, they are trampling on our lives. A black guy yelled at the camera in anger. I'm for Bob too. There is no shame in being gay. We need to be treated equally. Burn those bigots. A middle-aged man dressed in a fancy dress with a foundation on his face said while holding up a sign. Bob is innocent. He's like one of those abused, abandoned little animals, defenseless against human cruelty. He deserves justice. A member of the Animal Rescue Union, with tears in her eyes, spoke in anguish. God will bless Bob. He's a good man. A religious man blessed. The interview was streamed on TV, and in just one day, Bob, who was originally unknown, became a household name. Then, a gradually expanding march took place. Enthusiastic popcorn eaters took to the streets, even though they didn't know Bob and didn't care about the affirmative action movement. But since everyone else was doing it, what's the harm in joining in? In this way, people could show their inner sense of justice. If neighbors or friends asked about it in the future, they would be able to brag about it. So, standing at the gate of Essex Building in Manhattan, more and more people poured in. The traffic around the area was nearly paralyzed. Even the police and the police cars that came after them to maintain order were stopped outside. Such a situation gave Mr. Sinister a headache. He had always kept a low profile and avoided appearing in public. The sudden exposure and focus made Mr. Sinister somewhat at a loss. He immediately called the White House. The president's private line was connected, and a reproachful voice came from the other side. What's going on? Nathaniel, I told you, you could catch mutants, but don't cause a problem. In Kong the Conqueror's brainwashing of the president, Mr. Sinister was set up as the latter's best friend and most trusted helper. I don't know what happened. It's not like a protest march organized by mutants. There are African Americans, gays, animal protection groups, and religious people in the group. I don't understand why they are so agitated. This has nothing to do with them. Mr. Sinister expressed confusion. For the guy named Bob, mutant became the most inconspicuous label on him instead. Respond as soon as possible, issue a clarification, and tell the people of New York through the media that you have nothing to do with this persecution. The president, thinking clearly, spoke in a deep voice. Even if a similar incident did occur, Essex Biotech and the government must be the uninformed ones. Everything was handed over to an outsourced team that committed this heinous crime, a deranged temporary worker. Mr. Sinister noted down silently and then spoke a few words before hanging up the phone. He went to the French window, looking down at the crowd below, with a hint of coldness at the corner of his lips. With government support and official whitewashing, a rabble-rousing march couldn't shake Essex Biotech's foundation. Humph, a small fuss. Mr. Sinister looked contemptuously at the farce and waited for it to end. 329, Chapter 326 Everyone for Bob, I Have a Dream, 2. This is just the beginning. Luke slowly and methodically cut the beef on his plate with his knife and fork while Howard sat across from him. Mr. Sinister and the federal government have underestimated the problem of racism. It's more like a stack of powder kegs that, when ignited, can explode with devastating force. In the 1950s and 1960s, racial violence in urban America was primarily between African Americans and Caucasians. It was rooted in the political oppression and economic exploitation of blacks by whites under a historically segregated system. This led to a growing nationalist sentiment among blacks in the 1950s, which reached new extremes. Robert William Smith, the black leader who was currently active in major cities, had long made it clear. We cannot tolerate those who treat us unjustly in court. We must penalize them. If it's necessary to use lynching to discourage lynching, then we're willing to take that approach. The only logical and successful answer we have is to fight against large-scale organized violence is to fight back with large-scale organized violence. Molotov cocktails and sulfuric acid bombs can be widely used. The war for minority self-defense will be won. All these were the opinions expressed by the black leader. In fact, before Martin Luther King Jr. came along, every so-called leader advocated black power through violence. The simple and rude way not only conformed to the mindset of black people but also quickly accumulated popularity. Are you going to turn this farce into an equal rights movement? Howard realized that Luke didn't just want to win public opinion and drive Essex Biotech into the dust. I'm not trying to be a popular leader, I'm not trying to get votes, and even if I wanted to do that, the ones I have to unite are the white elite. They are the votes that every president needs. Luke shrugged and chuckled lightly, I'm just exposing the problems in this country for everyone to see. Cleveland, New York, Chicago, Washington, Philadelphia, and Miami. Ethnic minority conflicts occur almost every year. African American, Hispanic, extreme nationalism is beginning to flourish. Bob is the fuse, and mutants are the excuse. They will ignite people's anger. Essex Biotech will become the target. Howard was pondering as he looked through the glass window in the direction of the Essex building. The night was getting dark, but the crowds were increasing. Some people had even started to give speeches. It was Robert William Smith, the black leader who advocated violence. To sum up, he gave a very passionate speech. The general idea was that people of color needed equal rights, a legitimate status without discrimination, differentiation, exploitation, and persecution. The focus was centered on more jobs, a better educational environment, and eligibility to run for president, the last being the key. I just placed a man named Bob in the public eye. He has many labels attached to him, and those who have an interest in claiming any one of them will carry some sympathy through labels related to themselves. Luke wiped the corner of his mouth. Robert William Smith might be the first to come forward, but he wouldn't be the last. Sure enough, before long, a lesbian woman from Chicago began to speak. She was a woman who spoke out about the vulnerability of the gay community while advocating for women's rights. I'm so angry that I'm shaking all over, I'm sweating all over, and my hands and feet feel cold. Will this country ever get any better? How can I, as a woman and a lesbian, live my life to the satisfaction of the majority? Society is full of discrimination and injustice against us. When will marginalized people like me really be able to stand up? When they heard this, women who were originally there to watch and eat popcorn instantly joined the protest march. The crowd outside was unknowingly divided into different circles. I only have one question. Howard observed for a while and looked back. How did you find that? Bob. Luke smiled and replied, he doesn't exist. To be precise, there's a guy named Bob, who's an Epsilon mutant, the genetically defective kind. He was captured by Essex Biotech last week and died in their laboratory. But this Bob isn't gay. Although he used to hang out with a few hippies, he's not an animal advocate, although he did raise a rabbit. And he's not a religious person. None of that really matters. The key is that he is an alcoholic, a drug addict, a degenerate, and a member of the lower strata of society. Howard seemed to understand. Frowning, he said, Bob represents the lower class. Those who are struggling in the mud will resonate with his image. Bingo. Luke snapped his fingers and smiled. Even if Mr. Sinister investigates clearly and reveals the truth, it won't work. People will blame the policies of this country, white discrimination against blacks, rejection of homosexuals by the majority, and persecution of marginalized people by the elite for Bob's fall. Why? Because Bob represents them. Howard froze for a few seconds, then said, that's why you didn't let Captain Rogers get involved. That's right. The rules of these games are actually treading on the bottom line, and people like Steve can't relate. Luke nodded and stood up. Bob has a lot of supporters already, and it's time for mutants to come on stage. If the protest were confined to mutants against a large company, it would never have caused such a sensation. For Bob, for justice. In front of the Essex building, a mutant stood up on the steps. Through his ability, as if by a trumpet, he transmitted his voice far and wide. And then, he rushed into the security-blocked door. Then, more than a dozen other people committed similar acts. Their actions caused a commotion in the crowd. Like a wave, they crowded into the entrance of the Essex building. Superman appears to stop the riot. This should be the last scene. Luke, witnessing the growing riot that was about to get out of hand, went to the balcony and rose from the ground. He flew straight to Mr. Sinister's office, where his high-temperature heat vision melted the floor-to-ceiling windows, and the wind poured in. Facing the other's frightened eyes, Luke whispered, my time is limited, so I won't give you the chance to leave your last words this time. He took a step forward, and the whole building shook. Terrifying aura like a landslide and tsunami overwhelmed Mr. Sinister. Before he could say anything, his entire body exploded into a crumbling mass of flesh and blood. It's Superman. He's back. The crowded masses of people saw the sturdy figure standing high in the sky. The dark red cloak fluttered like a flag. Luke's appearance stopped the riot that was going out of control. On his face, there was a gentle smile. Nathaniel Essex has confessed to his crimes. He harmed you, he harmed Bob, and he got what he deserved. 100 years ago, a great American said. His loud and powerful voice echoed. He began to quote, I have a dream. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 330, Chapter 327. The country has problems, the pyramids of ancient Egypt. Only by truly giving equality and letting everyone have the freedom to express their opinions can this country be great again. After completing a wave of classic chants through I Have a Dream, Luke struggled to contain his strong urge to make gestures like Mr. Trump. He couldn't help it, he wanted to imitate Mr. Trump's gestures whenever he quoted the famous lines. After this grand appearance, the reputation value on his character panel reached its peak again. At the right time, in the right place. Superman instantly became the light of the right path and the beacon for the world. Stopping a runaway racial riot and punishing Nathaniel Essex, who represented the elite and was a capitalist himself. Then, his impassioned and powerful speech aroused the enthusiasm of the masses and calmed their anger. In this way, not only did he gain a reputation, but he incidentally announced to the whole world the amazing news of Superman's return. From every aspect, it was a win-win situation, not that both sides won, but that Luke unilaterally won twice. Making such an important contribution, Mr. Sinister should smile contentedly and die without regret. Luke thought so. Go home. Go back to your family, go back to your friends, all your problems will be solved. Superman spoke plausible statements that could be interpreted in various ways while returning to the top floor of the Essex building. The expensive dark carpet was covered with a thick pool of flesh and blood. Limbs and organs, as if they came out of a blender, were mixed into the colorful and vividly colorful canvas. The only thing that remained intact was the demonic ruby. Pa! The bio-force field violently pressurized on it. The ruby was broken and shattered into pieces. Luke, who was already a sorcerer supreme, raised his hand and squeezed an ethereal soul. Send my regards to Mephisto. With a kind smile on his face, he opened a transmission portal with one hand. Mr. Sinister's soul was directly thrown in like garbage. Presumably, the old devil in hell would love this quality asset. Poor Mr. Sinister, before he even had time to beg for mercy, he got the short end of the stick and fell into the hands of the devil. Come here, clean this place up. Luke picked up the phone on his desk and called Howard, who was still watching. What are you going to do next? The scientific advisor, who had been prepared for this, stroked his mustache. This matter was far from over. The racial issues and class conflicts brought up by Bob, as the representative figure, wouldn't disappear because of a speech. As the target of public anger, Essex Biotech isn't enough. To start with, we can only calm the anger temporarily. Luke said slowly, with a smile on his face. Just bring the president out later, and pass the issue on to the federal government. It's all their fault anyway, I just need to deal with Kong the Conqueror. Howard couldn't help but raise his thumb. He remembered the delicate relationship between Luke's former Irish mob and the Kennedys. Besides, the election was coming up. In this case, some things needed to be done. Did you talk to Kennedy? Howard asked curiously. How is that possible? Luke chuckled. If he wants to talk, he should come to me. I shouldn't be the one to visit him. With Superman's reputation, if he were to stand for any party, there would be no suspense in the general election. According to history, even if Kennedy took office before, Dwight Eisenhower was still standing in his way. But in Luke's eyes, the general election was just a script that could be changed at will. I think that after this fiasco is over, a lot of partisan politicians who have ideas about the White House will come looking for me. Luke smiled. He's not interested in these things. Only those who didn't approach the gambling table would be the real winners. Superman would be bound by more and more rules if he was too involved in politics. Nathaniel Essex has been sent to hell. Only the last one remains. Mr. Sinister died under Superman's iron fist. Last time, Luke only shattered half of his opponent's body. This guy, with his tenacious vitality, continued to fish in troubled waters. This time, he learned his lesson. Not only did he shatter his body, but he also threw the guy's soul to hell. One-stop funeral service, everything done cleanly. The culprit that caused S.H.I.E.L.D. to fall into a passive situation, and Mutant's tragic kidnappings, had been dealt with. Only one other person was waiting for Luke to deal with him. Can you locate Kong the Conqueror? Howard was a little surprised that Superman, who had only been back for a few days, was able to grasp such important information. You haven't found Kong after so long. How could I? Luke shook his head and said, but Mr. Sinister did call the White House earlier. I heard their conversation. Based on that, I assume Kong is probably somewhere in Washington, D.C. Howard heard what he said and kept silent. He was smart enough not to ask Superman how he heard the conversation on the phone and how he managed to search the 178 square miles of Washington, D.C. He refused to give the other party the opportunity to act pretentious. I wish you success. After holding his tongue for a while, Howard replied. By the way, I arranged a press conference, so remember to make up a complete story to explain your disappearance and return. Luke nodded and hung up. Boom. Suddenly, his figure punched up to the sky. It didn't take long for Luke to appear in the sky over Washington, D.C. Supervision took a panoramic view of the city, and his super hearing captured those tiny sound waves. Superman let go of the limits of his senses and expanded as much as possible. Like a humanoid surveillance machine, he searched for the information he needed. I knew that the secret base was set up under the White House, really lacking creativity. Luke belittled Kong the Conqueror's old way of thinking. Even if he didn't have strong senses, he might be able to find the location by searching on the spot. After determining the location, Superman didn't smash the White House like a cannonball, penetrated the ground, and pulled Kong the Conqueror out. This would make him look like a powerful villain or a dangerous man. Luke preferred to solve problems in a low-key and stable manner unless it was needed. With a single hand gesture, magical sparks flickered, forming a portal that cut through space. The only advantage of being a master of the mystic arts was that they didn't need to buy tickets or own a car no matter where one went. So many clones. Luke arrived in Kong the Conqueror's underground base, and the nutrition cabins leaning against the walls on both sides were all opened. Clone fighters, all with the same face, stood in front of him. Like a neat army, it formed a solid defense line. I can smell your fear, Kong. Luke chuckled in a low voice, like the ultimate villain with a sure victory, releasing a strong pressure. If you weren't scared to death, why would you consider sending out such cannon fodder and expendable goods? In addition to looking like they outnumber me, they seem to have a visual impact. What else can they do? Delaying for a few more seconds, so you can write down your last words. The unbridled mockery angered Kong the Conqueror, who only had one brain left. In the monotonous mechanical voice, had a trace of anger. How could I be afraid of you? I exist in many timelines. Even the Sorcerer Supreme can't kill me. What can you do? The near-exasperated roar made Luke laugh. He enjoyed watching his opponent, who was acting like this, losing his cool. Kong, why delude yourself? No matter what, you will be kicked out of this timeline. Those other you are not your doppelgangers or cloned copies. So, if you're dead, then you're dead. Luke's eyes slightly moved, and his bio-force field suddenly activated. Terrifying pressure instantly took shape. Like a bomb detonated, those clone fighters who hadn't moved were all reduced to crumbling flesh and blood. Without resistance, the defense line collapsed. At the Alphather level, such a fragile tactic was meaningless. Luke's feet slightly hovered off the ground. Without stepping on the scarlet and pungent carpet of blood, he floated in front of Kong. Do you have to struggle? He looked at the crippled brain soaked in the nutrient solution and laughed jokingly. Do you think this is over? I can't defeat you, but someone else can. After a few minutes of silence, Kong uttered malicious words. He wanted to continue talking, but Superman had no patience to listen. Luke grimaced and used heat vision to vaporize the brain. On this planet, is there anyone else who could be my opponent? He thought so. Who knew when Luke stepped out and was ready to leave? His eyebrows slightly wrinkled, sensing something was wrong. The space was suddenly turbulent, and a phase shift was initiated. Almost instantly, Superman was transported from Washington, D.C., to a musty, enclosed space. This place is... Luke scanned around and got the answer. This place was an ancient Egyptian pyramid. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 331, Chapter 328 Sleeping Pharaoh, Apocalypse's Reward. Luke noticed something was wrong when the spatial coordinates were disrupted. He could have instantly opened a portal with his reaction speed and avoided the phase shift without any problem. Instead of doing this, Superman, like a predator at the top of the food chain, took the initiative to step into the trap launched by Kong the Conqueror before his death. He was curious about what kind of strong enemy the other party could find for him. In the current era, on this planet, the only people who could get Superman to treat them seriously were, probably, the Ancient One and Odin. Kong the Conqueror couldn't call some Omega mutants, or a Sentinel, or Hulk from the future, to arm wrestle him. Oh, so that's how it is. After a casual glance at the ancient Egyptian pyramid, Luke quickly figured out Kong the Conqueror's plan. If I remember correctly, he and Apocalypse have always been sworn enemies. Seeing the ancient Egyptian pyramid, Luke's first thought was the god of mutants, Apocalypse. Kong the Conqueror once impersonated an Egyptian pharaoh and had a personal grudge against Apocalypse. Through the phase shift, Superman was brought into a pyramid. What he wanted to do was self-evident. Using me as a knife to kill someone else. But why would Apocalypse do what Kong wanted? However, this is a strong opponent. Luke curled his lips. As early as the time he met the Black King, Sebastian Shaw, he had heard of Apocalypse's great name. The latter, whose real name was En-Sabah-Nur, was born in the 1st century of ancient Egypt and was the first mutant in Earth's history. Even Selene, the Black Queen, the witch with a long lifespan who was active in the Roman Empire, hadn't been around as long as the other party. As for Kong the Conqueror and Apocalypse, there was a feud between them. It goes back to a very early time, during the first dynasty of ancient Egypt when Kong the Conqueror pretended to be a pharaoh and ruled the country with great power. Apocalypse was just an abandoned baby, adopted by a wanderer. As a futurist familiar with the plot, Kong took a fancy to Apocalypse's great potential. Therefore, he intended to control the other party, accept him as a younger brother, and train him as the #1 messenger and fighter. But unfortunately, in this process, Kong messed up and unfortunately overturned everything. He was regarded as an enemy by Apocalypse. After awakening his ability, Apocalypse led the Egyptian people to overthrow Kong the Conqueror's cruel rule. When the latter saw that the situation was bad, he fled in panic. This incident had always been a source of shame and humiliation for Kong the Conqueror. Apocalypse never forgot him and always wanted to take revenge on Kong the Conqueror. Since then, the two had been at odds and hated each other. Kong the Conqueror, to defeat Luke, actually looked for Apocalypse and woke him up. It can be seen that his resentment against Superman had surpassed his old rival in a short time. I'm obviously a good guy. Kong the Conqueror is the villain. Luke shook his head, not understanding what Kang's hatred for him was all about. He was the light of the righteous path, the beacon of light on the earth. An absolutely positive role, a superhero. Was there anything wrong with killing a villain like Kong the Conqueror? It clearly fitted the standard ending of a popular Hollywood movie. Apocalypse, worthy of being the god of mutants. Luke's mind wandered as he walked towards the bottom of the pyramid. He could clearly feel the dormant, sleeping, but still strong and abundant life energy. Apocalypse was there. And he was gradually waking up. That horrible oppressive atmosphere, like a volcano, suddenly erupted, causing a sense of suffocation. Luke didn't choose to leave but continued down. He still had the leisure to observe the architectural structure and cultural characteristics of the pyramid. Along the way, the murals and reliefs he saw were well preserved. The Egyptians looked like they were doing a robotic dance, with animal feathers or bones on their heads as ornaments. Or holding a spear and hunting beasts. Or hold rituals and worship the gods. The vivid murals depicted several aspects of ancient times. Then again, the pyramids of ancient Egypt emerged as one of the 7 wonders of the world because of Kong the Conqueror. As a future man, he built the pyramids while posing as a pharaoh. Pyramids and sphinxes were all the creative things he brought up. Later, Kong the Conqueror was overthrown by Apocalypse. Part of it was caused by spectacles and misunderstanding of the country. Boom! Boom! The thunderous sound spread far and wide. The further down he went, the more Luke could feel a strong pressure. Like sticky glue in the air, each step was a struggle for a normal person. The energy radiated out, illuminating the dimly enclosed space. Is this, the god of mutants? Luke stepped into the wide hall, and from a distance, he saw a tall man lying on a stone platform with an intricate circuit carved into it. The other's skin was grey, lips were blue, and solid muscles like steel, exposed without any covering. Thump thump! Thump thump thump! The sound of a strong, powerful heartbeat resembled the beating of a giant drum. He looks like Thanos with a different skin. Luke spat. The body was bathed in the glow of energy. The strong and tall Apocalypse was indeed similar to Thanos, the Titan. Who is? A thick voice echoed through the hall. Sensing an intruder, the grey figure slowly sat up. When he stood up, the gilded stone platform turned to dust. Then, it was as if a big invisible hand molded it. It turned into metal battle armor. This powerful ability to manipulate matter was powerful enough to beat the Black King Sebastian Shaw, Mr. Sinister, and other alpha-level mutants. Did you wake me up? Apocalypse, the oldest mutant on Earth, woke up. He opened his eyes and looked at the tall figure standing at the door, with strange emotions flashing in his eyes. This isn't Nathaniel Essex, the human who volunteered to be a slave. In this world, there was no one but Nathaniel who knew where he slept. The great Ensabonur. Luke insincerely addressed with honorifics. Someone else woke you up from the deep sleep. His name is Kong the Conqueror, a man of the future. Boom. When Luke mentioned Kong the Conqueror, Apocalypse, who was still in a sleepy state, immediately widened his eyes, and his anger flared. The terrifying energy impacted the void and shook the huge pyramid. It was evident how deep the hatred for that damned bastard was embedded in Apocalypse. Where is he? Apocalypse clenched his fists, and his eyes radiated cold light. He was just waiting for Luke to say where Kong was and immediately go punch his enemy's head off. Great Ensabonur, Kong the Conqueror is dead. Luke replied. Did you do it? Apocalypse was surprised and then asked again. Yes, he and I happen to have some personal grudges. Luke nodded his head. Very good. The cold grey face of Apocalypse revealed a rare smile. He took a step forward and slowly rose into the air. The stone pillars and frescoes in the main hall were reorganized into a stone throne in a matter of moments. Apocalypse sat on it, like a king and a god who ruled everything. Looking down at Luke below, he generously asked, So, human, what reward do you need? I can make you a noble mutant, give you extraordinary abilities, and allow you to follow by my side. This was Apocalypse's thinking. He used to be a pharaoh and a deity and had been worshipped by the world. Therefore, it was a great honor to be able to follow him. Besides, according to Apocalypse, human beings were extremely backward on the evolutionary level, quite behind, and completely inferior to mutants. It was a great reward to turn a human being into a mutant. Sorry, I don't need these gifts, Great Ensabonur. Luke lacked any interest and directly refused. He had nothing in common with this old man, who had been sleeping for too long and had a rigid mind. Oh, I haven't experienced the taste of being rejected for a long time. Apocalypse said in anger. He was a noble pharaoh and a great god. Others had always begged and catered to him. But this human in front of him actually showed an uninterested look. Outrageous. My reward will never be taken back. Apocalypse said in a deep voice. Energy radiated out and enveloped Luke, who was standing in place. When he first met Mr. Sinister, Nathaniel Essex, the latter knelt on the floor, almost licking Apocalypse's shoes, before getting the opportunity to become a mutant. How could this man refuse him? Apocalypse wouldn't allow it. The energy glow attempted to penetrate Luke's body and transform him into a mutant. However, the latter directly opened his bio-force field and isolated the powerful energy glow. Who are you? Apocalypse was shocked, and his eyes glowed brightly. Since you asked in good faith, then I'll. Luke hadn't mentioned his history yet, the pyramid shook violently as if there was an earthquake. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 332, Chapter 329 Tomb Raiders, Two Sons. Ancient Egypt, one of the four ancient civilizations. It was located in northeastern Africa, in the middle and lower reaches of the Nile River, which was now the Middle East. This place could be summarized as one ancestor, two ethnic groups, three displacements, and four wars. Because of its special geographical location, it was the transportation hub between the East and West. Coupled with religious and cultural differences, this area was in a chaotic state all year round. Of course, there were also reasons for the interference and meddling of large nations. Most people's impression of ancient Egypt was probably the dark and rustic temple buildings, the magnificent pyramids, and the mysterious sphinxes. In fact, in addition to the above, the earliest mutant organization also appeared here. Compared with Europe and North America, the Middle East, where 3 religions and 9 streams were mixed and lived in groups, was actually a place where it was more convenient for someone to hide and receive less rejection and persecution. In addition, the oldest mutant on Earth, Apocalypse, was born in ancient Egypt. After he became a noble pharaoh, he turned all the loyal guards around him into mutants. Later, Apocalypse fell into a deep sleep and was gradually forgotten. But those who were transformed into mutants continued to develop their compatriots and grow in power. In the Middle East, every warlord or religious leader possessed some kind of power. More or less, they had several mutants as secret weapons in their hands. Turn back the clock to 20 minutes ago. Outside the pyramid. In the endless desert of yellow sand. A team of people was actively carrying out excavation work. Looking at how they were dressed, they looked like a merchant caravan walking through the desert. But judging from their behavior, they were more like a group of tomb raiders. A pyramid was the tomb of ancient Egyptian kings, and these rulers were historically referred to as pharaohs. Due to the profound influence of religious culture, the ancient Egyptians developed a deep-rooted concept of an afterlife. They believed that the earthly world was only a temporary dwelling and that eternity could only be achieved after death. Therefore, every ancient Egyptian, especially the noble class, would carefully prepare their graves to gain eternal life after death. The pyramids of the pharaohs' tombs, signifying the stairway to heaven, were naturally even more magnificent. When they died, they would use various precious jewels and antiques as funerary objects. Those rulers enjoyed great honor during their lifetime, and after their death, they were eager to bring their power and glory to the underworld. They just didn't know that using a magnificent building like the pyramids as tombs could not only demonstrate their own power and majesty but also attract an endless stream of tomb raiders. For example, right now. Are you sure it's here? A brash man with a beard frowned and asked. I'm looking for Pharaoh's tomb, just like Tutankhamun's tomb. One that will make a lot of money for us. Tutankhamun was also an Egyptian pharaoh. His tomb was located in the Valley of the Kings and was later discovered by a British archaeologist. The funerary objects inside were priceless. Just the gold mask, which weighed 10 kilograms and was inlaid with various precious stones, could be auctioned at a sky-high price. According to statistics, museums valued some of the antiques and gold excavated, as much as £6.5 billion. It's an astronomical amount, enough to make anyone crazy. Since the discovery of Tutankhamun's tomb, the archaeologists who participated in the exploration work became rich overnight and attracted countless envious eyes. Correspondingly, the Valley of the Kings, which was dedicated to the burial of Pharaoh and his concubines, was also full of dugout holes. Any place where there might be treasure buried had been enthusiastically visited by grave robbers. Caliban is not lying. I can feel that there's a pyramid underneath that hasn't been discovered. It's buried underground. A bald man, who looked like he had albinism, said in a positive tone. His name was Caliban, and he was an alpha mutant. With excellent sensory abilities, not only can he detect nearby compatriots but also survey the terrain. He could be called a human radar. I hope you didn't make a mistake. The bearded man said with a warning. Archaeological work in Egypt had been one of the hottest investments in recent years. Many wealthy aristocrats liked to look for archaeologists and sponsor them in looking for pharaohs' tombs. If they succeeded once, they would be rewarded with a great deal of money. Just like the great voyages that once prevailed, when royalty sponsored voyagers who discovered new lands and brought back gold and spices. Caliban doesn't make mistakes. The bald man seemed to be afraid of the sun and covered himself with a hood. He was one of the most famous black market dealers and intelligence brokers in the Middle East. As a mutant, he wasn't discriminated against but also prospered. Dig down, and you will definitely be surprised. Caliban hid in the shadows. In his perception, there was a magnificent pyramid underground. Judging from the size and scale, it was definitely not much worse than Tutankhamun's tomb. His deal with the bearded man was to find the other man a pyramid tomb that grave robbers hadn't visited. He could get a generous reward, as well as protection from private armed forces. The bearded man was a major warlord in the Middle East, and the employer behind him was even more mysterious. They belonged to the class of people Caliban couldn't offend. Found it. Someone dug up the entrance to the pyramid. It's sealed from the inside. We can only use explosives to open it. When the bearded man heard that the entrance was sealed, there was a hint of joy in his eyes. This meant that tomb raiders hadn't visited it, and the tomb was still intact, like a virgin. Blast it! Blow it up! The bearded man shouted. He was employed by an organization in England that specialized in finding ancient relics, such as pyramids and pharaohs' coffins. Some rich and powerful Englishmen seemed to be interested in mystical forces. Whenever there was news in this area, they would contact him and actively provide a lot of manpower and material resources. Well done, Caliban. You really are useful. The bearded man was very pleased and didn't hesitate to praise. Soon, the explosives were laid out. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. A huge sound exploded out, shaking up the gravel on the ground. The entrance to the interior of the pyramid had been unsealed. Send in a team first. Check out the situation. The bearded man commanded. To prevent tomb raiders from destroying tombs and disturbing the pharaoh's sleep. Some pyramids were designed with various mechanisms at the beginning of their construction. After the uninvited guests met their deaths, there were stories of pharaoh's curse, ghost hauntings, and other such frightening stories. If we can find some good things, the Englishman should be a bit more generous. The bearded man had a good dream. A local warlord like him might have a better future if he could please that Englishman. Wait. A few minutes later, hiding in the shadows, Caliban's face slightly changed, as if he had sensed something. A flash of fear rose in his eyes. He rushed to the bearded man's side. Ignoring the scorching sunlight, he urgently said, "Get out of here. There's someone inside. Someone inside." The pyramids were tombs of the pharaohs. In addition to mummies and dried corpses, what else could there be? The bearded man's question was still stuck in his throat when the ground suddenly shook, far greater than the movement caused by explosives. Gravel, like running water, kept rolling and forming swirls of varying sizes. Boom! The pyramid, which was buried in the ground, suddenly rose. The terrifying pressure, which seemed to flow down like a waterfall, made everyone in the crowd feel as if they were smothered. The magnificent pyramid rose from the ground and revealed its true face. Immediately after, a tall figure dressed in metal battle armor, full of majesty, came out of it. Could it be Apocalypse? Caliban shivered. In his perception, the tall figure was like a huge mountain, pressing down on people, leaving them breathless. The energy glow radiated out and generated heat as if it were solid. Just like the sun god in ancient Egyptian mythology, people couldn't help but feel as if they needed to kneel down and worship. Caliban immediately thought of the legendary Apocalypse, the oldest mutant on Earth. He couldn't think of any other mutant who could possess such a terrifying aura except for him. But why is there another one? Trembling, Caliban slowly knelt down. His inner shock hadn't calmed down as he felt another powerful existence. The man radiated an energy glow that wasn't much worse than that of Apocalypse, a majestic aura like an erupting volcano. For a moment, it was as if two suns had appeared in the sky. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 333, Chapter 330. This man's strength is not inferior to mine. In Caliban's mental world, the power of Apocalypse was like a destructive storm. Abusive and changeable, chaotic and strong. Full of ruthlessness and coldness, which felt daunting. And the other person, like a celestial body, shined brightly. Its energy structure was stable and orderly, extending from the core outward, deep and wide. In a word, they were both powerful individuals who existed beyond imagination. Why did they both suddenly appear? Caliban was like an ostrich, shrinking in the shadowy corner. He couldn't wait to dig a hole and bury himself to avoid being affected by the collision of two terrible forces. For a mutant with excellent perception and outstanding mental ability, the mere presence of those two was overwhelming. Not to mention how intense the actual encounter would be. This is a god. The bearded man opened his mouth wide in shock as he said so. Apocalypse, which made a grand entrance, stood in mid-air with open hands. The magnificent pyramid was rising from the ground beneath his feet. The hot sun shining brightly behind him gave the metal battle armor a layer of golden brilliance. Such scenes reminded the bearded man of ancient Egyptian myths, the legendary pharaoh's curse, the mysterious power of pyramids, and so on. Subconsciously, the warlord thought that his reckless act of blowing open the entrance angered the sleeping pharaoh. It revived the ruler of ancient Egypt from the land of the dead. Faisal. Bring me the rocket launcher. Generally speaking, mortals who witnessed this miracle would inevitably crawl to the ground and beg the gods for forgiveness. But unfortunately, the bearded man was a staunch and determined materialist. In the midst of these phenomena, the thought that came to his mind was to find a way to shoot at this opponent. Even if a pharaoh really came back to life, a decaying mummy shouldn't be feared. Over the years, the bearded man had excavated more than a handful of tombs and opened more than a few coffins. Yes. Boss. A few privately armed men, with quick hands and feet, carried the 60mm M1 rocket launcher. As seasoned tomb raiders, it was normal for them to bring a rocket launcher with them. Swoosh. They fought the mysterious forces of ancient Egypt with hot weapons. Overcome superstition with science. This group of raiders had such thoughts. Without hesitation, they directly fired. Several rockets with flaming tails bombarded Apocalypse, who was standing in mid-air. Small human beings and their backward weapons. Apocalypse turned up his eyes. This was one of the external manifestations of how he activated his abilities. The few rockets that came whistling immediately appeared as if they were caught in a sticky glue. They slowly stopped in mid-air and turned around. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. The flames of the explosion turned into a rolling wave of heat. The rockets didn't hit the bearded man and blow him to pieces but were suddenly detonated instead. Why should the great Ensabanur, the former pharaoh, have to inflict his anger on mortals? A sturdy figure broke through the tumbling sea of fire and appeared in front of the crowd. Luke was thinking about how to deal with Apocalypse. The other party was the strongest among the mutants, and undoubtedly a strong opponent. He didn't have the Phoenix Force, like the Omega-level mutant, Jean Grey. Even if Magneto and Professor X joined hands, they still might not be able to resist either. Generally speaking, strong people like Apocalypse were unwilling to communicate in a friendly manner and listen to reasoning. He had a way of doing things in a worldview that no ordinary person could shake. Because he was abandoned in the desert as a child, then discovered and adopted by nomadic people nearby, Apocalypse firmly believed in the natural law of survival of the fittest and was an extreme racist. Roughly speaking, there was no difference between Hitler, Sebastian Shaw and Magneto. Promoting the supremacy of mutants and passion about the cruel and tragic war, identifying the strong from the weak. Therefore, at the ideological level, Luke was bound to fail in negotiating and wouldn't be able to reach a consensus with Apocalypse. This was perhaps the main reason why Kong the Conqueror woke Apocalypse in a desperate attempt to create a formidable enemy for Superman. They were natural enemies. In addition to fighting and destroying, there were no other means. Why would a strong man like you care about humble ants? Apocalypse looked at the intruder who broke into the pyramid and disturbed his sleep. I used to be one of them. Luke shrugged his shoulders and spoke lightly. But you're not one now. Apocalypse spoke eloquently. When ants evolve wings, they will no longer be in the company of their fellow ants who crawl on the ground. His evaluation of this stranger had been lowered down a notch. A guy who retained superfluous feelings and didn't recognize his own existence. He could only be regarded as a rival, not a strong enemy. Ants grow wings, but they're still ants. Luke curled his lips and sarcastically said, if you're blindly arrogant and inflated inside because you're a little stronger, that would be truly ridiculous. You can't see yourself clearly. Superman's words made Apocalypse's grey face reveal a touch of anger. As a noble pharaoh and a revered god, no one had ever dared to defy him. But Luke had repeatedly touched his bottom line today. Perhaps you are strong among the humans. Apocalypse's patience ran out. He stepped forward, and the void shook. But when it comes to gifted mutants, it's not even close. The former pharaoh had great confidence in his own racial superiority. Luke's mouth twitched. He wanted to say that he hadn't only beaten mutants but also slept with mutants. No differences were found in the physical form or in other areas. Sure enough, I can't communicate properly with a racist. Luke's eyes were slightly condensed. The radiant energy around his body gradually occupied half of the void between them, competing with Apocalypse. Ah, survival of the fittest. This is the law of nature and the true meaning of the path to evolution. Apocalypse was full of confidence, looking down on the earth. At the sight of Caliban, who was trembling, a look of disgust rose in his eyes. When I was a child, I was abandoned in the heat of the desert. Later, I was forced to become a slave, wandering on the edge of life and death every day. No one thought I would survive and grow up well. But I did it. And became the strongest of them all. I became a god. A great ruler. Apocalypse clenched his fist, his voice was cold. The magnificent pyramid, under his terrifying power, was instantly turned into powder. After that, those tiny particles of dust quickly transformed into fist-sized thunderbolts and bombarded the opposite side. Tens of millions of spherical lightning, like energy shells dropped by bombers, covering every inch of space Luke was in. If Apocalypse made a move, it would be a shocking move. The world you want to create is hopeless and meaningless. Luke's eyes gathered crimson light. The high-temperature energy formed a dense net while it abruptly spread. Power dominates everything, and the weak shouldn't survive. This is more like a brutal choice made by a reckless man with no power at all. After his return, he visited Dr. Zola to complete the long-awaited transformation experiment. Woden's blood gave Superman a more detailed and microscopic approach to energy manipulation. Boom boom. Boom boom boom. Terrifying thunder and lightning, hitting the raging high-temperature energy, immediately triggered an extremely violent explosion. In a flash, sand and stones were flying. The sky was covered. A thunderous boom came from high above, one after another. It was endless. The exuberant heat melted the sand and gravel into crystallized particles. Then, they all fell down like a hailstorm. Caliban hid on the ground below, along with the bearded warlord. Faced with the horrific scene of a natural disaster and doomsday, they could only shrink their necks and embrace each other in silence. The bearded man had just witnessed with his own eyes, one of his men was affected by the violent energy wave, and in an instant, their flesh turned into powder. Not to mention the corpse, even the ashes were blown away, nothing was left. Is that all? Luke's voice cut through the wind and sand. Just as he finished speaking, a grey fist came crashing down. Once again, Apocalypse took a step. The spatial scope seemed to shorten, and he instantly appeared in front of Superman. The strong and powerful fist, like a cannonball out of the cannon, came straight on, bringing up the suffocating pressure of the wind. Luke narrowed his eyes. He sensed the terrible power contained in this heavy punch. Then, he raised his brow. His right hand clenched into a fist and struck out with the same gesture. Boom! The atmosphere exploded, and the originally calm energy storm swept through once again. As soon as the two fists collided, the powerful force with different natures spread into a strong shock wave. The storm swept the dust and blew up the sand and gravel, forming a massive sandstorm. And the two people in the center involuntarily took a few steps back. It seems that I underestimated you. After the exchange, Apocalypse changed his attitude and began to take him seriously. He believed that his opponent's strength might be on par with his own. Binge. Weekly mass release. For every 300 votes, one extra chapter tomorrow. Please vote for this book. 334, Chapter 331 Saving Reputation, Verbal Warning. If he knew what Apocalypse was thinking, Luke would definitely say. Be confident and remove the word maybe from your vocabulary. Or, be more confident and swallow the whole sentence back. Apocalypse's power was in its various natural abilities. But Luke was like a warrior with strength, defense, stamina, and vitality at full capacity, and from time to time, he could throw a few magic spells. It was almost impossible for him to beat Superman down. Therefore, Luke wasn't afraid of his opponent but took the initiative to fight. As for Apocalypse's blind arrogance, it was completely understandable that an old man, who had been asleep for so long, would not adapt to the changes in the outside world and develop such an arrogant attitude. Luke had seen quite a few similar guys. For example, Namor, the Sea King, had suffered a broken back. In the beginning, he also thought highly of himself and looked down on people. After some physical persuasion and consensus, the two sides got along quite happily. Therefore, throwing punches was probably the most effective way to deal with the jerk who couldn't communicate properly. Your arrogance is limiting your vision, and sa bonheur. Luke addressed Apocalypse by name, with no respect. He walked forward, and the void trembled beneath his feet. How long have you been alive? 50 years? 100 years? How can a human being with a short life expectancy talk about vision? The mutant god was not to be outdone and still met him fearlessly. The battle kicked off again. Violent shocks, terrifying energy, continuous explosions. The two sides tried their best to show their control of energy, from macro to micro, each using their own methods and skills. Apocalypse continuously crushed matter and then transformed and reorganized them at the molecular level, causing terrible damage. Dust turned into flames, airflow into blades. Defensive energy attacks poured onto the enemy's body. Without the bio-force field and Superman's body, Luke wouldn't be able to survive. After being transformed by Woden's blood, he didn't only use heat vision. He started to use a subtler way to compress energy and manipulate matter. He had a ball of lightning, and high-temperature chains, all around his body. Like a turret of unlimited firepower, violently pushed out. Two powerful people, both standing above the earth, were fighting against each other. To the outside world, they used power to collide in the macro world and affect the micro world. People only saw strong flashes of light, the earth-shattering destruction of matter. However, no sound was heard. Whether it was a towering mountain or a huge building complex. As long as it was affected by the wave, it would immediately disappear. The intensity of the battle was increasingly terrifying. Superman and Apocalypse, like two gods walking on Earth, were deeply feared. The battlefield between the two continued to expand, fighting all the way from Egypt to the Persian Gulf, spanning thousands of miles. Along the way, like a tornado, only broken walls and rubble were left. This is a hostile attack. What? Is that Superman? Forget it, I'll find a shelter to hide in. On the battlefield, Iran's government, which was newly established, flew into a rage. They thought, the country needs dignity and sovereignty, so how can we tolerate two bastards doing whatever they want? The king wanted to mobilize the army immediately, but he decisively gave up his original idea after finding out that one of them was Luke. That was the war hero who tore the Axis powers apart, split them up, killed the mustached Führer, and ended World War II. The Soviet Union, one of the superpowers, was afraid of Superman's strength. They decided to develop the nuclear industry to cope with the possible crisis. So, Iran decided not to poke their noses into this and provoke this great god. It was better to continue as if nothing had happened. If this battle continues, nothing good will come out of it. A few hours later, the violent energy blew away the clouds. With a hard punch, Apocalypse flew out several miles, with a trace of shock in his eyes. He didn't expect that a human being could really stand up to him. Mind manipulation, matter reorganization, energy absorption, space transfer. Apocalypse had used all the above natural abilities. Combined with the fighting experience and fighting instinct cultivated with the nomadic people since childhood, he still didn't have the upper hand. The opponent appeared to be at ease, not showing fatigue but rather an increasing sense of courage. The momentum kept rising. The power released between the punches and kicks was even greater than before, frightening people. What? Going to beg for mercy? Luke returned the taunt. This was far from his limit. To quote Captain America's classic line, "I can do this, all day." With a young yellow sun, even Superman didn't quite know where his upper limit was. You're overconfident, human. Although he acknowledged the other's strength in his heart, Apocalypse would never say it. Fighting and not being able to beat him were two different things. Anyway, in terms of momentum, he wasn't much worse. Then, continue. Luke raised an eyebrow. It was rare for him to find a formidable opponent to train with. After being officially promoted to the Alphather level, Wolverine and Sabretooth, the two mutant brothers who could still serve as sandbags, had announced their formal retirement. Apocalypse, which had an almost immortal body, had become a suitable replacement. If the other party didn't stop, Luke didn't mind fighting for a few more hours. You can't kill me, at least without paying a certain price. Apocalypse cleared his throat and changed the subject. Because of his grey skin, it was impossible to see whether this mutant god felt embarrassed. Continuously fighting won't be a problem for us. Apocalypse continued. He had a powerful gift for absorbing energy. Luke seemed to have mastered a similar method. In addition, the two were physically powerful in close combat. Conventional weapons couldn't harm them. No solid results could be achieved if the fight continued. Instead of wasting energy and time, it's better just to stop. Apocalypse narrowed his eyes and waited for an answer. He finally woke up from a deep sleep, and he still had many plans to carry out, and there was no need to spend energy on Luke. Considering that there's nothing personal between us, there's really nothing to settle. Luke pondered for a moment and smiled lightly. I don't have anything against stopping this fight, it's just. I would like to correct one of your thoughts, Great Ensabonur. He raised his right hand, and a silver light shone, turning into a long sword and pointing it straight at his opponent. The silver-like 10th metal was aimed at Apocalypse from afar. The sharp coldness that cut through everything almost forcefully touched his face. It caused the latter's eyelids to jump. Danger. The word flashed in Apocalypse's mind. I have the ultimate means to hurt and kill you. Luke said with a straight face while holding the sharp sword. So, I personally hope you could be more peaceful and not think about establishing a mutant empire and exterminating the backward human race. Instead of wasting your time on this meaningless magnificent endeavor you have been sleeping for thousands of years, why not travel around and take a break? Luke started with a stern verbal warning and then changed his tone to gentle advice like a life coach. In his opinion, every villain should learn from Thanos. If one had nothing to do, he could just plant fields, bask in the sun, and feel the tranquility and beauty brought by the countryside life. Always thinking about ruling the world, building nations, destroying people, such a life pursuit was rather dull. Humph. We'll meet again. Apocalypse, who hated being threatened, looked at the sharp sword and held back his anger. Reason told him that he should keep a generous heart. No matter how rude, cocky, and arrogant this human being was, he was a magnanimous pharaoh and a kind god, so there was no need to haggle over every ounce. After some psychological consolation and self-assurance, Apocalypse dropped a malicious sentence, started space transmission, and left. He was going to find his 4 knights. Gain more power. And then come back to settle the score with Superman. Lose the soldiers but not the battle. The mutant god still wants to save his reputation. Luke faintly smiled. He put away the 10th metal. This thing wasn't limitless, so he had to use it wisely. Just now, he took it out as a deterrent. Superman was a little reluctant to use it to cut someone down. 335, Chapter 332 Protegium, Mummy. Extra burger. I can't believe I survived. Caliban shoved away the thick debris covering his body and poked his head out. After making sure that the 2 horrible beings were getting farther and farther away from him, he breathed a sigh of relief and felt heartfelt joy that he had managed to survive. No one thought that a grave robbery would lead to such serious consequences. The earth-shattering battle scene was still imprinted in Caliban's mind, which was completely beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Who was the other person? Caliban shook off the dust while wondering. He could sense his compatriots and identify them. The tall man in metal armor and grey skin was most likely Apocalypse. The legendary mutant god. More powerful than an Omega. In addition to Apocalypse, Caliban couldn't think of any mutant who could have such a powerful aura. He looked at the center of the battlefield. Sand and gravel were turned into glass like crystallized particles. As if melted by high temperature, it reflected bright light. The 2 powerful men were beyond human imagination. The aftermath of their fight almost turned the desert upside down for miles around. The terrain changed dramatically, and the buildings caved in as if a natural disaster had struck. Apocalypse really exists. Caliban wrapped his robe tightly around his body. If this news got around, it would definitely cause quite a stir. Mutant organizations active in Europe and America might move to the Middle East on a large scale to meet the legendary deity. If I can find Apocalypse. Caliban sensed the value of this information. He was a mutant, and if he could successfully gain Apocalypse's recognition, maybe he wouldn't have to be bossed around by Middle Eastern warlords, and he wouldn't have to remain a nameless black market trader. A brighter future, a broader future, awaited him. What do you want from me? Just when Caliban's eyes were twinkling, and he was contemplating how to suck up to the god, a deep voice suddenly rang out. The tall figure clad in metal battle armor took a step out of the space passageway and looked down at the alpha mutant. Caliban's legs were weak and trembling. In front of Apocalypse, he was like a weak lamb. Great Sovereign, great Ensaboner, great Apocalypse. I want to be your servant. As a black market trader, Caliban had a good eye. Facing Apocalypse's majestic momentum and having no support, he directly knelt down. Look pious, like a fanatical believer. A touch of satisfaction rose in Apocalypse's eyes. He hadn't woken up for long. He still enjoyed the worship of the world. Very good. My child, get up. Apocalypse slightly raised his hand and lifted Caliban up with his mind. Your name is Caliban? Do the warlords force you to find the tomb of the pharaohs? With just a quick glance, Apocalypse read the needed thoughts from Caliban's mind. He was called the god of mutants, not without reason. Apocalypse mastered most of the powerful natural abilities out there. To some extent, he was somewhat similar to Superman, both of whom were warriors without obvious flaws. Your ability is very useful to me. But, far from powerful enough. Why do you want to stifle your talent, child? Bring it all out. No more resistance, no more resistance. Open yourself up to your new self. Like the leader of an offline pyramid scheme, Apocalypse used an impassioned voice and mind control to awaken Caliban's pent-up feelings of resentment. His eyes rolled up as he put his right hand on the other's head. Forces acting at the microscopic level were rapidly modifying the mutant genes in Caliban's body. The albino, sun-fearing, black market dealer. In a few breaths, it got rid of the defects rooted in his genes, and his ability reached a new level. I've been strengthened. Caliban was breathing heavily like a drowning man. He lifted his hood and the ultraviolet rays shined on his body. It no longer caused a burning sensation. His mental power was like a radar network, radiating out in a wide range. The red dots that represented mutants were reflected in his mind, one by one. The entire capital of Cairo was within Caliban's perception. This was something impossible for him before. Seek more of my people and tell my people. Apocalypse paused for a moment and then said, their god has returned. Apocalypse was busy developing believers and searching for his 4 horsemen. Luke was on his way back when he saw an archaeological team being attacked by armed men. With the battlefield moving, he and Apocalypse had long fought from Egypt to northern Iraq. After the latter proposed to stop fighting, Superman didn't intend to pursue it further. To solve Mr. Sinister and Kong the Conqueror, S.H.I.E.L.D was still waiting for him to return and rectify the order. Just as Apocalypse didn't want to waste his strength on fighting, Luke was too lazy to fight with an old antique. Flying in mid-air, he saw a team of camel-riding, clearly differently dressed locals, crashing into terrorists on patrol in the desert. There was a fierce gun battle between the two sides, with many bullets shooting and dust splashing. Meet acquaintances here. Luke couldn't help but stop and look down at the team. His eyes slightly condensed while a wisp of free energy bounced out like a chain of lightning. Crackle. In less than 2 seconds, all the militants were turned into a mass of charcoal and fell down. Lucian, long time no see. Luke slowly landed, placing his feet on the ground, and greeted him. In the desert of northern Iraq, he actually met Lucian, the Legion leader. Perhaps this was a special destiny. General Cavill. Lucian was surprised too. After Superman disappeared, he still kept in touch with SHIELD. Selene, who went to North America, had established herself in New York, Boston, Detroit, and other places and turned it into a solid base camp. On the other hand, Lucian was in charge of the European continent to provide solid support for the future construction of the Magic Congress. I just contacted Howard Stark an hour ago and got the news of your return. Please forgive me for not being able to meet and greet you in the first place. Lucian's attitude was quite humble. Even if he were already a Legion leader in Europe, when he saw his master, he would still turn into a husky. Superman's speech in front of the Essex building, and the shocking killing of Mr. Sinister, were broadcast by TV stations and spread all over the world. It looked like the Red Bear of the Soviet Union would soon burst into flames. The senior officials, who had easily slept for a while, would start to panic again. Since when did werewolves take up security work? Luke ignored the looks of surprise and curiosity from the others and directly asked. He was interested because there were 4 young werewolves in this team besides Lucian, who seemed to act as bodyguards. And their employers were all human beings. This was very strange. General, I'm sorry you had to see a joke. Lucian was a little embarrassed. He was the Legion leader of Europe, and becoming a bodyguard was too embarrassing to talk about. They are from Protegium, a large organization with considerable strength in Europe and all over the world. If the werewolves wanted to grow, they had to create good connections with political forces. The vast majority of the people in Protegium's group were high-ranking officials from European countries. Otherwise, Lucian wouldn't have degraded himself to act as a bodyguard. If he wanted to expand the werewolf clan, he needed the support of the upper class. Protegium was naturally a good connection. Protegium. Luke glanced at them, as if he understood something, and asked, You are not looking for the tomb of the Egyptian princess Amenet, are you? He didn't expect that the Dark Universe, which should have been a failure, would be surfacing. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 336, Chapter 333 Egyptian Princess, Set, I. Egyptian Princess. Lucian paused. The Protegium group said they were looking for harem, which was the taboo knowledge referred to in the Egyptian language. There was no mention of an Egyptian Princess Amenet. General, perhaps. They are hiding something from me. Lucian's eyes shone with cold light. What werewolves hated the most was deception and betrayal. He sincerely wanted to have a good relationship with Protegium, so he didn't hesitate to come and act as a bodyguard in person. But those people treated him as a fool, intending to trick him and use him. This made the Legion leader very angry. He felt as if he was humiliated. He silently noted down this debt in his heart. Who's the leader of this team? Luke scanned the members. Apart from Lucian and the 4 young werewolves he brought, there were over 20 people in total. Among them, the strong men who looked vigorous, armed to the teeth, and guarded the perimeter should be specially trained mercenaries. The people in the middle were probably the members of Protegium. That man, Dr. Henry, is the leader of Protegium. Lucian turned his attention to a middle-aged man with white sideburns and a beard. I joined the team to protect him. Luke looked around for a moment and whispered, Take me there. With his status, no matter who it was, they had to show him some respect. Not to mention Protegium, even if Hydra came, they had to be obedient. Dr. Henry, this is... Lucian brought Superman to the middle-aged man and then started his long list of titles. No matter which parallel universe, power represents power, and identity shows status, both of which are all-powerful credentials. The mysterious organization Protegium, which Lucian described as being able to cause turmoil in Europe with many big names standing behind it, was no exception. After learning that Luke was the Superman who disappeared, the leader, Dr. Henry, immediately underwent a dramatic change in attitude. At best, he was able to influence the political climate of Downing Street in England and was considered a prominent figure. But the young man in front of him, laughing and joking with the British Prime Minister Winston Churchill, could influence the world's situation. The difference in level was as big as a chasm in the sky. It turned out that the previous earthquake was the aftermath of General Cavill's battle, and I thought it was a sudden meteorological change. From his appearance to his demeanor, Dr. Henry fitted the image of an old English gentleman. He spoke slowly and carefully and with good manners in speech and behavior. He was a sociable person who could easily gain the favor of others. I haven't thanked you, General. You helped us get rid of those armed men. It's a gift that's impossible to repay. Dr. Henry spoke kindly, but there was a hint of caution in his eyes. When facing Luke, he felt a heavy pressure that almost triggered the other personality in his body. Dr. Jekyll, do you feel distressed by the split in your consciousness? Luke wasn't impressed by the compliments. He could tell right away that Dr. Henry was not human, not a normal human being, to be precise. In his mind's eye, beneath Dr. Henry's physical shell, there were two core personalities that emanated different emotional fluctuations. One was sensible, sober, and maintained goodwill. The other was cruel, violent, and full of evil thoughts. What did you say? I don't quite understand. Although Dr. Henry tried his best to hide it, his face still revealed a strong sense of shock. He had a secret that no one else knew, another personality. This isn't a psychological problem for you, but an after-effect of biological transformation, right? Luke once again dropped a heavy bomb. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, how could he not have heard of it? Henry Jekyll, from Robert Louis Stevenson's short story, was the first dual personality figure in the history of literature. The story was about Henry Jekyll, a successful academic and well-known philanthropist who invented a potion. After taking it, he split his own evil personality Edward Hyde. Such a classic image had been brought to the screen many times. In the failed Dark Universe, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde were an important link between monsters. He found Amunet, the Egyptian princess, and liberated Set, the god of death. Similar to the Invisible Man, Frankenstein, Werewolf, and Dracula, they all belonged to the Dark Universe. Protegium was a scientific organization that specialized in studying all kinds of monsters and myths. Hiding under the Natural History Museum of London, England, their nature was similar to that of SHIELD. Luke didn't expect that in his Earth 1024, there was still a hidden branch. Therefore, when Dr. Henry gave his name, Superman turned this man's bottom line upside down. I know a guy in a similar situation as you. Luke patted Dr. Henry on the shoulder consolingly and smiled. Whenever he loses his temper, his body would be possessed by his angry personality. He can't control his destructive impulses and starts to wreak havoc. Dr. Jekyll, symptoms and conditions like yours aren't uncommon. I personally recommend going to Nepal, a place called Kamartaj, for spiritual healing. I believe it would be very effective. The disease needs treatment. It's useless to conceal and cover up. Dr. Henry was silent, dubious, and quietly kept those keywords in mind. If it were someone else, he might not even bother paying attention to them, treating them as a charlatan. But when that remark came out of Luke's mouth, the credibility was different. This was like an ordinary person saying that they don't like money, have never touched a penny, and money can't buy you happiness. Most people would scoff at it. And for some rich people, that feeling was very different. For a long time, Dr. Henry suffered from the pain of having a split personality. As long as the evil personality named Edward Hyde appeared, he couldn't restrain his inner desire to kill. Therefore, he had committed many murders and had remained an extrajudicial madman. Kamartaj. Henry repeated the words. Yes, remember to quote my name. You can enjoy a 50% discount on meditation courses and have a better chance to get personal guidance from the Sorcerer Supreme to heal your soul and redeem yourself. Luke acted like a veteran salesman in the business, and his attitude was quite enthusiastic. 337, Chapter 334 Egyptian Princess, Set, 2. Dr. Henry, a patient whose mental strength exceeded his physical capacity, thus splitting into a strong personality, was Kamartaj's favorite kind of apprentice. With a little training, he would be an excellent master of the mystic arts. By the way, if you are going to look for the Egyptian princess Amunet, I can help. Luke, seemingly unconcerned, stated the real purpose of the other party. Dr. Henry knew everything about Superman and had become accustomed to it. Considering that the other party was the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D., it wasn't surprising that they beat Protegium's level of information gathering. You're such a generous person, General. I'm very grateful. Dr. Henry smiled. He wanted to refuse, but in the end, reason prevailed. The Egyptian princess Amenet has always been the focus of Protegium's research. The team continued on its way, with Dr. Henry sitting on a camel, slowly moving forward. Egypt had long been a key surveillance area for Protegium. According to Dr. Henry, back in 1923, a young soldier named O'Connell, together with a female archaeologist, Evelyn, discovered Hamunaptra, the legendary city of the dead. And then, the resurrection of the high priest Imhotep, as well as the legions of the undead, had caused a surprising amount of commotion. Since then, Protegium had been secretly established and developed in a low-key manner. That was the first time that Protegium saw the mysterious power. Beneath the surface of this world, there are many things that humans have never understood and that science cannot explain. Dr. Henry lamented. We call those monsters, or dark forces. In the Natural History Museum of London, there were still two magical books, Black Book of the Dead and Golden Book of Amun-Ra, which could bring people back from the dead or detain their souls in Hades. O'Connell and Evelyn were also honorary members of Protegium. The legendary story of these two people could have been made into several series of movies. There, it should be the place where the Egyptian princess Amenet was imprisoned. Dr. Henry pulled the reins and stopped the camel. Luke narrowed his eyes and expanded his vision to see a huge tomb buried underground. General Sir, Amenet killed the pharaoh and committed a great crime. She was erased, expelled from Egypt, and buried in northern Iraq. Dr. Henry had already informed that Amenet was the daughter of a certain pharaoh, who was to inherit the throne and rule the country. However, even though her father was old, he was vigorous. The old tree sprouted another branch and gave birth to a son. According to the Egyptian system, that baby would likely jeopardize Amenet's position. So, the ruthless and power-hungry princess obtained an extremely evil summoning ritual from the high priest. She signed a contract with Set, the god of death, to find a suitable body and bring that god to the real world. As a reward, Amenet was able to gain unprecedented strength and immortality and rule Egypt forever. She succeeded, but she also failed. Dr. Henry sighed. The Egyptian princess signed a contract with Set but failed to complete the final ceremony. Instead, she was mummified and executed for killing the pharaoh. According to my research, before she died, she got the dagger of Set. As long as she stabs it into a human body, she could use it as a medium to let the Egyptian gods return to Earth. Luke raised an eyebrow and developed an interest. There were many gods of death in the Marvel Universe. Olympus had Hades. The Nordic deity was Hela, Odin's eldest daughter. And on the Egyptian side, there was Set. Even though the one who was really in charge of everyone, including everything, was in fact Lady Death. She was the embodiment of a concept, one of the 5 gods of the universe. She was also Thanos's dream goddess and Deadpool's object of affection. But on Earth, there were quite a few gods who had the power of death. You want to find Amenet, unseal her, and let her finish the contract. Luke figured out that Protegium had other plans. Or rather, the Brits were planning to try it again and again, on the verge of death. It's not an easy game to mess with a god of death. Dr. Henry, to some extent. Like Nick Fury, the hard-boiled egg director, both loved to use trouble to solve the trouble. The consequence of doing so was often causing more trouble. Just research. I want to dissect Amenet and analyze the causes of the dark power. I'm definitely not coveting Set's divine power. Dr. Henry was afraid of Superman's misunderstanding, so he quickly defended himself. If Protegium was recognized as a terrorist organization by the other party, it would be dissolved as soon as possible. Can you guarantee that there won't be any accidents? Luke asked. Curiosity killed the cat. Curiosity could also destroy the world. Scientists destroying the world had always been one of the traditional plots in Hollywood movies. Protegium and his group still wanted to study the mummy of the Egyptian princess. If Set came, how would it end? So, in your opinion, what should we do, General? Dr. Henry asked. Whether it was him speaking or Superman. They were representing Protegium and SHIELD. Both sides weren't qualified to negotiate, so they could only surrender their right to speak. I think that in order to ensure safety and avoid accidents, Luke cleared his throat and said, the Egyptian princess Amenet and the dagger of Set are better off in S.H.I.E.L.D's hands. Dr. Jekyll, as you may not know, we are preparing to set up a magic congress to handle such incidents. Isn't this daylight robbery? Henry pushed down his inner thoughts and tried to negotiate the terms. So can Protegium participate in the research or join Magic Congress? No problem. Regarding the establishment of the Magic Congress, you can ask Lucian. The werewolves have a seat. Luke generously agreed. In the Marvel Universe, measuring strength below the level of an Alphathor was to see who had the highest energy output and strong defense. Above an Alphathor, it was to test the degree of manipulation at the micro level, as well as the understanding of some concepts and laws. Considering that it was possible to face the 5 gods of the universe or the living tribunal of the higher level in the future. Luke thought that there was nothing wrong with preparing in advance, such as studying the concept of power and improving yourself. Simply put, he wanted to pull the wool over Set's eyes. Here we are. The burial place of the Egyptian princess was in the northern province of Iraq. Protagium had long established a relationship and hadn't encountered any obstacles except the group of militants they met on the road. Amunet is down here. Let's set up the explosives along this circle and blow up the passage. Dr. Henry jumped off the camel and began to issue orders. I don't think it needs to be that troublesome. Luke brought the map over and walked around the worksite where the perimeter was set up. Roughly confirming the position, he stomped his foot. The dust tumbled up, and the ground instantly fell apart. The bioforce field exerted heavy pressure and grinned the broken soil into dust. A neat entrance path opened up. Okay. Let's go in. Luke floated in mid-air, calling them over, and then slowly descended into the darkness. Dr. Henry's throat rolled a few times, trying to calm his inner shock. In his opinion, perhaps the most interesting monster on this planet was Superman. Unfortunately, Protagium would be insane if they tried to put their hands on the other party. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 338, Chapter 335 Princess, do you think I'm suitable? The tomb of Princess Amunet in Egypt was actually a huge underground cave. It wasn't as magnificent and large as a pharaoh's pyramid. Rather, it was very gloomy and horrible. Luke entered first, followed by Dr. Henry and his archaeological team. Lucian, the werewolf, and his compatriots had now become dispensable and unimportant. Because of Superman's existence, the magical journey that was originally frightful and full of dangers was turning into an outing and a leisurely trip. Everyone looked relaxed as they slipped down the strong nylon rope. The hollow underground chamber was filled with the sound of the wind, emitting a shrill howl like a wolf's cry. Mercury. Dr. Henry followed Luke as if he felt safer this way. A muddy drop of liquid hit his shoulder, slid down, and rolled onto his palm. Just as Emperor Qin's tomb used mercury to simulate rivers and lakes, the ancient Egyptians also used this chemical element called mercury extensively to build their tombs. In their perception, mercury could suppress the souls of the dead and also serve as a means to prevent tomb raiders from breaking in. Because it was a neurotoxin, it could damage the brain and nerve system. Many tomb raiding teams who entered a pharaoh's mausoleum and accidentally inhaled too much mercury vapor would go insane and die of madness. This was also the reason for the frightening rumors such as Pharaoh's curse and evil spirits. In that ignorant era, people often attached mysterious and grotesque explanations to unknown things they didn't understand. Mercury drips from above and then falls into these holes. Dr. Henry turned his flashlight to the ground. At regular intervals, a square hole similar to the entrance of a sewer was arranged. This means that there's a complete pipeline system in the tomb of the Egyptian princess. We can follow it to find the sarcophagus. The corners of Luke's mouth twitched slightly as he listened, thinking that Protagium was a tomb raiding organization with extensive experience in committing crimes. Those archaeological team members who came with him, some were arranging lighting equipment, while some explored the terrain. It seemed that it wasn't their first time committing grave robbery in the name of archaeology. Even more shameful was that according to Dr. Henry, their harvest would eventually be turned over to the country and placed in the Natural History Museum of London, a place that originally belonged to Protagium. It was the same as insider trading. Luke could not help but feel that in terms of shamelessness or capitalism, they had a good method. This is the antechamber of the tomb, where Amunet's mummified body is located. For a while, he studied the huge statues and simple paintings that had a primitive touch. Dr. Henry rubbed his hands and pointed to a black hole. He had a hunch that this was a big discovery. Luke's vision, unaffected by the environment, scanned through the thick rocks to determine the exact location of the Egyptian princess's sarcophagus. Do you have the dagger of Set? He turned his head and asked. That was a key item. As an ordained sorcerer supreme, Luke's knowledge of magic wasn't too bad. He knew a little about the application and execution of contractual spells and transfer rituals. Set signed a contract with the Egyptian princess Amunet, and the ruby-encrusted dagger was an important medium. One only needed to choose the right body and then stab the dagger into the body. Set, the god of death, could be brought to life in a human body and still retain his full divine power. This was an opportunistic way to bypass the rules of the material world. In Luke's recollection, the old devil Mephisto had done something similar. The latter united with a mortal and gave birth to an heir. Then, by taking possession of that body and switching from a father to a son, he was able to use the full power of a Hell Lord in the material world. Otherwise, every time he came to the human world, he would be suppressed by the rules. We found the gem. It fell into the hands of the Crusaders and was later placed in a casket as a funerary object. Henry replied. During the Crusades, they invaded Egypt. Perhaps, they got the ruby at that time. If Protagium hadn't discovered the ruby and found some clues about the Egyptian princess, Dr. Henry wouldn't have launched this expedition, asking the werewolves to act as bodyguards, leading to the series of subsequent events. Luke frowned and continued, so, only Amunet herself knows where the dagger is. Dr. Henry nodded, otherwise, he wouldn't even think of unsealing the Egyptian princess's sarcophagus. Only when the dagger and the ruby were combined could the final ritual be completed. Fighting monsters with monsters was the policy that Protegium was founded on. If they could study the power of death or control Amunet, they could use it for themselves. Protegium had taken a big step on the road to darkness. What? Consequences? We couldn't expect a senior with serious psychological problems and an evil personality to make a wise decision. From the structure of the tomb, we can assume that Amunet was imprisoned here as a sinner. A large amount of mercury was poured over the opening of the shaft, suppressing her soul and preventing her from resting in peace or being reincarnated for eternity. Generally speaking, where the sarcophagus is located, there should be a dog-headed guardian to warn intruders. The 6 guardians were looking at the mercury shaft to suppress the dead mummy, nothing else. Dr. Henry, in his customary academic style, concluded, underneath, there's an evil spirit that had suffered 1,000 years of darkness, torment, and resentment. The Protegium crew heard this and moved closer to Luke's position. The latter acted as usual. He had been to hell and bargained with the old devil. If any evil spirits and demons appeared in front of them, he could instantly send out a set of demon removal spells and send them on their way. Take out the sarcophagus. Luke ordered. Dr. Henry observed for a while and found the opening mechanism. Rumble rumble. With a violent sound, the underground cave started shaking. A bronze sarcophagus slowly rose and was pulled out of the mercury well by some chains. Then came the densely packed camel spiders, which felt strange, as they moved like a layer of black carpet covering the rock walls. Fortunately, they aren't scarabs. Luke curled his lips. Those things were the standard for Egyptian tombs. The bio-force field suddenly opened up and isolated the camel spiders that were crawling over. Get a helicopter and pull the sarcophagus up. Dr. Henry deserved to be a senior member of Protegium. He was able to get a helicopter in Iraq in no time. After thousands of years of darkness, the sarcophagus used to seal Amunet was finally revealed. Large flocks of crows hovered in mid-air, seemingly attracted by some mysterious force, like a gathering of dark clouds. Set's power is beginning to show. Dr. Henry looked solemn. The crow was a symbol of death and a messenger of death. Amunet completed the summoning ritual and signed the contract, so she has immortality and can only be sealed. It looks like it won't be long before she comes back to life. Luke didn't care. Not to mention the dead Egyptian princess, even if Set appeared in front of him, it wasn't a threat. The strength of those Egyptian gods was probably similar to those dimensional demons. What Luke was actually interested in was the conceptual power of death. Although Set was only the god of death of Egypt, he couldn't control other boundaries. Asgard, Olympus, heaven, hell, all had nothing to do with him. But getting that power was equivalent to having a part of death's authority. I wish she could wake up sooner and lead me to the dagger. Luke saw yellow sand on the horizon and heavy smoke rolling in. A huge sandstorm was coming for the helicopter. Set, seemingly unable to come down, wanted to stop Protegium from taking away the sarcophagus of the Egyptian princess Amunet. General, sir, then I will return to London. Dr. Henry glanced at the coffin and felt a little worried. They landed at a nearby airport where a transport plane was ready to take off. Luke was about to nod when the rusty sarcophagus with its coils of chains shook violently. The sharp sound of fingernails scratching abruptly sounded. In the distance, one could also hear a woman's crying and shouting voice. Leave him alone. An archaeological team member with empty eyes leaned toward the coffin like a puppet, and Luke stopped Dr. Henry. The latter was thinking of bringing Amunet back to London, then conducting research to find out the dagger's whereabouts. But in Luke's opinion, it was all the same. Waking up the Egyptian princess as soon as possible seemed to be a little less work. The archaeological team members near the sarcophagus appeared to have fallen into a hallucination and were deprived of their consciousness. They uttered awkward, odd syllables and sliced through the dark chains that were wrapped around the coffin. The large murder of crows hovering in the sky was like thick clouds covering the sky, blocking the blazing sunlight overhead. A withered hand grabbed the edge of the coffin. The slender figure, wrapped in tattered cloth, slowly sat up. The mummified Egyptian princess, Amunet, came to life. She turned her head somewhat mechanically, the pair of dark eyes staring at the people there. Before Amunet could say anything to create a more frightening mood, Luke said, "Princess, do you think I am suitable? Can you be the god of death, Set's human form?" Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. // 339, Chapter 336 Completion of the Ritual, Death is Coming. After 1,000 years, were human beings now so direct? The Egyptian princess Amenet had just woken up. She originally wanted to use her eerie voice, with the female ghost-like appearance, to set the mood like a horror movie effect. Unexpectedly, Luke directly offered to become the mortal vessel of the god of death, Set. It was completely unconventional. Amenet froze for a moment, and her brain had just rebooted. The muddy face, branded with hieroglyphics, showed a hint of interest. She stared straight at Luke, sweeping back and forth with a look of measuring goods. Strong, young man. Amenet licked her blackened lips like a hungry female beast trying to swallow her opponent whole. There were no criteria for this Egyptian princess to choose the body of the god of death to descend upon. Simply put, it was probably the right age, not too old. The endurance should be sufficient, with strong abilities, preferably both firm and long-lasting. And, they shouldn't look too bad. The work wasn't too strict, so she could prioritize her preference. When the above conditions were met, it would pass. Don't get it wrong, this wasn't what Set had stated, but Amenet's personal interest. After all, before completing the ritual, she had to communicate with the man of her choice, spiritually and physically, to achieve great harmony. In certain places, her requirements couldn't be lowered. The great Set should be pleased with you. Amenet sashayed her waist and approached him leisurely. In her eyes, there was only Luke. Dr. Henry was too old and had been ruled out. Those werewolves were non-human. They didn't need her consideration. The rest of the archaeology team looked inadequate in front of Luke. After a rigorous screening process, the only person who met the requirements was the young man who volunteered. Really? Luke made a surprised expression as if he was excited about being elected. And then, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he softly said, "In that case, princess, let's finish the ceremony as soon as possible." Where is the dagger of Set? As the one who signed the contract, Amenet had a hidden connection with the ruby and the dagger. As long as it's in the vicinity, she could sense it. To Luke, the Egyptian princess was just a tool to find the dagger. Amenet was silent as she approached the young man. She sniffed the other side's vibrant soul aura and showed a satisfied look on her face. "Let me see." The Egyptian princess gently lifted Luke's shirt as if she wanted to inspect the goods first. Boom! The latter mercilessly threw a punch. There was a horrible hole in Amenet's chest. Fortunately, she was a mummy, and her internal organs had already rotted, so there was no bloody scene. "Princess, please behave yourself." Luke looked righteous. His actions told the other party that he wasn't that kind of casual guy. He just wanted to know the whereabouts of the dagger of Set, but if he had to sacrifice his body for that, it wasn't worth it. Amenet was certainly a rare beauty with an exotic look, but that was 1,000 years ago. After being mummified, she was sealed in a sarcophagus and dangled in a well full of mercury. The merciless years had destroyed her beauty, and nothing was left. The Egyptian princess standing in front of Luke hadn't had a bath in thousands of years. With flesh and blood rotting and covered in mud, it really wasn't flattering. To let Luke and such a woman achieve great harmony was something a little difficult. In a nutshell, he rejected her because of her looks. "I'm only interested in Set, not in you." Amenet felt offended when she heard his answer. She became angry. She opened her hands, and the intense aura of death attracted a large number of crows. They swept in like a black storm. Thousands of crows with sharp claws and beaks pecked away at the archaeological team. Snap! Luke snapped his fingers. The exuberant energy in the air, like an explosive that had its fuse ignited, exploded violently. Boom boom! Boom boom boom! The dark crows hovering overhead suddenly burst into flames and turned into a sea of fire. This spectacular scene shocked the archaeological team members, and at the same time, they had a better understanding of Superman's strength. "Most of the time, I am very polite and courteous to women." Luke walked up to Amenet and wrapped his bio-force field around his opponent, applying terrifying pressure. A mummy's body had an immortal attribute, but it was still not strong enough to be invulnerable to swords, water, and fire. At most, they were frequently beaten by physical strikes, more than normal monsters. With her two arms bursting open and exploding into a black powder, the Egyptian princess finally felt fear. Her legs bent, and she slowly fell to her knees in submission. What is wrong with this world? In Amenet's feeble mind, humans should be synonymous with weakness. Even the bravest and powerful warrior in the kingdom couldn't resist the power of the gods. But now, it seemed like something had gone wrong. The young man standing in front of her was horribly strong. That's the right attitude. Luke put away the bio-force field, looked down at the Egyptian princess who had sobered up after a beating, and asked again, "Where is the dagger of Set?" A few hours later, Luke arrived at a monastery near London, England, with a team of archaeologists from Protegium. According to Amenet, during the Crusades, they invaded Egypt and plundered a lot of gold, jewelry, and antiques, among which was the dagger of Set. "Find it and bring it to me." Luke gave orders. The Egyptian princess, who was originally ambitious and arrogant, had been conditioned by him to be obedient. Before long, she brought back the dagger of Set from the monastery. It was made of black crystal and had a long, slender shape, and was cold to the touch. And the ruby? Luke turned to look at Dr. Henry, who quickly handed over a box. He knew that Protegium couldn't resist Superman and SHIELD, so he changed his mind and actively cooperated, trying to leave a good impression. That Magic Congress's proposal was very tempting. A huge organization in charge of the dark creatures in the underworld. If he could join, maybe Protegium wouldn't have to worry about how to deal with those monsters. They would also learn more about the dark world, shrouded in mystery. What spells are needed for the ceremony? Luke embedded the ruby into the crown of the dagger, and he sensed a dark force that wrapped around it as if it were the key link to some kind of contract. Amunet tried to avert her fiery eyes and shook her head. By piercing flesh and blood, the vessel will be connected to the god of death, Set, to complete the ritual. Luke thought about it for a while and stabbed himself in the chest with the dagger in front of everyone. Crack! The black crystal-like dagger bloomed with a few cracks. There was no defense at all. Luke was a little embarrassed. This dagger was only the medium for the ritual. In terms of sharpness, it was actually not much better than a fruit knife from the kitchen. I'll try again. Luke's movements turned cautious. He was worried that if it failed again, the dagger might have to be destroyed. By stimulating the power left behind by the god of death, and by the way, minimizing his own physical defense. The dagger finally made a small slit, and the moment it touched his blood, the ruby embedded at the top burst with light. The surging cold dark energy, like a flood, broke through the dam and poured into Luke's flesh and blood. A dark shadow, seemingly coming through the door of the material world, forced its way into his body, emitting a hiss of excitement. The hieroglyphs branded on Amunet's face gradually emerged on Luke's face. A strong dark power, like a fountain, gushed out, lingering around his body. I have descended upon the earth. Luke swallowed back the catchphrase before he could shout it with the aura of a Chiyunibu. I'm sorry, the ownership of this body belongs to me. Superman shook his head and said so. And your authority over death is now mine. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. / 340, Chapter 337 Earth Casino, Underworld. Thousands of years ago, when Set attempted to enter this world with the ritual, turning ancient Egypt into an invincible empire of the dead, he certainly never thought that there were mortals who could resist him. Clearly, he had occupied the body, completing the reincarnation process. But when he came, even if this human was the one who willingly invited him in, now he was the one being caught. Arrogance. The dark shadow inside Luke's body tumbled. A dense flame formed a solid eruption, like a brightly burning fire. The dense hieroglyphs, like mantras, appeared on his face, looking particularly gruesome. Is this the wrath of death? Luke stood where he was, unmoved. There was neither panic nor the slightest fear. Right now, everything was still under his control. He used to think that the gods symbolizing power, war, desert, and death might be a little more powerful than they appeared. Considering the thousands of years and the changes of the times, there might only be a few people that knew about the great Ennead 9 deities in Egyptian mythology in their prime. It was understandable that their powers were weakened. That's all? After a rhetorical question, Luke gave his answer. The light-hearted comment was like merciless ridicule, completely provoking Set's thunderous anger. The dark shadow in his body took on the form of a jackal-headed man. I'll make you feel. Set had wanted to threaten and extract the life force of this arrogant human to make him understand the pain of death. But on second thought, if Luke died, the ritual would fail. He had been waiting for thousands of years, and his plan to come to this world was about to fail. In a dilemma, Set was at a loss, and his high-sounding voice suddenly fell silent. Feel what? The predicament of a lonely old god. A contemptuous sneer came from Luke's mouth. The great Ennead have become a thing of the past. In this age of decaying faith, you are no different from the antiques in the thrift store. Those things, at least, are worth something. But you're worthless. Each word was like a sharp blade, uncovering what was left of Set's facade and dignity. Lifting the seemingly mysterious and powerful veneer, revealing the true, the strong outside and weak inside nature. I have dealt with many dimensional demon gods who support the world on their own and whose existence is constantly expanding, like twinkling stars standing in the sea of the universe, unshaken by the changes of external objects. And you, who have lost the power given by faith, are even worse than mortals. Luke mobilized the stellar energy in his body to suppress the powerless and raging god of death, Set. At the same time, he also used the identity of a sorcerer supreme to communicate with the Vishanti and extract some power. A magnificent column of pure white light descended from the sky and enveloped Superman. The ancient gods. Set was horrified. He was one of the great Ennead. Naturally, he could detect the true identity of the Vishanti. "You're too slow." Luke smiled. Pure white light filled his body. The fierce black shadow, like snow under the sun, continuously evaporated. "Your authority over death, I'll happily accept it." Luke opened his right hand, and a pharaoh's scepter gradually condensed and appeared in his palm. He suddenly grasped it. His eyes flashed with black rays, which was extremely shocking. The power of Set, one of the great Ennead, thus fell into his hands. "I curse you! With my life, with everything I have." The dark, shadowy figure was dragged, pulled, and slowly detached from Luke's body. However hard it struggled, however hard it rejected it, everything was useless. "Don't be like that. Your name, your image, will always exist in history." Luke laughed softly as he felt the power of the scepter. "I'm just a god of death by proxy, I have no followers, and I'm not worshipped in a temple. Think about it differently. I'm actually working for you. You're my boss." "Set, does that make you feel any better?" The Egyptian god of death, seemingly shocked by the shamelessness of mankind, fell into a long silence until the dark shadows left his body completely. Hiss hiss. Hiss hiss hiss. When Set was exposed to the sun, he instantly turned into a wisp of smoke. Thick black oil-like flames raised a large fire. The wailing and hissing of anguish disappeared along with the hideous form of the god of death, Set. "Death is gone." Dr. Henry, who had been watching, and all the members of Protegium were stunned. Although they didn't understand what had happened just now, they were still shaken when the results were presented to them. An Egyptian god, who was worshipped by the world thousands of years ago, simply disappeared. Even if the vast majority of everyone here were firm atheists. But after witnessing this scene, not only were their perceptions shaken, but they also had a passionate feeling of awe and admiration for Superman. The constantly refreshing and rising reputation value was the most obvious. "The gods won't completely die." Luke corrected Dr. Henry's misconception. In his eyes, every life form had an illusory line of varying length. That's the length of life. He could try to cut off or renew someone's lifeline with the pharaoh's scepter held in his right hand whenever he wanted. Of course, it wasn't easy, and there was a price to pay. As long as their names were remembered, and as long as the traces in history aren't completely lost. Luke stared at Amunet, the Egyptian princess, who was trembling with fear and had almost her entire face covered with terror. They will have the opportunity to be resurrected and come to this world. Maybe hundreds of years, maybe thousands of years, Set, who has fallen into a new slumber, will appear again. D. Henry listened carefully. He couldn't help thinking, if Set went to sleep in the dark, then isn't Superman, holding the pharaoh's scepter, the same as a living god of death? With this in mind, the Protegium senior executive subconsciously buried his head a little lower. This was fear toward a god. "It's not as scary as you think it is." Luke seemed to have guessed what Dr. Henry was thinking and slightly shook his head. He didn't explain too much. Those complicated concepts were too complicated for ordinary people. The belief system of this world had long been divided among many gods and deities. Olympian gods, Greek gods, Norse gods, ancient India, ancient Egypt. In addition, the two camps of heaven and hell. The souls of those believers were labeled the moment they knelt and prayed to a particular deity. When they reach the end of their lives, they become a bargaining chip for their gods. Those dimensional demon gods, at best, only picked up some little leftover scraps of food. Relatively speaking, the chips weren't as important to them as the gods were. To Luke, the earth was like a huge casino. Those gods who rarely appeared in this world were bosses who hid behind the scenes. The competition was to see who had more chips and who had a stronger background. Lord Death. Amunet, who was silently trying to blend in the background, made a little noise. "What can I do for you?" According to the original contract, she would help Set, the god of death, descend into the human world. In return, not only would she live forever, she would become his partner and rule over a large territory. But what was happening right now was completely beyond her and Set's expectations. "The dead aren't welcomed in this world," Luke said lightly. Amunet trembled and fell to her knees. She had a hard time getting rid of the thousands of years of darkness, the seal of the sarcophagus. If she were to return to her original situation and suffer that kind of torture, it would be worse than death. However, considering my underworld, I need someone to manage it. The corners of Luke's mouth curled up, evoking fear in the Egyptian princess, then he wiped it off with his own hands. "Are you ready to work for me, Amunet?" The ups and downs of life made this Egyptian princess feel like she was on a roller coaster ride. She breathed a long sigh of relief, and excited tears were almost falling from her eyes. "I will take good care of the underworld for you," Amunet assured. "I hope so." Luke held the pharaoh's scepter, and his eyes turned black. Rumble rumble. A loud disembodied sound, like chains twisting and gears gnashing, sounded. A magnificent portal, branded with hieroglyphs, slowly opened. That was the underworld. The Kingdom of the Dead. At the moment when the underworld was opened up, Luke seemed to have a subtle connection with the Kingdom of the Dead that existed in a different place. His vision, through the barrier of space, saw a cold world full of humid fog. Then, a graceful figure in a green cloak came into view. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 341, Chapter 338 History of the Nine Realms, Gifted Student. Is that Hela? Luke recalled the slender figure he saw when he opened the underworld earlier and was a little uncertain. It was just a quick glance, and he didn't see too much. The slender figure in the green cloak finally seemed to look back. The fog, cold, it should be the underworld, hell. Luke pondered for a moment and got the answer. Asgard's god of death was Hela, Odin's eldest daughter. The other party was imprisoned in hell, waiting for Ragnarok. Almost all of the crises in Asgard could be summarized as family disputes. It was nothing more than the younger brother being jealous of the older brother, father preferring older brother, sister despising her younger brothers, and so on and so forth. The gods of death of different divine lineages have similar authority and therefore have a subtle connection. Luke put away his thoughts and stopped thinking about them. If he had an opportunity in the future, he should go to Asgard. Compared to Loki and Thor, he felt that there was more room for cooperation between himself and Hela. They were both gods of death. They should get along, more or less. I'm the Sorcerer Supreme. I won't lose my confidence in front of Odin. Luke believed that in terms of strength, he was already qualified to compete with the King of the Gods and wouldn't be treated as an insignificant mortal by Asgard. As a representative of Earth and the Sorcerer Supreme, his status wasn't much worse than Odin. The Asgardians are notoriously bad at communicating in the Nine Realms. Luke thought of the information he had read in the Kamar-Taj's library, that the guys who lived in the palace weren't very hospitable. Not to mention Thor's foolish appearance, he had the wrong perception of Asgard. People there were thought to be kind and passionate by nature. As people know, when Asgard's warriors Three and Sif came to Earth in search of Thor, they directly commented that Midgard was a poor backwater place. They treated people on Earth in the same way that noble lords treated commoners. Proud, condescending, and commanding. Besides, Asgard itself was built on warfare and brutality. The Aesir and the Vanir were incompatible and hated each other a long time ago. Asgard didn't come into being until peace was reached and hostilities were resolved. Later, Asgard, which was unified internally, had the ambition to compete for the throne of the Nine Realms. They challenged the ruler of the time, the most powerful race of the Nine Realms, the Dark Elves. Despite standing in the upper reaches of history, from the perspective of the latter, this was a battle for justice, a great victory, which prevented the Nine Realms from sinking into darkness. But Odin's father, the former king of the gods who led Asgard to glory, was motivated by the idea of vying for the throne of power in the Nine Realms. Later, the frost giants of Jotunheim challenged Asgard, but it was just a historical replay of the struggle for power. The challenger was replaced by someone else. In short, Asgard was a warrior race that revered force, expanded its territory through war, and eventually ruled the Nine Realms. It would be overly naive to have any wonderful fantasies about them. Luke himself didn't rule out the possibility of a future conflict with Asgard. According to his character, running into that kind of condescending, despising asshole, would always stir up more trouble. This is the end of the discussion about mummies and the Egyptian gods of death. The pharaoh's scepter that Luke was holding slowly disappeared as he threw Amunet into the underworld to work for free. The dense black light in his eyes, which was frightening, also quietly dissipated. Dr. Henry, who wasn't breathing well, finally breathed a sigh of relief and no longer felt the pressure. I have a somewhat premature suggestion about Protegium. Thinking back to the outside world, Luke spoke in a negotiating tone. SHIELD has a similar division and will contact and cooperate with the Magic Congress in the future. If Dr. Jekyll and the people behind you have no objections, they can consider joining them. The smile on Dr. Henry's face was a little stiff. It sounded like a negotiation, but after careful consideration, Protegium didn't have the qualifications to refuse. Don't think too much. It's just a suggestion and a friendly inquiry. Luke patted the other on the shoulder and comforted. He was slightly interested in the information about the monsters and mysterious collections stored in Protegium. If nothing else, the two secret books from the Mummy World, the Black Book of the Dead and the Golden Book of Amon-Ra, were of great use. As the newly appointed god of death, Luke was trying to perfect his underworld. However, the friendly attitude only had the opposite effect. Dr. Henry thought that Superman could even handle the Egyptian god of death, Set, and so Protegium, like the mummy Princess Amunet, was more docile than Dr. Henry's pet, in front of Luke. He couldn't help but panic even more. General, sir, you misunderstood. Dr. Henry, who had the authority to make the decision, cleared his throat a few minutes later and said, I was just thinking about moving the headquarters from London to New York or Washington, D.C. In this way, we can get closer to you, General. To bask under the light of justice, the beacon of light of humanity. Hiss. Luke paused, a little shocked. He didn't expect such a wide-eyed, decent-looking guy as Dr. Henry would be able to say such a flattering thing without any sense of decency. You don't have to, Dr. Jekyll. Luke said with a straight face. I don't like to force people. Dr. Henry shook his head again and again. He was determined to send Protegium off to SHIELD with a firm attitude. After the back and forth between the two sides and the desire to push and pull, a consensus was finally reached. I say, Dr. Jekyll, you're French. Luke looked at the other side's eager look and asked curiously. According to the usual process, shouldn't Luke be the one to pressure him a few times and entice and force Dr. Henry to get him to agree to it? Why did Protegium fall on their own accord before he even started? I was born in England, and I'm Scottish. Dr. Henry didn't understand his meaning and replied seriously. Since Dr. Jekyll agrees, Protegium will be a sub-agency of SHIELD in the future. Luke frowned slightly, as if remembering something, and added, by the way, S.H.I.E.L.D. is an international organization recognized by the World Security Council and doesn't belong to any country. Our goal is to strive for the common good and destiny of mankind. Dr. Henry was puzzled at first, but after careful consideration, he understood. Was this implying that the resources and energy of Protegium only belonged to S.H.I.E.L.D. and would have nothing to do with the federal government? Dr. Henry's eyes sparkled. An individual who was strong on his own and didn't need to rely on others for support wouldn't like restrictions. With Superman's strength, there was absolutely no need to obey the White House. On the contrary, the president should worry about whether a Superman political government might emerge someday, leaving him in Congress in limbo. Therefore, it seemed reasonable for Superman to focus on himself and ignore the existence of the White House. The general has a broad mind and is tolerant of the world. Dr. Henry flattered and patted him on the back. Luke smiled and ignored it. The upright figure rose from the ground and shot into the sky. Half a month later, Luke got up from the gentle valley. Looking at the bedroom where the battle marks were left, the clothes flying everywhere, from the doorway to the bed, proved how intense the situation was. We can't keep enjoying things like this. Luke reflected on himself. He could only occasionally stop and pause on the road forward, but he could never stop moving forward. After he finished dealing with the Egyptian mummies and the Protegium part of the incident, before long, he appeared in the White House and attended a secret meeting. The contents were strictly confidential and must not be spread to the outside world. After all, the president was brainwashed, and the government almost became a personal tool for some people. It was feared that such a story would provoke a strong public outcry and stir up public distrust of the federal government. Although, many years from now, there was a president who accomplished the amazing feat of returning to Earth from the moon, and did just that. As for Kong the Conqueror and Mr. Sinister, they both passively became the top leaders of Hydra. Compared with the man from the future, mutants had more of an identity. Luke found Hydra more compelling and easier for the people to understand. Anyway, those guys had always been very professional in taking the blame. No one questioned the truth that Luke told. On the one hand, he had enough evidence. On the other hand, truthfulness wasn't important. After this incident, the president was bound to be partially responsible. Either leave the White House with dignity or be impeached and get attacked. This was actually a good thing for many people. For example, other parties or politicians who were interested in the general election. In Luke's opinion, these were just boring games, and he wasn't interested in paying attention to them. Regardless of who the president represented in office, their attitude toward SHIELD and Superman wouldn't change much. The real work that was keeping Luke busy was the completion of the Mutant Academy. As an honorary board member, he had just learned that the school had welcomed a talented student with incredible potential. His name was Charles Francis Xavier. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 342, Chapter 339 Unfortunate Childhood, School for the Gifted. Luke pushed for the establishment of the Mutant Academy, and finally finalized the plan, and passed the congressional bill. It was different from the private school of the bald professor of the future. It was a no certification needed, no qualification needed, no federal approval needed educational institution that couldn't be banned at any time and fined severely. This institution belonged to SHIELD. It had a strong faculty, a wide range of certifications, a beautiful principal, and an honorary trustee Superman. If they really opened enrollment to anyone, the threshold would be flattened by the number of people coming in. If it weren't for the fact that the school only accepted mutants, the rich and famous upper-class elite would probably send their own children to the school. After graduating, no matter in business or politics, they would be regarded as students taught by Superman. What? Are you saying Superman wouldn't attend classes at all and was only an honorary trustee? It didn't matter, as long as there was a connection with him. It was like those many people who went to prestigious schools for the golden plaque, it's not about studying well and improving every day. Interpersonal communication, as well as sparkling personal resumes, was their real purpose. And being from a prestigious school, or going to the same school as a celebrity, would always make other people show a bit more respect. In American politics, there were already the Harvard clique and Yale clique. The Supreme Court had 9 top justices, all of whom came from Harvard and Yale law schools. Many people say that you don't need to be a graduate of a prestigious school to be president, but if you want to be a Supreme Justice, you have to be from Columbia and Northwestern, not Harvard or Yale. Anyway, Superman set out to set up a mutant academy, which attracted a lot of attention. In that case, young Charles should be the best in his class. Luke leaned back in the limo's back seat and closed the file that the White Queen had compiled and delivered. They are on their way to Manhattan's Long Island, where the recently built Mutant Academy was located. The original address was a private winery. Later, due to poor management, it went bankrupt. SHIELD acquired it at a very low price and transformed it into an all-in-one modern campus. The Mutant Academy was close to Howard Stark's estate and was considered a neighbor. In the future, if he had nothing to do, he could still visit next door. Mental ability has always been rare. The fact that Charles was able to awaken his talent and master his abilities at such a young age, he's indeed a rare genius. The White Queen lifted her hair behind her ears and whispered. Most of the natural abilities of mutants are awakened in adolescence. Intense emotions and rapid growth could easily activate the X gene in their body. If someone could awaken their abilities at a young age, their strength wouldn't be too bad. Just a few people, Professor X, Magneto, the Phoenix Jean Grey, Mr. Fantastic's son Franklin. They're all powerhouses. The worst was an alpha-level powerhouse. By the way, he has a younger sister, called Raven, who's also a mutant. The White Queen seemed to remember something and added. She can change her own cellular and tissue structure. Simply put, she can morph and take on the appearance of anyone, even subtle things like irises and fingerprints. Luke raised an eyebrow. The future Professor X and Mystique had become his students. The few leaders of the mutants, only Magneto, hadn't appeared. Speaking of, he always thought that Professor X was someone with a protagonist role, inherited his parents' wealth at a young age, and adopted a sister who wasn't related by blood. Both parents died, he got the car and the house, he had a beautiful sister and a best friend who shared affection and dislike for each other. He's more of a protagonist than I am. I read that young Charles was born into a wealthy family in New York, and his father Brian Xavier was a scientist, who later joined the business community and became rich. Luke put his mind at ease and asked, how could he accept that his son is a mutant, or, to put it another way, how could he accept that his son is enrolled in a school for mutants? Such an approach, to use an inappropriate analogy, was tantamount to an elite sending their son to a school in the slums. There was no doubt that they would bear some strange looks and criticism. Although on the legislative front, Luke had already started to secretly push for the passage and implementation of a Mutant Registration Act and was ready to change the public perception. This wasn't something that could be changed and achieved overnight. It took time to accept. I made a visit and met Charles's parents. White Queen was studying hard on how to be a qualified principal. Since she ran away from home, she hadn't had a proper occupation or career. After joining the Hellfire Club, he shouted slogans with Sebastian Shaw every day to brainwash their compatriots. It didn't give people a sense of satisfaction and self-identity at all. The White Queen was grateful to Luke for leaving the management of the Mutant Academy to her. That night, when she sat there and shook her waist, her movements were much more vigorous. Charles's parents were more open-minded and accepted their son's mutant status very early. White Queen shook off the embarrassing picture in her mind and went on to say, that child is much more mature and quiet than his peers. He has his own ideas and is very smart. The decision to adopt Raven was also a decision his parents made after he convinced them. He personally believes that a mutant academy is more appropriate than an ordinary private high school or an elite school. Luke nodded his head. A psychic like Charles could listen to their hearts and read their thoughts. It was too easy for him to guide the behavior of others. What's more, he had been behaving like the perfect child, studying hard and listening quietly. Every governess in charge of teaching young Charles had expressed the same sentiment. This was a true prodigy, a genius. With very different family backgrounds and childhood experiences, it's no wonder that those two people would take opposite paths in the future. Luke remembered the personal file he had just read and let out a chuckle. Born into a wealthy family in New York, young Charles was a lucky kid who grew up with a silver spoon. Living in the castle-like mansion in Westchester, he had servants to take care of his daily life. And his future best friend and partner, Magneto Eric Laneshare. However, because of his Jewish identity, his family was persecuted, he was placed in a concentration camp and felt the cruelty of war. There was a saying, Unfortunate people spend their lives curing their childhood, and lucky people spend their lives being cured by their childhood. The two leaders of the mutants, Professor X and Magneto, couldn't be more appropriate for this. Magneto, who saw his mother die in front of him, saw and experienced all the terrible things on Earth, such as racial persecution and slaughter. Naturally, it was hard for him to understand Charles's pacifism and conservatism, and thus he thought such behavior to be cowardice and weakness. However, Charles, who had a happy family and a happy life, could only sympathize with Magneto's miserable childhood but couldn't feel it. Such a concept led to the division of the mutants and the confrontation between the two camps. How many students have you accepted this year? Luke talked about the main business. He started to build an academy. In addition to wanting to give mutants a place to live, he was also taking into account the rapid changes in the future. Superheroes, alien races, evil organizations, cosmic crisis. These were the eternal themes in the Marvel Universe. Therefore, there was no harm in taking the lead and setting things up first. The total number of eligible candidates is 31. White Queen smiled a little helplessly. On the one hand, many families still held conservative ideas about mutants. On the other hand, about 30% of the mutants had significant genetic defects. Either their appearance was much too different from ordinary people, or their ability was uncontrollable. They were not eligible for enrollment and were referred to medical institutions at most. Not bad. There will be more and more in the future. Luke was very satisfied. In his opinion, this wave of enrollment attracted future Professor X and Mystique to the door. It was quite successful. It was equivalent to drawing 10 times in a row and acquiring 2 legendary golden cards. Here we are. 2 iron doors opened up, and the limo slowly entered a vast private estate. On the nameplate at the door were the words Cavill School for Gifted Youngsters. That's the official name of the school. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. // 343, Chapter 340 The Principal, Annoying Sister. When the car entered the academy, the first thing people saw was a huge bronze statue. The cloak looked as if it was billowing, waving in an arc. The head was raised, showing a determined look. It was as if the light of righteousness shone on his body. With pure copper casting, the muscle lines were outlined, which fully interpreted the strong sense of strength. It was Superman. Did you have to get this thing? Luke walked out of the car and found his statue standing in the most conspicuous place in the academy, feeling a little awkward. Frankly speaking, I'm not a big fan of creating a cult. He had always firmly believed that if it weren't for reputation points, he would be a modest man with a low profile and no vanity. Becoming an idol was Captain America's business. The White Queen smiled and explained, I specially asked someone to build this bronze statue. You are the symbol of the academy and the guarantee for mutants. She knew very well that the public was gradually recognizing them, and they didn't win this treatment by themselves. It was Luke who pushed it behind the scenes, which led to the current situation. Superman, S.H.I.E.L.D. The influence of these two mountains was increasing. No matter who wanted to climb the pyramid of power, it was impossible to ignore their existence. The White House was busy with the next general election, waiting for a new owner. Eisenhower and Kennedy Jr. were actively courting Superman. In addition to the Army and Navy departments, the Pentagon gradually came up with a saying of the Superman department. Most of its members came from various intelligence departments. After all, the number of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had been expanding. The CIA and the FBI were almost dried up. Only this time, although Hoover felt aggrieved and bitter, he was afraid to say anything about it. This time, it was different from the past, and provoking Superman was tantamount to looking for death right now. Well, take me to meet your talented students. Luke nodded, acknowledging the existence of the bronze Superman statue. It's better to put it here than to put it in a museum. He didn't want to be dragged away by the Ministry of Defense in the future to do ideological education for young people. Captain America's patriotic education video was simply a public execution. The foundation of a great school is not only the teachers and the faculty, but also the reputation that makes the students feel proud and full of pride. Superman is undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. The White Queen smiled triumphantly and walked ahead to lead the way. Although Luke wasn't a mutant, he showed a sufficiently friendly attitude. He could be a symbol of the Academy for the Gifted. The people in Congress didn't deceive me. The architectural layout and design are good. Luke strolled along the shore of the lake towards the school building that stood behind the dense forest. This mutant academy in Long Island was more secluded than the mansions and castles of Westchester. In addition to the long white buildings, there were large lawns, forests, and beaches surrounding the area, which were beautiful and relaxing. There was a private harbor attached to the west, where one could sail out to sea at any time. In the dormitory, resting area. Raven, when you see Ms. Frost, you should show some respect. Charles, who was dressed like a young adult with a bow tie and a suit, gave special instructions. Standing in front of him was a little girl with red hair. The round face is dotted with a few freckles. The yellow pupils kept turning, appearing to be very spiritual. I know, Charles. You're so long-winded, just like Mr. Brian, always repeating things I already remember. The young mystique, Raven, spoke with impatience. Her attention was focused on the TV screen. She didn't take Charles's words to heart at all. Ms. Frost was not a bad person, and she wouldn't hurt her. Raven didn't understand why Charles was so nervous. She's a telepath, and she has similar powers to me. Charles whispered. That's why during the last home visit, you were secretly thinking, Ms. Frost looks like a bad woman, she should have heard that. Raven was startled and took 2 steps backward, falling onto the couch with a loud plop. The face, dotted with a few small freckles, was full of panic. You're not lying to me, are you, Charles? I didn't mean to. Raven cried. Teachers and doctors were the 2 people she was most afraid of at the moment. Ms. Frost, she's not going to punish me, is she? She's not going to make me write essays or take points off my test, right? Compared to Charles, who was known as a child prodigy, Raven's academic performance was quite average. In her opinion, exams were hell. If you could behave, maybe Ms. Frost wouldn't punish you. Seeing that his naughty sister was frightened, Charles didn't say much. In fact, this spoiled child was quite a headache. There were all kinds of strange ideas in Raven's head and bizarre questions that even Charles couldn't answer sometimes. For example, Charles, can you sing Star-Spangled Man with a Plan? Charles, do you know why Aunt Rose is sleeping with Uncle Pierre even though she's married to Uncle Johnny? For his sister Raven, who pestered him, Charles occasionally wondered if he made the right choice in taking in this girl who had 10,000 questions. Remember. Act like a little lady, Raven. After repeating the instructions, Charles fixed his clothes and led his sister to the principal's office. Ms. Frost said that an important guest was going to come today. Compared with Captain America, who was popular in the surrounding area and popular in comics, Superman is the mature young Charles's real idol. Precocious children often preferred to be different from others. Peers of the same age love the exaggerated pecs, the star-spangled shield, and America's ass. Charles, however, worshipped Superman's image, strength, and power. He thought that this was the perfect human form. Hello, young Charles. Luke, sitting in the principal's office, saw the young Professor X knocking on the door, followed by the reserved young girl, Raven. He didn't regard the others as children, taking candy out of his pocket, or making childish jokes. Even though Charles was very young, he was far more mature in thinking than his peers. Treating people as equals made it easier to earn goodwill and trust. Hello, Mr. Principal. Charles said with a solemn expression. Seeing you is the most exciting thing I've ever done other than convincing my parents to enroll in school. Although Luke was only an honorary trustee, Charles still chose to address him as principal. Ms. Frost and I are delighted to have recruited such an outstanding student as yourself. Luke smiled, not showing the slightest sign of disgust at Charles's overly formal tone. Ms. Frost. A question popped up in Charles's clever little brain. Where did White Queen go? She's the principal, right? Shouldn't she be here? Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. // 344, Chapter 341 Role-Playing, Implicit Words. After about 20 minutes of meeting and chatting, Luke had a deeper understanding of the young Charles in front of him. His conversation and manners were all trying to imitate adults. With a serious tone, meticulous hair, bow tie, and suit. It reminded Luke of young Sheldon, an annoying person with severe cleanliness and an equally intelligent mind. Young Charles's image highly overlapped with the other. Mr. Principal, the main reason why I want to be a member of this academy is that I need to find peers and my respect for you. When Luke asked about the reasons for enrolling in school, Charles seemed to have written a draft before and seriously replied, I found myself different when I was 8 years old. One night, I was a little scared because of the movie I saw at night, Zorro. The dark shadows, like bat-like monsters, scared me. Luke's mouth twitched. This story seems familiar. In the universe, next door where the painting style was kept dark, every time the movie Zorro was mentioned, there would be a dark alley, a gunman, a string of fallen pearls, and an orphan who lost his parents. This classic scene would be repeated several times every once in a while. If Erskine influenced Steve Rogers' life, and that cave in the Middle East changed Tony Stark, that alley in Gotham was probably Batman's lifelong nightmare. I tossed and turned and couldn't sleep, so I pushed the door of my bedroom and stood in the hallway. Then I heard my parents arguing. It was amazing how I could hear their conversation so clearly through a wall and a thick door. It's not just the conversation. It's also the words they kept bottled up and didn't voice out. I was like a radio that was out of control, receiving all the information from the outside world. All those confusing sounds, dark and scary thoughts, filled my head. After that, I had a very high fever for 2 days. Charles's little face showed that he was having some flashbacks. His natural ability, awakening quietly, appeared. You haven't told anyone else. Luke crossed his arms and held his chin up. The tone of his voice was normal, but sometimes he would unconsciously sigh as if he was holding back something. Charles, who had a keen observation ability, discovered this. But he didn't take it to heart and continued, "No, Mr. Principal. This is my secret. I was afraid to say anything to anyone for fear of being admitted to a hospital or being subjected to some terrible treatment." Charles's eyes couldn't help but show a touch of fear. Although he was much more mature than his peers, after all, he was only a child. In the face of unexpected surprises in an unpredictable future, he would still be frightened. So, he chose to hide it. "You did the right thing, Charles." Luke nodded and agreed. With both hands covering his face, it slightly twitched for a few moments. His expressions also became odd, as if they were suffering from some kind of stimulation. He underestimated the White Queen, and the other party's flexible tongue, which could tie cherry stems into knots, was beyond the reach of ordinary people. His joystick was like the pottery touched by the heroine in the movie Ghost. The slippery feel, high-speed friction, spinning. If Luke didn't have great perseverance, he wouldn't be able to endure such extreme torture. "I once thought that I was the only one in the world who was so different and could listen to the voices of others and read their thoughts." Charles spoke a little emotionally, without taking into account that there was something wrong with the principal, and turned to look at his sister, who was in a daze and wandering off in her own mind. "Fortunately, when I met Raven, I realized that I wasn't unique, and I also had compatriots similar to me. Since then, I have paid special attention to the news about mutants. Until I heard your speech, Mr. Principal. I was deeply moved by your interpretation of freedom, equality, and human rights." Charles's little face was full of sincerity, his eyes shining with glittering light, an emotion called admiration. "So, you were brave enough to confess your mutant identity to your parents and become the first student in this academy. You're a good kid, Charles." Luke was silent for a few seconds, leaned forward, and smiled, "You're very talented and have outstanding abilities. You will have a bright future. However, before you can tap into your potential, you must first look at yourself and accept yourself. Charles, you don't have to be nervous about your identity for fear of being looked at differently by others. The mutant gift is not some terrible curse or a painful disease, at least not for you. It is a way to get rid of the ordinary and fly up to the sky. It is the key to open the door of evolution, allowing you to see the world from a different perspective." Luke's mouth started his signature pep talk, fully immersed in his role as a life coach. "But, Mr. Principal, human beings are afraid of the unknown." Charles hesitated. He had been hiding his natural ability for fear of being discovered by others. If we come to the forefront and appear in the public eye, will it cause them to be wary and disgusted, leading to violent conflicts? It must be said that Charles was indeed a precocious child. At his age, he was able to think about racial disputes and existential conflicts through the two camps of humans and mutants, which were already beyond his peers. The conservative, moderate nature is now evident. Luke smiled faintly and leaned forward, then slightly leaned back. The tense face also relaxed a little. Hiding one's ability to ensure harmony with humans and avoid violent conflicts. These were the guiding ideologies from Professor X. But he didn't fully agree. "You can't only see the downside of everything, Charles. We need to learn to look at the issues in a constructive way. Living space and ethnic disputes, these are all internal conflicts. If we want to resolve the problem, we have to shift our attention to external conflicts. Maybe in a few decades, our footprints won't be limited to the land, sea, and sky." Luke said meaningfully. Every time something big happened, the minimum level was a cosmic level crisis. The Earth was a special planet, it was the origin of the ancient gods, and it was also secretly coveted by dimensional demons. Every cosmic upheaval inevitably started with it or would eventually affect it. Luke wasn't a passive person, and he liked to take the initiative. Sooner or later, human beings would have to go out, then the problems of living space and racial disputes would gradually disappear and become a footnote in history. At that time, the countries and people on this planet would need to face the three galactic empires, the elders of the universe, Thanos. They would soon understand their own insignificance and would know that internal conflict was meaningless. "I see, Mr. Principal." Charles seemed to have realized something and seriously nodded his head. All internal contradictions could be diverted through external conflicts. Compared with hostile alien races, mutants were insignificant. But where were the aliens? The future will give you the answer. Facing Charles's doubts, Luke mysteriously smiled. But then, his smile froze. Like a pumping machine, the strong suction force simply wrapped up one's soul. If there's nothing else, you can go out now. Luke could articulate clearly and enunciate slowly. Charles left the office with his sister. Before he closed the door, he looked at the principal, who had his hands on the wide desk. Raven, did you see? The principal seems like he was in pain. Looking back on the conversation, Charles felt that Superman was suppressing something. He was a telepath and had a very keen intuition in this respect. I'm hungry, Charles. Raven said while covering her stomach in a naive expression. She didn't pay attention to the details at all. She just wanted to have an early snack. Maybe I was wrong. Charles took his sister's hand and walked to the cafeteria. And in the principal's office, the White Queen, who wasn't there, wiped the corner of her mouth and glanced at Luke with mild amusement. Is this your first time? In her question, there was a certain kind of competitive sentiment. I tried it once with Malena, but it was in an upscale restaurant. Luke, answer honestly. Humph. Then we'll go to an upscale restaurant next time. The White Queen held her head high. Although there was no thought of jealousy, she had a strong sense of ambition in this regard. Do you know that this will only benefit me? Luke loosened his tie. He wanted to have a serious meeting when he came. However, the White Queen became a principal for the first time, and she was excited about her career, so it was a little hard to calm her down. I can also give more benefits to you. What do you think about the female student who had to submit to the principal for the sake of her exam results? The White Queen spun around and tousled her blonde hair, making herself look more like a poor schoolgirl instead of a powerful principal. Or, the arrogant and impolite female principal and the strong and powerful security guard. Luke cleared his throat, picked up the cup on the table, and took a sip of water. Although he was unwilling to admit it, he was a bit interested. Role-playing was a game that everyone liked. Men and women alike. Isn't it a little early for that? Luke acted like a decent person, barely keeping up his decent image. The White Queen, however, pressed on. She enjoyed seeing Superman lose his cool. Principal Cavill, if you can give me an A in the final exam, I'll do anything. This blonde beauty blinked her eyes and put her hands behind her back with an innocent look on her face. Hiss. The game moved too fast. Luke lamented. He decided to cooperate with the other's performance. It's not because he couldn't hold back and give in to temptation. He just wanted to play a role-playing game and do a good job as a principal. Luke believed that he only had a superficial and shallow understanding of this profession. He needed to dig deeper and more thoroughly into its significance. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 345, Chapter 342 Four Horsemen, Magneto. Pleasant times would always pass by quickly. By the time Luke was dressed, and the wet stains on his desk had evaporated, it was several hours later. A large cloud came over, blocking out the blazing sun. Frankly, Emma, you deserve an A for your excellent performance and hands-on experience in this course. Luke leaned against the comfortable leather chair and praised her. You're an outstanding student, not only with rich theoretical knowledge but also excellent practical skills. The White Queen smiled and tied on the tie for the principal in a well-behaved manner. Then, after sorting out her messy clothes, she got down to business. Looking at the rosy-cheeked, refreshed White Queen, Luke couldn't help but feel a little impressed. Obviously, it was such an exhausting and emotionally intense high-intensity exercise, but the other party wasn't tired at all. This also confirmed that the relationship between a man and a woman was like that between a cow and a field. No matter how hard the cow plowed, the field would only grow fertile and productive. Superman, of course, had no trouble in this regard. He was a pile-driving machine that never got tired, plowing deep into the land and sowing hard. You need to find teachers who are much more patient and better suited to education. The White Queen sat on the edge of the desk, leaning sideways. Her hands pushed her sweat-stained blonde hair back from her cheeks. Women are always concerned about their appearance. The White Queen, who had spent her makeup, touched up her foundation and said, our students are still children and not only need an outstanding educational environment, they also need excellent teachers. Are you implying that a certain couple of brothers are not qualified? Luke picked his eyebrows. The teachers of the Mutant Academy must be mutants. This would allow the Academy to maintain its independent operation and prevent infiltration by other forces. It would also create a sense of belonging for those students as if they had come to a big family belonging to their compatriots. There would be no estrangement from the outside world. Charles would rather confess his mutant status to his parents and sign up for the Academy for the Gifted, mainly because he wanted to find more compatriots. The only problem was that not just anyone could handle the job of a teacher. The Academy currently offered several courses, including mandatory courses in national languages, national history, social sciences, and natural sciences. There were elective courses in the arts, such as music and drama. When students would move on to higher grades, there would be more rigorous combat classes. Overall, the pressure to study wasn't too much. However, the vast majority of mutant groups awakened their abilities during puberty. Once their identity was exposed, they would be rejected and treated unkindly by the outside world. This contributed to the fact that most of the mutants couldn't pass through the adolescent stage normally. For example, the White Queen herself was an obvious example. She ran away from home without finishing college and became a social outcast. If it weren't for her excellent family background, ability, and knowledge, she wouldn't have been appointed by Luke as the principal. Brothers like Sabretooth and Wolverine had been wandering all year round and hadn't received any systematic education. Apart from motherfucker, it was shit and bitch, they could be classified as illiterate. It was natural for them to have a lot of shortcomings as teachers. That's right. The White Queen's expression turned cold and seemed dissatisfied. Victor is a PE teacher, yet he only takes his students to watch the Chicago Bears and New York Giants football games. Last week, I even saw him drinking in front of the students at school. Logan is even worse. As a history teacher, he not only swears in class but also smokes cigars, making the classroom a terrible mess. The White Queen felt indignant and wanted to directly expel these two black sheep who had infiltrated the teaching staff. Make do with it for the time being. Luke shrugged his shoulders. He transferred Sabretooth and Wolverine, the pair of brothers, to become teachers, which was also an expedient measure. And, your sister, Kayla. She's doing very well, and she's also very popular with the students. The White Queen's face softened when she heard her sister's name. In fact, she also has her own personal feelings. The White Queen had never liked Logan, who stole her sister. She also hated Sabretooth just because he was Logan's brother. When the academy is on track, we will find a more suitable group of teachers. Luke, as an honorary school trustee, was still very concerned about the development of the academy for the gifted. There were quite a few mutants who wanted to live a quiet life, and they could be recruited as teachers at that time. The two of them discussed for a while and then went for tea. Luke met Charles and Raven in the cafeteria, in addition to some other students. Most of them were 13 to 15 years old, some were showing signs of abilities, and some had already awakened. However, talented child prodigies with outstanding abilities in the alpha level like Charles were ultimately a minority. They are the future. Luke said contentedly. If this mutant academy could gradually grow stronger and enter the public eye, in a few years, it would become the base camp of the mutant group in North America. They would flock over to seek a stable life, just like the gold diggers in the Great Western Gold Rush. The future is theirs as well as ours. The White Queen seemed to embody the feeling Sebastian Shaw had, the feeling of holding power and being believed in. In a sense, she was a great leader of the mutant camp. Charles is in the bag, so where is Magneto? Luke's mind wandered, looking through the windows, across the green lawns and hills, into the great distances. After the end of World War II, Germany was divided among the United States, Britain, France, and the Soviet Union according to the Yalta and Potsdam Agreements. The four countries formed the Allied Control Council, which took over the supreme power of the country. Before long, the Federal Republic of Germany would be established in the Western Occupation Zone, and the Democratic Republic of Germany would be established in the Soviet Occupation Zone in the East. Also known as West Germany and East Germany. In a few years, the famous Berlin Wall was built. Germany, which had provoked the First and Second World Wars, officially split into two sovereign states. Caliban, the man you're talking about, is in Berlin. A tall figure covered in a long hood looked up at the devastated Berlin. The city was ravaged by Allied bombers back and forth, like the surface of the moon, full of potholes and gullies. War was a cruel game in which the loser got nothing, and the winner took everything. According to the resolution made at the Yalta Conference, Germany had to pay $20 billion in compensation during this time. Of these, $10 billion was given to the Soviet Union, $8 billion to the United States, and the remaining $2 billion to other countries. It wasn't until 2014, half a century later, that the German government paid off this huge foreign debt. That's right, Lord Apocalypse. Caliban followed behind. His perception was expanding, enveloping almost every corner of Berlin. As long as they were mutants, it was impossible to avoid his search. After the end of World War II, a mutant organization called the Hellfire Club surfaced. Their leader was Sebastian Shaw, an alpha mutant. I once took the commission from him to find suitable compatriots for him. Among the names Shaw provided, there was a child named Eric Laneshare, an important commodity he identified by name. Apocalypse listened and stepped forward. The streets of Berlin, to be exact, the empty spaces cleared of debris were barely visible, like an empty city. In World War II, Germany lost nearly 7 million adult males and almost exhausted its labor force. A large number of captured German soldiers were sent to Siberia to work as coolies and died there. That was to say, most of those who survived and stayed in Berlin were women and the elderly. Did you find him? Feeling the aura of war left behind in this land, Apocalypse's eyes flashed. In his view, human beings were despicable, backward, and arrogant low-level creatures. They were greedy, so they plundered. They were arrogant, so they were closed-minded. They were short-sighted, so they were stupid. So, they needed a great leader, a great deity, a great master. That was him, Apocalypse. Found him. That kid, he's in the neighborhood. Caliban said as he bowed down. These days, he had fully seen Apocalypse's strength. It was easy for him to upgrade mutants and make up for the existing genetic defects. And, what's even more frightening, Apocalypse mastered countless innate abilities, such as teleportation, energy projection, and so on, which could be used with every gesture, completely breaking the limits of the mutant level. I wonder if that child will be destined to be a Four Horsemen member. Apocalypse held Caliban's shoulder and read his thoughts to learn the precise location. A passage then opened up and wrapped the two people into it. In almost a blink of an eye, they crossed the distance of the city and appeared in front of a dirty child wearing a pageboy cap. Eric Laneshare. Apocalypse looked at the other party. The child's face was reflected in his eyes. Eric, holding a bag of bread, was full of vigilance. Thinking these two guys were trying to rob him, and he subconsciously used his powers. The trash can in the alley, the reinforced concrete bars, and all the metal objects flew towards Apocalypse. Don't be nervous. I'm here to help you, Eric. Apocalypse said in a deep voice. With just a thought, those oncoming miscellaneous objects were uniformly broken into particles. Magnetic force. You have so much more potential than that, Eric. Apocalypse's eyes glowed as if he had seen a gold mine that hadn't been mined yet. He stepped forward and mentally invaded his opponent's mind, reading the memories that were buried deep in his heart. Eric's face showed pain. The bag of bread in his arms fell to the ground, and he slowly knelt down with his hands on his head. Hatred, hatred, hatred. Yes, that's right. Ignite the world with anger. Apocalypse stimulated the other party's memory and aroused the anger hidden at the bottom of his heart. He found the first Four Horsemen. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/bingetranslations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 346, Chapter 343 Going to Moscow, The Danger of Hydra. A few days later, Luke, who was staying in Shield, received the information from Berlin, Germany. Apocalypse appeared. The young director rubbed his chin and considered how to solve this unstable factor. Although Apocalypse was the god of mutants, proficient in various abilities and tenacious vitality, even the Phoenix Force couldn't completely kill him. However, Luke had the 10th metal. If he really wanted to get rid of Apocalypse, he wasn't without a solution. I've always been a man of peace. It's too rude to fight and kill at every turn. Luke leaned back in his seat and thought so. According to his understanding of Apocalypse, the former pharaoh woke up and figured out the world's current situation. He would inevitably start looking for the Four Horsemen, meaning, looking for 4 potential mutants, strengthening their talent and ability, and turning them into his 4 main fighters. To conquer the world and establish an empire on his behalf. After all, he was the great pharaoh, the great deity. If he did everything by himself, it wouldn't look good. Germany, Berlin. Luke curled his lips at the thought that Magneto was a Jewish German. Apocalypse's goal was probably one of the leaders of future mutants, Eric Laneshare. Not even letting a child go. This should be child abduction. Luke spat. Young Magneto, even without the help of Apocalypse, was already at an alpha level. It was far from the level of strength that could manipulate the magnetic field in the center of the Earth and tear the planet apart. Even if he took Magneto under his wing, there was no use. Wait and see, letting Apocalypse take the initiative to jump out could be a good thing. When the time comes, it could increase reputation. Luke shrugged off the complicated thoughts and closed the report. If the world was compared to a huge stage, Superman would be one of the brightest and most dazzling presences. Any hero would always need some vicious and ruthless villains to set off their own greatness, bringing light and justice to the world. For example, America often presented itself as a beacon of democracy and freedom, while the Soviet Union's Red Bear acted as the antagonist. But Superman didn't need to create an enemy to secure his position. Because in the Marvel Universe, various evil villains would emerge one after another. Before Kong the Conqueror, there was Mr. Sinister. Because of their messy deaths, and the need for confidentiality, he was unable to make it public, and they failed to shoulder this difficult responsibility. Now, it seemed like Apocalypse had become a suitable candidate. Knock, knock. The knock on the door interrupted Luke's thinking and planning. It's really not easy to see you, Director Cavill. Captain America, who returned to Brooklyn, walked into the office with a familiar smile around his lips. He visited SHIELD several times, but most of the time, Luke wasn't even in the office. If you are someone else, you would have to make an appointment at the front desk and wait in line. Faced with Rogers's jokes, Luke also responded with a joke. After Superman returned, he settled the Egyptian mummy problem and took away Set's power. He participated in a secret meeting at the White House and indulged in a little bit of pleasure in a warm embrace. It was only recently that he got back to work, clocking in at SHIELD every day on schedule. With several jobs and very high status, Luke was indeed a very busy man. Compared with the president in the White House, he didn't need to face interviews, participate in political shows, reveal his people-friendly side, and say embarrassing things. The heavy work in other areas wasn't much different. S.H.I.E.L.D. was now a large organization with agents and spies worldwide, forming a secret intelligence network. The mobilization of tens of thousands of people, as well as various plans for secretly establishing and executing projects, all needed to be reviewed by him. In addition to the above schedule, there were endless meetings in the Pentagon, successive invitations from various interest groups, and so on. If Luke weren't proficient in time management and needed to spend too much time sleeping every day, he would have been overwhelmed. Well, once in a while, he wanted to send warm greetings to Carter, Malena, and others. In this way, Luke was even busier than the president. Haha, so should I call you director or general? Rogers drew back his chair, and the secretary outside brought a cup of coffee in time. So, should I call you Captain America or Colonel Rogers? Luke returned his words. The two of them looked at each other and let out a pleasant laugh. After exchanging a few pleasantries and adjusting the atmosphere, Luke went straight to the point and asked, "What did you get out of your time in the Soviet Union?" Captain America was supposed to go to Moscow to find Bucky's whereabouts, but he hurried back to New York because Superman had disappeared. I confirmed Bucky fell into the hands of Leviathan after a round of struggle with the agents of the Red Room. The entire city of Moscow is under KGB surveillance, but in reality, the real one in control of everything is the Red Room and Leviathan behind it. Colonel Rogers's face looked somber. It wasn't long before he lurked in Moscow and was noticed by agents from the Red Room. He almost fell in love with the other and became a prisoner of Leviathan. It sounds thrilling and exciting, like the plot of a secret agent movie. Luke smiled. Speaking of which, he was preparing to fight against Hydra. It wasn't easy for him to free up his hand, just to finish that quest. Side quests, the arrival of a new era, the rebirth of Hydra. After scanning the quest list, Luke was quite excited. The reward was a Kryptonian spaceship. If he unlocked it, exchanged it, and carried out a replication project, maybe in a few decades, the Earth would enter an era of interstellar colonization. To say the least, owning a spaceship capable of wormhole jumps was a good thing for Superman, who wanted to conquer the Starry Sea. Steve, have you ever thought about the fact that Bucky has been in Leviathan's hands for so long, maybe he's no longer the old friend we know? Luke collected his thoughts and started to prepare Captain America mentally. In case he met the brainwashed Winter Soldier, Rogers would definitely suffer a big loss. He might actually become a cold-blooded killer, an emotionless tool, or a machine. Luke was earnest as he reminded him. The smile on Rogers's face slightly froze. This was something that he didn't want to think about. If one day, he and Bucky were on opposite sides and had to be enemies, what would he do? Captain America's moral bottom line certainly wouldn't tolerate Bucky's indiscriminate killing of innocent people covered in blood. But he couldn't possibly kill his former best friend, placing righteousness above family. This was an extremely difficult choice. If there's such a day, I'll try my best to bring Bucky back. Even if he becomes a jerk, I believe that some things can't be changed. Rogers was silent for a long time and finally said so. This sincere confession simply made Luke want to send tears out to the world. If it weren't for the fact that Captain America had already had a girlfriend and exhibited a normal sexual orientation, he would definitely doubt whether there was some hidden relationship between these two men. It's not that bad. Maybe Bucky is just on the bright side, at least he's still alive, right? Luke reassured and looked on the bright side. By the way, would you like to join the team and go to Moscow? After hearing the first half of the sentence, Captain America just laughed bitterly, thinking that Luke's method of comforting people was too poor. But when he heard the second half of the sentence, his expression changed, as if he was shocked. Rogers had no idea that Luke would take the initiative to go to Moscow. Unlike when they infiltrated Sicily and conquered Rome. Now he was a lieutenant general, a very high position. The safety and security of this individual could even affect the global situation. At this time, he was taking a personal risk although no one could threaten Superman. If he went to Moscow, it would undoubtedly add unpredictable risks to his own security. You don't have to do this. Rogers was a little touched. He thought Luke was trying to save Bucky, which was why he left his job and took time off to go to Moscow. I will continue to find Bucky's whereabouts and rescue him, that's my mission. Captain America pursed his lips and spoke earnestly. Bucky and I owe you too much, Luke, whether in Brooklyn or on the battlefield of World War II. There are some responsibilities that I should take up myself. Luke's mouth twitched. He felt that Rogers had misunderstood something. He simply wanted to bring the remnants of Hydra hidden in the Soviet Union together and complete the side quest that offered great rewards. Bucky is also my friend. I have an obligation to save him from Leviathan's hands. After a few seconds of contemplation, Luke stepped back and spoke righteously. Colonel Rogers, you only need to follow orders. Captain America's face looked tense. After a few seconds, he stood up and looked at Luke, who wasn't joking. Yes, sir. Rogers saluted. On the other side of the world, Baron Strucker, the leader of Hydra, sneezed. He rubbed his nose and habitually complained about the weather in Moscow. Mr. Sinister died in Superman's hands, but we obtained his cloning technology. Baron Strucker held his arms around his chest, looked out the window at the Red Square, and confidently said, "This country will soon fall into my hands. The Hydra flag will replace the red." Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Pat Rayon. Visit patrayon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 347, Chapter 344 Red Room, Black Widow. Hydra, as the villain of the Marvel Universe, was an evergreen tree in a professional blame-taking organization. Adhering to the basic principle of doing things behind the scenes and never keeping one's peace. Even if their leader, Red Skull, had gone on a vacation to an alien planet. Even if the alliance of the Axis powers collapsed and Berlin was defeated. Even if there was Superman to deter the world. But no matter how serious the situation was, the remnants were led by Baron Strucker. They were still trying to overcome the difficulties and strive to complete the mission of becoming the villains. This conscientious and diligent work attitude was simply touching. At this time, Baron Strucker didn't know that a big red word, danger, had appeared on Hydra's head. He didn't even know that some Superman was planning to attack him personally. He was ambitious, wanting to draw nourishment from the red bear that stood on the snowy plains and developed in silence. With the strength of this superpower, a new Hydra empire would be established. This country is like a giant with two legs of different lengths. It will fall down one day sooner or later. Baron Strucker held his monocle and looked at the red square outside the window. All we have to do is wait. Wait for the collapse of the Red Empire, and then revive our great empire on its corpse. Hydra, under his leadership, reached a cooperative relationship with Leviathan, their former nemesis. The latter was also a long-established and ancient organization, named after the biblical symbol of the evil sea monster. After the changes in the times, the power changed. Leviathan's original goals had been blurred and transformed into a tool in the hands of ambitious and conniving individuals. They had early roots in Tsarist Russia, and the assassinations of Peter III and Ivan the Great were all linked to Leviathan. This was probably the reason why both organizations used sea monsters as their icons. Between Leviathan and Hydra, there was a big disagreement. Both sides liked to hide behind their countries and play political games to influence the world by manipulating the top echelons. In World War II, Hydra chose the axis of evil, Germany, and that mustached Führer. On the other hand, Leviathan put all their chips on the Allied front and took a fancy to the Soviet Union, which had done so well in the Great Patriotic War and was incredibly resilient. Leviathan proved to be slightly better than Hydra in terms of investment insight. With the disappearance of Red Skull, Hydra's main forces collapsed. Later on, General Sankt in Berlin made 3 Aryan Supermen in an attempt to recover from the defeat of the Axis. But it was still useless. The real Superman wasn't on their side. The fate of a country depended on the efforts of individuals, as well as on the progress of history. After the loss of Hydra, the loss of the Führer, and the loss of the Aryan Supermen, Germany was doomed to fail. After all, this wasn't the world of the man in the high castle. Leviathan's people don't think so. They hope that the Soviet Union will smash America into the dust and become the world's only superpower. In a well-heated room, the first-generation Baron Zima sneered. In response to Superman, Leviathan secretly pushed the Soviet Union to start a body modification program. For example, the Red Guardian was a project started to reproduce the super soldier, Captain America. On the surface, it was to get a warrior as powerful as Captain America. But Zima knew that every country wanted to have its own Superman. The only information that could be confirmed so far was that before Superman appeared, he participated in the US military's super soldier program and was injected with a serum developed by Dr. Abraham Erskine. As for why there was such a big gap between Captain America and Superman, the outside world could only blame the different effects of the serum on individuals and some variations in the details. Superman's existence in this world is a miracle. Baron Strucker said so as he thought of Superman, who appeared in Paris like a god. And miracles are often impossible to replicate. Zima nodded in agreement, with a trace of gloom in his eyes. There was no doubt that Superman was the sword of Damocles, hanging over the heads of every country. No one knew when it would fall, just as no one knew when Superman would break through the ceiling and appear in front of them. Baron, after my long observation of Superman, Zima's voice sounded a little annoyed through the mask, he's completely different from Captain America. Captain America, Steve Rogers, has some strong beliefs, like the flag, like freedom and morality. But Superman, although many people call him a beacon of light, he does not belong to any particular side, judging from his past actions. The first-generation Zima was the backbone of Hydra's remnant party and also Baron Strucker's confidant. He was mainly responsible for intelligence work and often fought with the agents from SHIELD in a battle of wits and espionage. Superman, Captain America, Howard Stark. They were the focus of Hydra's attention. Zima was like an avid fan and had seen all of Superman's videos and public speeches. Combined with his post-World War II exploits, he tentatively concluded that Luke Cavill, the Pentagon's youngest lieutenant general, seemed more like an opportunist. You mean Superman can be pulled in by Hydra? Baron Strucker frowned. If Superman joins Hydra, what should I do? Retire. There's no way to pull him in, and Hydra has no bargaining chips that could move him. Zima shook his head. The other party had reached his peak in terms of power and prestige. I think that there are some old-fashioned but practical ways to do this. Superman isn't a god after all. He would still have feelings. Baron Strucker seemed to understand what Zima meant, and his expression turned a bit odd. Honey trap? Isn't it too outdated? The bald Baron who led Hydra's remnant party found it hard to believe that the high and mighty Superman would be interested in women. We can have a try. I can't find any opening in Superman except for the gossip and scandal in his personal life. Zima said helplessly. If one couldn't solve the problem by violent means, then one could only adopt a soft approach. Baron Strucker was skeptical. He wasn't good with women himself. Apart from power and ambition to fill his empty heart, everything else was dispensable. Thinking that people were like him, Baron Baldhead subconsciously believed that Superman should also be a puritanical ruler. Wouldn't it be more attractive to rule the world and build great achievements than to roll in the sheets? These days, there weren't many people who had pure ambitions like Baron Strucker. With so many female agents in Leviathan's Red Room, it might be a good idea to find a better sparrow. Zima suggested. Baron Strucker was indecisive. He thought for a few minutes and nodded in agreement. Although he wasn't optimistic about Zima's plan, it wouldn't hurt to give it a try. Anyway, Hydra and Leviathan reached a cooperation, the former shared the research data of the super soldier serum, and the latter provided shelter. I'll talk to Teras to pick a suitable candidate. Baron Strucker spoke in a deep voice. Teras was the leader of the Red Room and one of the most reputable master spy. The KGB, known as the National Security Council of the Soviet Union, was established and organized by him. Later, Teras retired behind the scenes and took over the Red Room, a spy training institution attached to Leviathan. Every Black Widow has been mentored and trained by him. Teras would be happy to take on this challenge. Zima chuckled. Red Room's Black Widow is so well known that even Captain America almost got caught up in the game. Maybe they could really cheat Superman and complete the task. In a red building located in the mountains, a bearded middle-aged man with tough facial features and a mustache put down his phone. Against Superman. He slightly frowned and took out a file from the drawer to his right. His fingers flipped through the pages as if looking for something. Every page was personal information, with a photo of a young girl attached to each page. They had immature faces and innocent eyes. The Soviet Union became one of the winners of World War II, but at the cost of more than 26 million lives. The war broke countless families. Many children had become orphans. Every year, the Red Room would select some children and train them to become spies and agents. Among them, there were men and women. The males would be given the code-named Raven, and the females would be given the code-name Sparrow. What they did most often was to act as spies and conduct espionage. Most of them adopted the honey trap to lure their targets and make them unknowingly disclose high-level secrets. At the same time, they would blackmail, buy, or turn people against each other with some pornographic evidence. Those Hydra fools, they think they can gain Superman's trust by sending a woman there. Thinking of what Baron Strucker said on the phone, the master spy named Teras showed a disdainful smile at the amateurs. For the kind of low-level spying above, just give it to the KGB. What the Red Room could accomplish was the more difficult infiltration, concealment, and assassination. Claire. Teras' fingers stopped flipping through the files and gazed at a blonde girl. This was the first Black Widow of the Red Room, a world-class ballet dancer, and a respected artist. This was only her superficial identity. Secretly, she was actually the #1 spy in the Red Room, a socialite trained by Teras. Specializing in the upper echelons of the Soviet Union, as well as celebrities outside, she held the secrets of many dignitaries. Relying on the Black Widow, Leviathan completed the infiltration into the Soviet Union and stole power. She has appeared in public too many times. Teras thought for a moment and shook his head. Familiar faces were too inconvenient for him to use in a plan, and a romantic encounter between a ballet dancer and Superman wasn't attractive enough. He kept turning. Igorova. Taras saw a girl in a red dress with a stunning look. I need someone a little younger, preferably a newcomer. The Igorova in the photo belonged to the glamorous type, which could arouse the hormones of any male creature, but it couldn't completely arouse a man's desire to protect. He kept scrolling and went to the last page. Talas raised his mouth and whispered, Romanova. In the photo, there was a young girl with long red hair, both young and attractive, like a budding flower. That's her. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. 348, Chapter 345 Direction of the Script, 2 Spies. A beauty scheme against Superman began unfolding under Taras' careful design. Leviathan, behind the Red Room, worked together with Hydra. They set the stage in Moscow, and the show was scheduled for the Red Square Conference a week later. A dialogue between the Western camp, represented by the United States, and the Eastern camp, represented by the Soviet Union, about the Cuban regime. At that time, Superman would attend. It was the best time to carry out the plan. Although actively provoked by Kong the Conqueror, the signs of the Cold War were a little earlier than before. However, at this time, the Warsaw Pact wasn't officially established yet. The Red Bear and Bald Eagle didn't completely fall out and enter a state of war. The two superpowers, who could barely maintain basic courtesy, hadn't reached the point where they were about to fight, rolling up their sleeves. In fact, the short-lived peace was due to the return of Superman. It was he who acted as the boundary of peace between the Eastern and Western camps. The White House was unable to use Superman as a strategic weapon to intimidate the East. Despite many hints from the president, Luke remained indifferent. For example, keywords such as world domination and soul hegemony were automatically blocked. While the Soviets were wary, they could only keep trying at the edge of danger. But they were too afraid to cross the bottom line for fear of provoking Superman. If they followed this trajectory, they would continue to develop. The sprout of a Cold War might have been nipped in the bud. Of course, the premise was Superman would always be around and wouldn't show any preference or position. Unknowingly, Luke had become an important factor in the stability of the world. Clark Kent, welcome to Moscow. A few days later, Luke walked out of Domodedovo International Airport, and the receptionist greeted him. That's right, he wore those Clark Kent glasses and automatically assumed to disguise a brand new image of a tall, sunny-looking man with a pinch of curly hair. His current status was Superman's secretary. Miss, what should I call you? He arrived in the capital city of Moscow in style as Captain America's colleague. Because that face was too flashy, plus the extremely conspicuous American ass, exaggerated pectoral muscles. They could only sneak in secretly and wait for a rendezvous. Dominika Igorova. The blonde told him her name. She was tall and beautiful. There was a mature style in her gestures. Hello, Ms. Igorova. Luke took a brief glance. The mature lady who came to the reception was wearing a beige trench coat, a winter hat, blonde hair, and beautiful skin, which was extremely charming. I wonder if she belongs to the Red Room or KGB. At the moment when Ms. Igorova appeared, he realized that she wasn't an ordinary person. No matter how good the disguise may be, as long as they had been trained, it would leave traces. So, in front of Luke, who had supervision, Ms. Igorova had too many flaws. The extremely flexible, charming body and the strength in her limbs couldn't be hidden from his eyes. You can just call me by my first name. Igorova smiled sweetly as she pulled open the car door for Luke. Okay. Nice to meet you. Luke got into the car and nodded with a smile. Who is this? He leaned back and found that the driver was also a woman. Compared to Igorova, the other side looked a little more mature. The brows and eyes revealed a charming grace. Like a ripe peach, you can't help but want to take a bite and taste the plumpness and sweetness of the juice in your heart. PSST. Something isn't right. Luke's heart thumped. Where did my disguise go wrong? I just got off the plane in Moscow and was targeted by two beautiful spies. Excuse me, what kind of experience is this? I'm just an ordinary secretary. If Luke used his real identity, Red Room and KGB would call up more than 200 beauties. But he was currently Clark Kent, just a little handsome curly-haired man. There was no need to invest so much, right? Hello, Mr. Kent. The female driver's eyes were shifting, as if with electricity, causing a little tingling. That's the beauty of a mature woman. All it took was a look, and someone could get a slight hard-on as a sign of respect. Luke, a veteran driver who had seen a lot of scenes and was well versed in all kinds of positions, didn't lose his cool and calmly asked, before I came to Moscow, everyone said that the most beautiful scenery in the city was in the Kremlin and Arbut Street. Now, it seems that this isn't the case. I don't believe those two places could be more charming than the two ladies sitting in this car. The female driver covered her mouth with a smile and revealed her name. I'm clairvoyant. You can call me Claire. She winked at Luke with a playful demeanor. After chatting on the way, Luke roughly understood the surface identities of the two women accompanying him. Claire was a ballerina and an internationally renowned collector. Her husband, an aviator, was killed in a rocket test. In this Red Square conference, Claire was the organizer and was responsible for the reception, so she worked as a driver for Luke. And Igorova's origin was even more remarkable. Her uncle worked in the Foreign Affairs Bureau, studied piano at St. Petersburg State University, and had held several concerts. It feels like the Red Room's routine. Luke secretly lamented while chatting and laughing. This accidental encounter was like Tara's tailor-made script. Before he left for Moscow, S.H.I.E.L.D. integrated all known information about the Red Room and submitted it to the desk of the director. One of the most impressive was the master spy, Taras. This guy was a self-proclaimed director and would write a script each time he targeted someone. In his words, it could arouse the emotions of prey and make them slowly walk into a trap. But, shouldn't Tara's skull be Superman? Luke was a little confused. What about Superman? The two women sitting in the car didn't look like Sparrow spies that were casually developed. The way they talked, their temperament, looks, and appearance all belonged to the top list. The two dangerous bombs wrapped in sugar coating were used against a secretary, wasn't it a bit excessive? In the midst of his thoughts, Luke arrived at the hotel where he was staying. Before he could say goodbye and bid farewell, the two ladies who accompanied him stepped to his left and right. The reception team is also staying here, so Igorova and I will show you to your reserved room. Claire ruffled her long hair and walked inside while holding Luke's arm. Igorova followed suit with a shallow smile on her face. The group of three attracted a lot of attention, from envy, a surprise to speculation. This is simply blatant seduction. Luke was a bit speechless and began to consider whether to be a carefree man or to keep to himself and lick a bit of the icing. Although the purpose of this trip was to infiltrate Hydra and rescue Bucky in the process. However, having wonderful encounters that occurred during the trip was still acceptable and reasonable. Sweet dreams, Mr. Kent. He went up the elevator to the 22nd floor and walked all the way to the door of the room. The two beautiful ladies, who were overly enthusiastic, finally stopped. One leaned against the wall, her hands behind her back, and the beautiful legs with stockings gently touched the carpet. Her beautiful eyes blinked as if releasing some kind of signal. Who could stand it? Luke was determined to sacrifice himself and feed the tiger. To find out Bucky's whereabouts, there was always a price to pay. He said to himself. Would you ladies like to come in for a cup of coffee? Or vodka? I'm new to Moscow, and I don't have any friends here. Luke was straightforward with his invitation. Men and women from all over the world who were planning to have in-depth communication. Their common opening line would be, do you want to come over to my house for a while, or come over for a cup of coffee? This was a non-technical and relatively straightforward invitation. But Luke tried to act like a rookie, his eyes darting as if he was embarrassed. Perhaps it was the incidental effect of the glasses that fooled the two female spies, who had been professionally trained by the Red Room. They were secretly laughing at the bottom of their hearts. It's been a long time since they had met such a naive man. Thinking of what the instructor, Taras, said, in order to complete the mission, they had to do whatever it took. The two felt that the rookie was new to the country. They didn't even need to sacrifice their bodies, just give him a little sweetness. And he would reveal everything he knew. Igorova, what do you think? As a mature woman, Claire didn't directly respond but kicked the question to her colleague. Before getting down to business, they needed to whet the appetite of these men and arouse their inner restlessness. In this way, the men would take the initiative, and they would have a better chance of achieving their goals. Mr. Kent looks a little nervous. I think I should talk with him. Igorova wiggled her waist and strolled into the room. Claire pretended to hesitate and waited for a few seconds before following. Thank you for your kindness. Luke turned on the heating and lighting. The spacious and comfortable suite soon warmed up. He fumbled out a bottle of vodka from the wine cabinet and began to pour it for the two ladies. A trace of contempt swept under the latter's eyes. They couldn't remember how many times they had met this kind of routine, getting drunk and doing whatever they wanted. Alcohol immunization was one of the training courses in the Red Room. Not to mention a bottle of vodka, Claire and Igorova wouldn't feel the slightest bit intoxicated if even more alcohol was poured into them. Get this guy drunk and throw him to the KGB. If necessary, you can give him a taste and let him volunteer to become Red Room's spy. Two female spies inadvertently looked at each other and exchanged ideas through their eyes. In their view, everything was under control. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge-translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here. // 349, Chapter 346 Miserably whoring, sent to the door. This is the most humiliating move in the history of the Red Room. The next afternoon, Teras flew into a furious rage in the office, and the angry roar shook the whole floor. The instructors who were anxious and the students who were training looked up with a hint of shock in their eyes. Yelling was an extremely rare display for Teras, who was usually calm and collected. Anger is a disguise for one's own mediocrity. This was a phrase that the master spy often said. The first lesson of the Red Room was a lesson on controlling one's expression and internal thoughts. Emotions were a fatal flaw for agents and spies. Once caught in anger and fear, it would affect decision-making and implementation of their operations. Before graduation, the students in the Red Room would receive relevant training. For example, Teras would let everyone keep a dog. Cultivate intimate feelings, regard them as partners, and then, execute them. It was just pediatrics. What was more cruel and devoid of humanity was the graduation ceremony of the Red Room. Throwing the trainees into the snow, leaving only 1 or 2 pieces of survival materials to create a bloody battlefield of killing each other. Finally, the person who could successfully get out of the snowfield could become a qualified graduate. Agent and spy training were essential tools to domesticate human beings into cold machines. Therefore, Teras would instill in them the extreme idea of doing things by hook or by crook. What happened? I don't know. I heard that Mr. Teras sent Black Widow Clairvoyant and the best Sparrow Igorova before. Did they fail the mission? Probably. Who could get the Red Room to mobilize both of them? Whispering, like an undercurrent flowing slowly under the calm surface of the sea, it formed a thick wave. Even if the Red Room were an intelligence agency, it would always stay in a cold and stressful, high-pressure state. But there would always be curiosity, and gossips would spread. The instructors and students downstairs were speculating, while the atmosphere in the office upstairs was gloomy. You are the best students I've ever taught, and no matter what the task, you have never failed. Teras tightened his eyebrows, pressed down his anger, and coldly said, infiltrating the Kremlin, moving between the oligarchs and military VIPs, each time, you bring back the information I need. He seemed to have lost his temper, calmed his heaving chest, and slowly sat back in his chair. Claire and Igorova stood across the desk. With their hands behind their backs, the 2 charming beauties maintained a straight and beautiful military stance. I never imagined that the 2 best seductresses to ever come out of the Red Room would be bamboozled by a secretary. Teras' mouth twitched, trying to endure the urge to swear. The external evaluation of him basically carries words like scavenging vulture, cunning fox, and cold-blooded butcher. The middle-aged man who single-handedly created the KGB and later built the Red Room had maintained a grim, unsmiling image throughout the years. There weren't many things that could make him lose his temper and fly into a rage. Today, however, Teras couldn't bear this anger. This was an accident. Igorova, backed by her uncle in the Foreign Affairs Bureau, was bolder and took the lead in saying so. She slightly lowered her head and explained, Claire and I were going to get that bastard drunk and then throw him to the KGB's care for interrogation to see if we could get any information about Superman. He's a secretary, responsible for recording all the meetings' conversations, and was at Superman's side almost 24 hours a day. If we could turn him into a double agent of the Red Room, it would be of great benefit for the future implementation of the plan. Igorova's thinking was clear, and Claire, the Black Widow next to her, also nodded. They did think so, but the execution went a bit awry. It sounds like a good idea. Teras slightly nodded and seemed to express understanding. However, the relaxed look only lasted for a moment before it disintegrated. The master spy then angrily looked at Igorova and questioned, but why did you get into bed with that damned secretary? And both together. The Red Room cultivates the best agents, not those street girls. Beauty and body are tools, but not cheap coupons that can be thrown away at will. Teras slapped the table. He couldn't control his emotions at all. 2 good students who trained by him had been ruined by a bastard. If the other party was Superman or some big shot. Through this special relationship, the Red Room could exchange interests or get the desired information. At least there wouldn't be a loss in the sale. But that's just a secretary. No real power, no value, nothing. If not for fear of attracting S.H.I.E.L.D's attention by shaking the grass and spooking the prey. Teras wanted to break the hands and feet of the curly-haired man who had ruined his students, throw him into an iron barrel, fill it with cement and sink him in the Moscow River. The way the Red Room handled the enemy was much more brutal and direct than the KGB's ruthless people. Forget about only one, you 2, actually went in together. Teras went into a rage and couldn't restrain his anger. This was like 2 cabbages that he had toiled so hard to grow, was somehow being spoiled by someone, and it was still that kind of whoring. Who could stand it? That bastard kept acting like he was about to get drunk. Claire felt aggrieved. She remembered that in the hotel room, the bastard had downed 2 glasses, had drunken eyes, slurred speech, completely like a rookie with little capacity for liquor. As a result, the bottle dried up, and he remained the same. 2 bottles were bottomed out, and he still remained that way. 3, then 4 bottles were poured out. By the time the liquor cabinet was completely emptied and the room smelled so strongly of alcohol, Claire and Igorova had become drunk themselves. The Red Room female agents, who received alcohol immunization training, abruptly lost to a secretary who looked like a rookie. The key is that he also threw out some important information from time to time. What Superman's schedule was, Superman's preference for food, we could only keep drinking in order to get more information. Igorova, codenamed Sparrow, gritted her teeth and spat out her hatred. Her highly flexible waist was still sore. When she thought of herself in bed, she was sometimes positioned below, sometimes up top, and various positions were unlocked one after another. The female agent couldn't help but feel some shame, and her cheeks flushed unnaturally. That's right. That bastard Clark Kent is no rookie at all. Claire's slender legs, which could dance Swan Lake and the Nutcracker, were slightly weak. The truth was, the battle last night was too intense. That bastard was driving 2 BMWs left and right. It was surprising to see his calm and relaxed attitude. Alcohol was the devil that provoked the desire, which was absolutely true. In the past, Claire wouldn't have indulged like this. So, you slept with the secretary and got nothing. Taras shook his head in disappointment. Maybe, we can play along and continue our plans with the secretary? Igorova proposed. Humph. Isn't being humiliated once enough? Taras immediately vetoed the idea. He never invested time and energy in worthless targets. Besides, the best students in the Red Room weren't that cheap. If word got out, he would be laughed at. I am the head of a spy agency, not a pimp. Taras said so in an unpleasant tone. He waved and motioned for Claire and Igorova to go out. Then, he picked up the phone on the desk. Call Natasha in. Within a few minutes, a slender, ponytailed girl walked in. Compared to the 2 fellow sisters, she appeared much more youthful, like a flower that had just started to bud. You are graduating early, Natasha. Taras said solemnly. The latter was slightly surprised, with suspicion in her eyes. I've only just been recruited to the Red Room for a short period of time. How did I graduate? She hadn't even seen the legendary harsh and brutal graduation exams yet. I need you to get close to someone. The young girl took a file and opened it. A young face came into view. It was Superman. He will arrive in Moscow in 3 days. Taras thought that the 2 elder sisters were too unreliable. Natasha, a newcomer, might be more useful. At least, the latter wouldn't be coaxed to bed by a man with a few bottles of vodka. I will try to complete the mission. Natasha said timidly. She was still a nestling bird with no experience in hunting. You don't need to be experienced. Just act natural. Taras appeased. Sometimes the untrained were more effective than the professionals. After giving instructions, Taras let the girl go. Despite the incident, the plan went on as usual. As for the curly-haired male secretary named Clark, he would first wait until all the dust settled, then make his move. I'll drown him in the Moscow River. Taras thought so. This is how you deal with Red Room agents. Captain America, who sneaked into Moscow, looked at the messy sheets, the carpet and the bottles scattered on the table and asked hesitantly. Luke, who had been fighting all night, didn't answer. The director of SHIELD had sex with a female Soviet agent, which wasn't something to be proud of. I paid a certain price and found Bucky's whereabouts from their mouths. Luke changed the subject. Under the influence of his Poison Ivy's phenomenon perfume, even the top agents of the Red Room had to drop their defenses. Oh, where's Bucky? Sure enough, whenever his best friend was mentioned, Captain America's attention would immediately be diverted, no longer thinking about what happened between Luke and female agents. You will see each other soon. Luke had an odd expression. To be honest, he was a bit surprised by Winter Soldier's situation. 350, Chapter 347 Hydra First Stallion, Hitman, and Pawn. Bucky only showed up once at the beginning, and then he always lived in Captain America's memory, according to Luke's words. He seemed to have much worse luck than his 2 friends, who were also from Brooklyn. He went to war with patriotic enthusiasm, but not long afterward, he was captured by Hydra in a failed attack. According to the original plot, Bucky should have been tortured and experimented on and was finally saved by Captain America. The 2 of them looked at each other in the sea of fire and uttered similar lines to those in the movie Titanic. Bucky, get out of here. Don't worry about me. No. I won't leave you, Steve. And so on and so forth. In the follow-up, Bucky accidentally fell off a cliff, and Rogers acted out an emotional drama scene. This was a successful conclusion, and they would see each other again after 70 years. However, it may be due to the butterfly effect of a certain guy who had wandered into the set. It affected the normal development of the world. Not only did the Axis powers create Aryan Supermen, but it also changed Bucky's fate. He couldn't wait for his best friend and was moved to another place by Hydra. After a few twists and turns, he fell into Baron Strucker's hands and became a cold-blooded killing machine. If that was all, then Bucky was merely bringing forward Winter Soldier's grim fate. But who would have thought that Baron Strucker would meet up with General Sankt and cooperate with him? Bucky, who was chosen as a test subject, successfully survived 24 transformations. Hydra's Aryan Superman was born. The genetic modification was obviously much more powerful than the increase in strength brought by the robotic arm. Bucky's status had been changed as a result of the enhancements. From the original Ace Killer, he was promoted to Baron Strucker's personal bodyguard and Hydra's #1 hitman. What's the difference between the two? The former was expendable cannon fodder, and the rarity varied when he died. The latter was a close confidant and wouldn't be rashly sacrificed by Baron Strucker, as long as it wasn't the last resort. Simply put, his personal safety was taken care of. What did you say? Captain America suddenly stood up, his face gloomy. As a moral and spiritual champion, Steve Rogers was mostly gentle and hardly ever lost his temper with others. But after hearing Luke's explanation of Bucky's plight, his eyes burst with blazing light. If the violent energy erupted, the whole room would be reduced to ruins. Calm down, Steve. Luke didn't seem to expect such a strong reaction from Captain America, so he quickly offered reassuring words. Sure enough, as long as Bucky was involved, Rogers could hardly keep his cool. This was probably some kind of special bond. Damn Hydra! I'll send them all to hell. Taking a few deep breaths, and the flamboyant pectoral muscles fluctuated. Captain America finally calmed down, and the blazing white lightning that lingered on his body slowly dissipated. He was tense, his face unchanged, and he made a harsh statement. Well, it seemed that he would completely turn into Hydra's nemesis this time. On the bright side, Bucky is at least alive. There is no danger. Luke patted the other on the shoulder. After an in-depth exchange with the two Red Room female agents, he vaguely heard some information about Bucky. It was well known that under the brainwashing of the mustached Führer, up to the top and down to the civilians, a lot of people were fanatics about bloodlines. Only pure Aryans were qualified to rule the world. After Bucky successfully survived the 24 transformations, Hydra began to consider replication work. If they could have an army of Aryan supermen, who could stop them? General Sankt was buried underground in Berlin with Woden's blood and research data. Trying to reverse engineer Brut's biotechnology took a lot of time, involved a lot of effort, and didn't always pay off. The biggest headache was the lack of clues and the inability to make a breakthrough. So, Baron Strucker came up with a clumsy way to do it. He regarded Bucky as a stallion and had him have intercourse with recruited adult women. The requirement was blonde hair and blue eyes so that the purity of the blood was guaranteed. First of all, Bucky, as a battleship class, was full of energy and excellent genes, so he was a qualified stallion. If the seeds were successfully sown, according to genetics, the babies born would most likely be stronger. At the age of 15 or 16, this group would be injected with the defective serum copied from Bucky's. Although it took a long time, it was feasible. As far as it was known, the project had only reached the first stage of development for the time being. In other words, the breeding step. That was why Captain America was so rude. The thought of Bucky having sex with different blondes on a daily basis made Rogers's heart pound with anger. What a miserable life that was. His best friend, like a tireless stallion, was circulating among those sultry bitches, taking turns on him. Monotonous and boring, tedious and torturous. Everywhere he looked, he would see a lot of lust. It was terrible. Rogers was shaking with anger just imagining it and felt sorry for Bucky. This is trampling on Bucky's dignity and an insult to his character. Captain America was distraught. He couldn't wait to rescue his good friend so that he could escape from the evil hell of blonde hair and silky skin. You don't know how many men want to be trampled on and humiliated in this way. Luke silently thought so. There was no shame in being a stallion for Hydra. The racist extremists have a high threshold for selecting breeding women. All of them should be blonde and beautiful. Moreover, in order to prevent Bucky's body from being drained and hollowed out, Baron Strucker also arranged a nutritionist team to customize his menu. When he was not on a mission, Bucky spent his days eating and drinking well, preparing for output. Speaking of which, the only thing that made Luke think that Hydra was out of their minds. As racists, a group of people who emphasized Aryan ancestry, they actually found an American to breed with. Thus, what supreme lineage? It was all lip service. Then we will completely wipe out Hydra and Leviathan next. Luke cleared his throat and seriously said so. But, first, you have to stay calm and don't be impulsive. The angry Captain America was silent for a moment and nodded in agreement. He couldn't come up with a better plan for the time being and had to follow Superman's orders. So, what do I have to do? Rogers thought about it and thought that he still had to take on some responsibilities. He couldn't leave everything to Luke. Don't worry. I've already assigned you a mission. Luke opened the curtains and looked out over Moscow scenery. Steve, you're the bait for fishing. A few days later, Superman arrived in Moscow, and there was a welcoming ceremony. The appearance of Captain America would inevitably arouse Hydra and Leviathan's vigilance. Maybe, Bucky was already the Winter Soldier. He might be able to take time out of his busy schedule to talk to an old friend. Binge. Read next 60 chapters on Patreon. Visit patreon.com/binge translations. Please vote this novel by visiting the novel page, in case you don't see vote button here.